Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so. Obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, oh. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't want to forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at film. And then you get ya. Mama say I want me to go kwa. Aga na mwa jelomba. O we butike. Aga dilu ne butilo wanne mo. Ata me wanke ya diba kwa ya jomba.
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as they laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors. Which one? Chidimoke, man.
King of Shantytown, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekwele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe with the rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit,
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na their type I like. Shoot Patient Ozoko.
You know they fear juju.
Chiweta Lago.
You know they fear juju.
Pete Duce.
You know they fear juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool.
Ebi look on, don't turn, ebi look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga. Oh. Emi loco, OTB, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Emi power. Emi loco, OTB, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Ojetiwo.
Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, ayé wo la ò jẹ rí. Tell them, let them know, say, won't lay back. Then they see us as they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Owó lọmọ gbàgbé òṣì. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìbọn èmi ni wọn kì í dalẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pa Níyọ̀dá ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
And there it is right there. So, Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. You already know what that means. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. I've got exciting news. On Thursday, we have a guest joining us, Wale Okunniyi. So, Wale Okunniyi, a name no doubt familiar to a lot of you, but to the people living under a rock, not knowing who Wale Okunniyi is. He was a former gubernatorial candidate. He's the secretary to the Patriots group. You know the Patriots group that went led by who was that former Commonwealth leader from the East that went to meet Tinubu to demand a new constitution and all that. So it's a political activist, a public commentator, and a political analyst. So he'll be joining us on Thursday. So I'll be sending the link in so that just go immediately and bookmark it. It's going to be banging, BANGING, a banging session without equivocation, to borrow Thomas's words. It's going to be a banging session. So there it is right there, a real coup. Wale Okunniyi joins us on Thursday. So that's 2 days away from now. So I've sent the link into the comment section. I'm going to send it to all of the platforms that we broadcast to so that we have a full house so that you can take him on. It's ready to take all your questions. His expertise is in somewhat reshaping the Nigerian constitution, but it is previously tackled security in the Southeast. It speaks to the governance of Tinubu, the opposition style politics, so a whole myriad of everything he's ready to take on. So bookmark that, a real coup. The 5th of, this should read September, actually, apologies. That's a mistake in the typing. So that should be the 5th of the 9th. I have that changed. I have that changed by my editor to make sure that's showing. So I have that changed. But this Thursday coming, essentially 2 days away. So go and bookmark it. Click on that link, press the bell notification so that you're in good time then, and have your questions ready as well. Wale Okunniyi, he joins us Thursday, 10 p.m. UK time. So there it is. Thursday, 10 p.m. UK time. So let's remove that. And let's remove this as well. So yes, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So yes, you may call me lazy, but I'm still in the process of moving from one computer to the other. So that's why you're seeing 2 images on your screen. One that I've moved halfway to, and the other one that I'm still within. So it's holding different elements of what I used to stream. So I have to straddle the two. But in the course of, I'm not going to say I'm going to do it by tomorrow. So let me not make promises that I might not be able to keep. So in the course of, I will complete that migration. But that aside, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. Hope the day went exactly in the manner that you hoped and anticipated when the dawn broke for you. So that the usual process, we say it all the time, so we say it again. Hopefully, the more we say it, the more people adhere to it. Click on the like button. So it only takes the movement of a hand to do that. It's not an assault on your wallet, so I'll be assaulting your wallet in a couple of sentences down the line. But in this instance, I'm not assaulting your wallet. I'm just asking you to flick a finger and click on the like button. So do that. And if you're not already subscribed, so take us up the hierarchy as well. So subscribe as well. If you're not already subscribed, subscribe. And by the way, if you're watching this in watch back, because a lot of people do watch and watch back, all these things that I'm saying still apply. So I'm still inviting you, even if you're watching it in watch back, to do these things that I'm inviting to be done. So click on the like button again. So don't click it again. Also, I'm making the invitation again. Only click on it once. So yes. So it's you see the number go up just as soon as you click it. So click on the like button and then subscribe if you're not already subscribed. So we're still in hope, but maybe not in expectation now, but still in hope. There must always be hope. We're still in hope of hitting 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year. But look at where we are and look at where the ambition is. So to take us on that journey, your subscription is that step towards that. So subscribe if you have not done that already. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. Share the links, copy the URL, put it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., etc. Do that as a matter of routine. Do that for every session. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. And click on the URL and share the link. So do all those things. And of course, the $sign at the bottom of the stream. Click on that. Baoni AB. So, of course, the $sign at the bottom of the screen, click on that as well. We're always in anticipation of a minimum of 5 people. Yes, we're always in anticipation of a minimum of 5 people to super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So it's a form of lubrication. So lubricate the stream with a super whatnot, so do all those things. So do all those things. A lot of video clips to go through in this session. So a lot to go through. So let me not dilly-dally anymore. Let's launch straight immediately into it. So he has been asking for it for a very long time, but they say be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. So be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. Police named David Hundeyin, one other, as PDOM's accomplices. So PDOM, I actually have a clip of him in custody, but I didn't actually download that. But I'm sure you've all seen it. But if you've not seen it, if somebody sends it into my Instagram, I'll play it in the course of police named David Hundeyin, one other, as PDOM's accomplices. So David Hundeyin, who's always nurtured and nursed the idea that the authorities are chasing him. So now the authorities are chasing him. The Nigeria Police Force has said a discreet investigation revealed that an investigative journalist, David Hundeyin, and one Michael Alade, let's start again. The Nigeria Police Force has said a discreet investigation reveals that an investigative journalist, David Hundeyin, and one Michael Alade, Bristol Isaac, aka PDOM Nigeria's accomplices. PDOM Nigeria was accused of leaking classified and restricted documents, fraud, sedition, and tax evasion, amongst others. Addressing journalists in Abuja on Tuesday, the first spokesperson, Muyiwa Adejobi, said PDOM was arrested following a petition from the Office of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation. Adejobi added that when operatives of the National Cyber Crime Center stormed PDOM's hotel, he resisted arrest and locked himself up. destroyed his phone, and flushed it down the toilet. So those are the okay, let's pause there. Let me highlight that paragraph actually. So let me read that paragraph again as I highlight it, and note what the police are reporting, and cast your mind to your memory spaces to see what sort of spaces this often happens. Yes, let me put it that way. Cast your mind round your memory to imagine circumstances where you've heard this sort of actions being taken before. So cast your mind back, remind yourself where you've heard this sort of actions being taken before. Adejobi added that when operatives of the National Cybercrime stormed Piddom's hotel, he resisted arrest, locked himself up, destroyed his phone, and flushed it down the toilet. So now, I'm sure we've all seen clips of drug bust. That's usually when a drug bust is happening, isn't it? When they are trying to arrest a drug trafficker, that's exactly what they do. They rush into the toilet, pour the weed or the banana or whatever it is down the toilet, flush it away, and then the evidence is gone. So the evidence is gone, but this guy are hopefully they're able to retrieve it anyway. So it should not be allowed to escape the clutches of the law. So it should not be allowed to escape the clutches of the law. Let me speed through it. Start from stop again. The Nigerian Police Force has said a discreet investigation revealed that an investigative journalist, David Hundeyin, and one Michael Alade, Bristol Isaac, aka Pidium, Nigeria's accomplices. Pidium Nigeria was accused of leaking classified and restricted documents, fraud, sedition, and tax evasion, amongst others. Addressing journalists in Abuja on Tuesday, the first spokesperson, Muyiwa Adejobi, said Pidium was arrested following a petition from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Adejobi added that when operatives of the National Cybercrime Center stormed Pidium's hotel, he resisted arrest, locked himself up, destroyed his phone, and flushed it down the toilet. He said the operatives of the Nigeria Police National Cybercrime Center have apprehended an anonymous hacker in connection with alleged criminal conspiracy offenses. He said the operatives of the Nigeria Police National Cybercrime Center have apprehended an anonymous hacker in connection with alleged criminal conspiracy, offense against the office of the offense against the Official Secrets Act, leakage of classified and restricted documents, acts likely to cause a breach of public peace, sedition, fraud, and tax evasion. The discrete investigation was initiated to identify those responsible for the leakage, which led to the identification of Bristol Isaac, Michael Temidayo Alade, and David Hundeyin, who are suspects in connection with the alleged crimes. The principal suspect, Bristol Isaac, was apprehended at a hotel in Port Harcourt by National Cybercrime Center detectives in an attempt to resist arrest. He added, the suspect locked himself in the hotel room, smashed his phone, and flushed it down the toilet to destroy the evidence. He also refused to surrender his phone's password, claiming he had forgotten it, thereby concealing information. Subsequent investigations after his arrest revealed several suspicious activities between the principal suspect and his accomplices. It has also been established that the suspect... pardon me. Let me pause. I'll play a bit of music. I need to attend to matters. Let me play a bit of music. Come back.
I
All right, sorry about that. So sorry about that. Are we taking it from the top again? We might as well. There's a pause in there. All right, let me be quick with it. The Nigerian Police Force has said a discreet investigation revealed that an investigative journalist, David Hundeyin, and one Michael Alade are Bristol Isaac, aka Pidom Nigeria's accomplices. Pidom Nigeria was accused of leaking classified and restricted documents, fraud, sedition, and tax evasion, amongst others. Addressing journalists, hold on. Yes, addressing journalists in Abuja on Tuesday, the first spokesperson, Muyiwa Adejobi, said Pidom was arrested following a petition from the office of the secretary to the government of the federation. Adejobi added that when operatives of the National Cybercrime Center stormed Pidom's hotel, he resisted arrest, locked himself up, destroyed his phone, and flushed it down the toilet. He said the operatives of the Nigerian Police National Cybercrime Center have apprehended an anonymous hacker in connection with alleged criminal conspiracy, offenses against the Official Secret Act, leakage of classified and restricted documents, acts likely to cause a breach of peace of public peace, sedition, fraud, and tax evasion. The discrete investigation was initiated to identify those responsible for the leakage, which led to the identification of Bristol Isaac, Michael Temidayo Alade, and David Hundeyin, who are suspects in connection with the alleged crimes. The principal suspect, Bristol Isaac, was apprehended at a hotel in Port Harcourt by National Cybercrime Center detectives in an attempt to resist arrest. He added, the suspect locked himself in the hotel room, smashed his phone, and flushed it down the toilet to destroy the evidence. He also refused to surrender his phone's password, claiming he had forgotten, thereby concealing information. Subsequent investigations after his arrest revealed several suspicious activities between the principal suspect and his accomplices. It has also been established that the suspect also raised funds through anonymous means to sponsor cyber terrorism and other related crimes. Evidence of this was derived after critical forensic analysis of the suspect's crypto wallet transactions. The Inspector General of Police, IG Kayode Egbetokun, has reaffirmed the commitment of the force to maintaining peace and also reiterated that the Nigerian police force remains vigilant to take strict and severe action against any individual or group threatening the country's stability, ensuring that they face the full force of the law. So there it is right there. I think is that much more? So there's a lot more. So let's just leave it there. So that's David Hundeyin now. What he has always wanted, I think, is now about to get. He's always wanted to be chased by the authorities, so he can go into his cyber spaces and start to collect even more money from the gullible. Why petrol from my refinery looks clearer? So this is Dangote, who is now going to start pumping out the petrol within the next 2 days. So we leave that for the moment because we've got clips to play on that. Why South Africans rejected me? This is Chidema Adeshina. Hopefully it's not long and winding. Okay, it's just a short little read. The newly crowned Miss Universe Nigeria, Chidema Adeshina, has revealed why South Africans did not support her ambition of becoming Miss South Africa. Additional said their rejection fueled her decision to withdraw from the Miss South Africa beauty pageant. In a recent interview with Silverbird TV, she explained that she felt unaccepted by South Africans because of my Igbo name. Reflecting on her experience, Chidinma described the ordeal as horrible and heartbreaking. Despite being born in South Africa, the 23-year-old expressed pride in her Nigerian heritage, stating, "I am proudly Nigerian." It all started because of my name. People were not happy that my name is Chidinma and I am representing South Africa. South Africans felt like I wasn't South African enough because of my name. It was really sad to see, and it was a very horrible experience that I wouldn't wish on anyone. I have lived there for 23 years, and it is heartbreaking to see that I wasn't welcome or accepted. There were certain things that happened behind the scenes that made me withdraw. It was heartbreaking that I had to withdraw close to the finale, but a decision had to be made, and it hit social media well. But what I know is that I was born in South Africa and I am a South African. I am still proudly Nigerian as well, she said. The model faced controversy this year due to her Nigerian nationality, sparking criticism on social media, particularly from South Africans. The backlash ultimately led her to step down, etc., etc. So she nothing new to glean there, but she from the horse's mouth is just really what that offers. From the horse's mouth, Dangote refinery begins petrol production, vows to ease Nigeria's fuel crisis. So, like I said, we've got clips on that. So we got to a lot of Dangote stuff to come through. Dangote refinery has delivered a death blow to Nigeria's fuel import cabal. So there it is, fighting talk from his paddy man. Oh, right. I'm not going to read the whole. Oh, is it worth reading? I always buckle when the article is so long. It's because I'm trying to manage the time. You see. Let me just go to his tweet instead. This is Femi Otedola tweeting in support of Dangote. So we go to the tweet itself. So let's go to the tweet itself. So this is Femi Otedola. My dear brother Aliko. So I hope. Oh God, it's an essay. What's all this nonsense? I will as well read the article. Maybe that condenses it. All right, Dangote refinery has delivered death blow to Nigeria's fuel import cabal. Nigerian billionaire Femi Otedola has declared that the newly operational Dangote refinery has delivered a death blow to the entrenched fuel import cabals that have long profited from Nigeria's dependence on foreign oil. In a heartfelt letter to Dangote, posted on his official Twitter handle, Otedola praised the refinery's historic achievement, heralding it as a transformative moment for the nation's energy independence and a decisive end to the economic stranglehold that has kept Nigeria reliant on imported fuel for decades. Reflecting on the 25-year journey that led to this milestone, Otedola recounted the early days when he and Dangote first set their sights on revolutionizing Nigeria's energy sector. So he's trying to align himself with the success, of course. So there it is right there. So let's just leave that there. We just move on from there. So I think we get the gist of where it's coming from. Ibadan, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano rail segments will be completed. So this is Tinubu vowing to continue from where Buhari stopped, interlinking the country with the rail service. People say nothing is happening in that country. A lot is happening. There's a rail service now. It's been there so long, they take it for granted now. Kaduna, Abuja, that's what everybody uses now. Lagos, Ibadan, going through Abeokuta or somewhere in Ogun State, it's been there for so long now. People use it as part of their daily commute. So the country, there's a lot happening in that country, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. President Bola Tinubu has given assurances that the Ibadan-Abuja-Kaduna-Kano railway corridor will be completed. Correspondents report that the president gave the assurance on Monday during a visit to the China Railway Construction Corporation (CRCC) in Beijing, China. The visit was part of President Tinubu's engagement during his official visits to China. During his visit to the CRCC, the Nigerian leader also recognized the company as a dependable collaborator in Nigeria's infrastructure development initiative. He praised its current railway projects underway in the country. He said, it is equally very important that we give assurances to the Nigerian people across our local communities that the Ibadan Abuja Kaduna Kano railway segment will be completed and done to the satisfaction of Nigeria and West Africa at large. We will support your investment in solid minerals and other ventures in Nigeria. I am here to assure you that Nigeria is ready to do business with you. So I'm not quite sure what solid minerals is signing away. Speaking on behalf of the company, the president of CRCC, there he gained, stated that for the past 43 years, CRCC has been actively engaged in Nigeria, successfully executing more than 300 projects and providing training to over 100,000 local workers. He said the Abuja Kaduna Railway and the Lagos Ibadan Railway have transported approximately 9 million passengers and 180 tons of cargo. The Lagos Blue Line has transported over 1.6 million passengers. So there it is right there. This is the country slowly transforming now. Are people of a younger generation now? This is the Nigeria that they would know, not the Nigeria that you and I know. So not the Nigeria that you and I know. And Nigeria emerges third largest debtor to World Bank's IDA, gets $2.2 billion under Tinubu. So there it is. The debt profile continues to grow and grow. So, but our debt to GDP is not actually astronomical. Nigeria still has a lot of room for borrowing. Nigeria has ascended to become the third largest debtor to the World Bank's International Development Association as of June the 30th, 2024, reflecting a significant increase in the country's borrowing from the institution. According to the World Bank's financial statement, Nigeria's exposure to the IDA rose by 14.4% from 14.3 billion in the fiscal year 2023 to 16.5 billion in the fiscal year 2024. This 2.2 billion increase places Nigeria amongst the top 3 IDA debtors for the first time, a notable shift from its previous position as the fourth largest borrower in 2023. So I'm not quite sure if that's any significant, but it's a movement in the wrong direction is probably where the criticism is. The fiscal year for 2024 runs from July 2023 to June 2024, which means that Nigeria has received at least 2.2 billion from the World Bank under the administration of President Bola Tinubu. This debt is different from any outstanding loan from the World Bank's International Bank for Reconciliation and Development, IBRD. So that's Tinubu piling debt upon debt. So I'm abandoning a lot of these things halfway so that we can watch the clips that we have lined up. Matawele CDS arrived Sokoto to flush out bandits. So this is Tinubu giving direct instructions then that if you are the minister in charge, then you should be at the epicenter of where it is most potent. So Minister of State for Defense Bello Matawale and the Chief of Defense Staff Christopher Musa on Tuesday arrived Sokoto State. Correspondents understand that the decision is in compliance with the directive of President Bola Tinubu. The minister and CDS on arrival held closed-door meetings at the 8th Division of the Nigerian Army. At the meeting, which lasted for over an hour, the minister was said to have been briefed on the security situation in the area by the acting commander of operations, Hundeyin Daji. In an interview with newsmen, Matawale said they were in Sokoto to flush out bandits terrorizing the region. We are here as directed by Mr. President, who called us from China and gave us a marching order that we should relocate to Sokoto to review our operation here and to ensure the people of this region sleep with their 2 eyes closed. The president is worried about what is happening in the Northwest region. So he called me and the Chief of Defense Staff and directed us to leave whatever we are doing in Abuja and come to Sokoto and supervise the operations of our troops. Nigeria is not a banana country. It is a country governed by a constitution under a democratically elected president who wants to leave a good legacy. The president carefully selected Northerners and appointed them into key positions. Look at me. I am from Zamfara State, and the Chief of Defense Staff is from Kaduna State. The Minister of Defense, Badaru, is from Jigawa. The National Security Advisor is from this guy. Is that even the right set of decisions that they said Tinubu appointed only his own people, but it's actually giving the guns to the north. Right. The president carefully selected Northerners and appointed them into key positions. Look at me. I am from Zamfara State, and the Chief of Defense Staff is from Kaduna State. The Minister of Defense, Badaru, is from Jigawa State. The National Security Advisor is from Adamawa State, whilst the Minister of State for Police Affairs is also from the north. So he carefully selected us because he knows our problem is insecurity. We are here to flush out those bandits that have been terrorizing our regions. Do not be discouraged by the recent incidents. The GOC will be giving good support. I urge you to keep doing so there it is right there. So I agree with this sort of decisions anyway. If you are in charge of security, then you should be at the epicenter of where that security situation is most fervent. So I think this will be the last readout. Actually, this should be the last readout. IGP Egbetokun to remain in office till 2027. So I think this is this act that is going through Parliament. President Bola Tinubu has reportedly approved that the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, remain in office until 2027. A senior police source who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity noted that the letter was released in respect to this. Let's do that again. President Bola Tinubu has reportedly approved that the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, remain in office until 2027. A senior police source who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity noted that the letter released in respect to this was not an extension. According to the source, the letter rather is a confirmation that he should complete the 4-year tenure as originally stated in his letter of appointment. So why would he need to do that? Or what does that add to anything? I don't understand. If his letter already says it's there for 4 years, then why is the president writing him to say you are there for 4 years? President Tinubu forwarded the bill to the House of Representatives and Senate to amend the tenure of the IGP. So why is it being amended if that is what I don't get what this means. The bill was expeditiously passed by lawmakers in both green and red chambers. The upper and lower houses passed the bill at separate sittings. The president appointed Egbetokun as the IGP June 2023 for 4 years. He was appointed alongside 4 new service chiefs. According to Section 18 Sub 8 of the Police Act 2020, Egbetokun, who was born on September the 4th, 1964, is expected to retire in September 2024. All right, so that is to extend him then beyond the mandatory retirement age when he clocks 60. At the moment, Egbetokun has been in office for 1 year, 3 months, with 2 years and 9 months remaining of his 4 years. So I think this is going to be a Buhari style something, a total disregard for whatever the law says, and just continue to elongate people in positions that are, they shouldn't really be. So let's go to the clips. Let's go to the clips. Let's go to the clip. So the Dangote storyline. Let's actually let's start it off with the Dangote storyline. Right. Let's start it off. Yes, let's start it off with this one.
Of President Bola Tinubu for making us to achieve this monumental, feat. It is something that we actually love doing, to make our people very proud and make it seem that, look, it is possible to do whatever for us to be a great nation. Nigeria has what it takes to be on top of the world, and I think government cannot do it alone. We will partner with the government to make sure that, yes, we achieve this target of $1 trillion economy. It is possible, and we will support the government to make sure that we get to the promised land. So, but thank you very much, members of the media, and I think we'll also keep informing you as to where we are. But I pray that within the next few days, you won't see any petroleum queues. As soon as we finalize with the Nnpc, we are ready. We are waiting for them, and I hope they will be ready like yesterday. So thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
I want to say congratulations on another momentous occasion.
No, well, on the pricing, I can't say anything because we don't control the pricing. The pricing at the moment is controlled by Nnpc, not Dangote. So we will wait for them, to do that. But our own, for now, is to make sure that products are available, and also round tripping is stopped, where people are just taking dollars out, not bringing products. Or most of the shenanigans will stop. That is what I can guarantee you.
Certainly. So we await the NNPC's sort of agreement.
Yeah, they are the ones that will, sell to the market and also distribute under the current arrangement for Naira.
But we don't have any indication as to when that will be.
I think, like what I said, we are ready on our part. We are waiting for Nnpc to be ready on their part. Once they are ready, we'll roll. We are ready to roll, even start, loading a ship this week, like what I said earlier, within 48 hours. We are ready.
So the ball is in the NNPC's court.
That's right, yes. Thank you.
So the controversy that surrounded the supply of raw crude to the refinery, that one, has it been settled permanently that your company is satisfied that there won't be any disruption in the flow of the raw liquid to the refinery?
I think the president has actually, gave a marching order, and we must really thank him for that leadership of just, saying, okay, fine, let us, and it was taken to the Federal Executive Council. It was approved there. So I believe nobody will dare stop it from happening. And if they do that, the president is also doesn't play. He's a very tough person. He will deal with anybody ruthlessly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So thank you very much, and thank you for all your support. Thank you. Stations, you go and see yellow diesel. I'm sure you have never ever seen this. This is Euro 5 diesel. This is how diesel is supposed to look like. So that when you put it in your generators and co, you will not be servicing that generator every week. This is the real product, and I think we Nigerians, we must celebrate right now that the environment will be cleaner. Most of people having health issues, people having issues with their own generators, people having, especially we in the industry, people who are having problems with their vehicles. This will now stop. You will now have the real product. So thank you all, and we just started now, so we hope we'll do other things to make Nigerians proud. Thank you very much.
Nice.
guys started?
From this lineup. Is it this lineup? This you start.
They can't like cut away and don't need to stand.
Because if you want to roll on a long distance,
why take loose?
Okay, let's.
All right. There's one more Dangote clip to play you. But just on that clip that we saw there, so it wasn't even coded, is it? It says the eras of round tripping fuel is over. So that is a direct. You can see the fight is still very much ongoing with the oil importation cabal. So that fight is very much still ongoing. Round tripping money, round tripping oil, round tripping everything. So that fight is still very much ongoing. But he now feels confident enough that he has the backing of the president. So he's now a bit more frontal. So he's saying that the petrol is ready and is ready to roll out within 2 days. So he says after 2 days, Nigerians would never have to worry about supply anymore. So he said that. He also said that it looks as though the sole supply chain, the supply chain is going to be managed by Nnpc, because he's saying he's waiting for a sign off from the Nnpc. But the crucial question that he did not answer is what will be the price point. So that's a factor. What will be the price point? But the petrol is ready, and I think from that pronouncement now, that pretty much now ends any idea of fuel importation in that country. So a seismic moment, a moment in time, after 25 years, 25, some of you listening to me might not even be that old. After 25 years, Nigeria now refining its own oil again. So a real boon, a real coup, a real moment in time for that country. But the only thing is, the only quirk, the only things that makes me somewhat, just shrug shoulders and feel, goose pimple, is that this is being driven by just one man, so a private individual. So the economic security and even a lot of this, you know what this means? What this guy is doing? Do you know what it means? Is producing the best petrol that Africa has ever had, better than most European countries are putting their cars. So it's guaranteeing then that your appliances, your generators, your cars, etc., that they would not be breaking down due to the doctored toned down fuel that was being imported. Is guaranteeing that. What does that do for the environment? The fumes that comes out of those sort of dirty oil that pollutes. You go to Lagos, you can hardly draw a breath. So that goes to that space as well, because it's as clean as petrol can be. Petrol, of course, is never really clean, but it's as clean as petrol can be. And it's telling us that it's even going to get it cleaner. And it showed the journalists. Anyway, let me play you this clip again, because you should be excited, because this is probably the most important thing that's happened in that country for going on 3 decades.
Okay, this is what it is. History has been made today from the days when this whole ground was all water and got to the sand filling stages, the piling stages, and tons of engineering and fabrication going on this land. And remember, at some point on this land, this was the biggest industrial construction site in the whole world, with over close to 200 cranes working simultaneously. Today, what I have in my hand is premium motor spirit coming out from the Dangote refinery. History is being made today, and I'm standing with a man who incidentally has gone grey pursuing this dream, and I'm going to ask him how far he wants to travel after today's achievement. Alaji.
Thank you. Well, how far, there's no limit to how far, we're going to, as a human being, obviously we have ambitions, and I think our own is to make sure that we make our country and Africa proud. So the journey just started, and we'll continue, we'll start. The journey has just started today, you are right. Really, even 5-6 years ago, I don't really have gray hair, but right now, it's history. But we thank God, at least we've been able to deliver. So I can say that, it's a golden gray hair. which I believe it is worth it. And I'm a very, very happy person today. I must thank really, our great team, led by Ms. Edwin, for making this dream, possible. I must thank, also Mr. Alaki for giving that support to make sure that this...
And let me just interject and ask how much of support you're getting from the present government, and if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has thrown his weight behind what you're doing here today.
Well, I'm coming to that, so, and also to thank, my family, not only because some of them, they work with me, but because they've gone through tough times, by not seeing me, by not spending time with them. For being very, very understanding, my own friends that are around. But most of my appreciation will go to, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his government for giving us all the support. People can have different perceptions, but without the support of the government, we will not be here. That's what I keep saying. And I want to put on record that I want to thank the governor of Lagos, because he has done a marvelous job by giving us all the support. 10 years ago there was almost nothing here, but this is what you call a dream. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then the governor of Lagos, dreamt about establishing this in about almost 18-20 years ago, and nobody thought about coming here. Actually, my first time here was just to come and look at the land. This was 2015. I've never ever been to this area of Lagos, but you can see what a dream can actually do. So I must thank him, and I pray and hope his own dream that, we used to, push Lagos up the ladder. Okay, he will apply 10 times that, on which I know he's trying. He will apply 10 times that in the federal government's, operations.
Okay, let me just ask you quickly. This is PMS coming up from the Dangote refinery. You did promise us, you did tell me severally when we've been visiting here in the last 7 to 8 years that when this happens, it's going to be Euro 5. Which is the highest quality of PMS you can find around the world. Can I readily put this in my car and begin to run?
Yes, you can put it in your car and begin to run. And it will actually save your engine. It will give your engine the best performance. It will not be the normal one. And you can even see our diesel. Our diesel is very light. It's like water. So which people have never ever seen before. But that is what you call Euro 5 diesel. Our diesel now is about is less than even 30 ppm, which is great, and we'll keep pushing. We'll get to 10 ppm.
Okay, so finally from me, I'm so excited to hold this, but it will be more interesting if we can drive this supply and distribution down into the countryside, down on the streets, into the cars, into the engines. I can see your gantry positions here. 177 tanks for storage, and beginning to wonder how soon can we have all these trucks crisscross the streets of Lagos and supply petroleum products.
Our gasoline can be, that is PMS, can be in filling stations in the next 48 hours, depending on Nnpc.
Would you want to comment on pricing? How much would you sell per liter of this PMS?
On PMS, what I told you, it is an arrangement which was designed and approved by the Executive Council, led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As soon as it is finalized, which he is pushing, once we finish with Nnpc, it can be today, it can be tomorrow, we are ready to roll into the market.
Thank you for obliging me this. You told me you were catching a flight. Still 10 minutes into your time. Let me allow you go to wherever you want to go to right now. Thank you very much for obliging us your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
So there it is right there. As we all know, the usual no-sayers, the usual joyless souls, and we have an abundance of them in Nigeria, the usual joyless souls. by the time they are done with this, they will rubbish it, and it will be as though somebody killed a child or something. But whilst we're still in the euphoria of the moment, let's celebrate what this guy has done. It is a world event, not even a Nigerian event. It's a world event. One of the biggest single train refinery, one of the top six largest refinery in terms of capacity, one of the cleanest fuels to be refined anywhere in any refinery in the world. Where is it? It's in your country, in Lagos, and the guy ready to roll. So there it is. It's a moment in time, and the impact that this is going to have on the economy, we will start to see it instantaneously. Is ready to roll it out within 2 days as soon as they agree on the prices. So there it is right there. I'm just elated by that. I'm chuffed. I'm chuffed, but elated by that. So let me play you something a bit lighthearted. Yes, let me actually, before I play you something a bit lighthearted, I did say there were people that were going to be rubbishing this, with the exception of one person in this clip. A lot of these people, in virtually everybody else in this next clip, will be looking to rubbish or peter down what the significance of the Dangote petrol means. So this is the usual suspects on their way to Yadua's house. So there it is right there. So those were the usual suspects on their way to Yadua's house. So Yadua's, the matriarch of that family just passed away, their mother, and everybody. It's all a political visit, of course. But let me whiz through about 3 light-hearted clips just to douse the just to tone down the politics a little bit. This first clip is partly political and partly light-hearted. So this is the chairman of a local government in somewhere in the north, are finding an innovative way to go and meet his constituents. So this is a chairman of a local government somewhere in the north, finding an innovative way to go and engage with his constituents. Watch this. This can only really be. It can only happen in Nigeria.
In the heart of the city where stories unfold. Judging Media TV shining bright and bold. Bringing news from the corners of the globe. Connects us together, no matter the road. Watch us rise, hear the voices roar. Unity and diversity, together we soar. Media TV, where the world aligns. African stories and catchy designs. News and entertainment at your fingertips. With the pulse of the people, stay tuned to our clips. From entertainment to the news that's real. Showcasing our culture, that's the deal. Diaspora dreams in a vibrant space. Media TV, setting the pace.
All right, that clip courtesy in Ginger Media. So that was Malam Bantuti, who refused to build the infrastructure for his constituents and therefore suffers the consequence with the rest of them. So suffers the consequences with the rest of them. So this one here is light-hearted but somewhat in a tragic way. The next one, light-hearted but somewhat in a tragic way, is the excesses. We all engage in excesses, but we all know how to curtail excesses so that the excess does not overwhelm us. So that's the precursor, that's the build-up to the next one. We all engage in excesses, but we all know how to curtail our excesses so that those excesses do not overrun us. It sounds convoluted and confusing. This clip makes sense of it. Watch this. is somewhat tragic and comical in equal measure.
One is glad to die here.
Bàbá ti gbọ́jà ẹ̀. Ọlọ.
Ó ti lù gbáhùn. Ọmọ gbàdá máa ń yẹ ẹ̀rẹ́ fún ẹ̀ bí ẹ̀rẹ́ wa òkè.
Ọ̀rẹ́ tajà.
Sáà lọ gbómi kó lọ́ta sọ yìí.
Oh, it's concerned with that. Oh my don't go. Win a blogger.
Any domio. I'm not going to buy you. Give her water. Water for here. You go run mad you. Wallahi, water.
So there it is. Say no to drugs, kids. Say no to. If you ever wondered, if you ever want, that's that drinks or drugs, isn't it? So that it is right there. A man engaging in excesses. So a man engaging in excesses. So now this is our next clip. You know, in life, we everybody plateaus at a certain space. You can push beyond your space through dint of hard work, education, etc., etc. But everybody plateaus at a certain space, and the colloquialism for that is know your level. Do you understand? Know your level. So everybody plateaus at a certain space. So everybody plateaus at a certain space. But does one of the protagonists in this next one, does he know his level?
I know that you hate me.
How much you want to send for me? But I just want to give this guy to me your mind to come down and for me to leave today. Please.
Wait, so you want to give me Sky to go to your house?
Maybe my younger one say, if you see you now, they'll take it for you. Yes, my younger one have money pass.
Wait now, what are you saying now that I should follow I should follow you to your house like
this? Laughing? Is it funny?
Sorry. It's very, very funny. You don't know me. How can I enter inside your car now?
I'm very happy for me to
and you're telling me.
Even
so I should.
Money, even if I shop
sir,
your
this
money
is
640.
I need to go ahead.
Even if I shop your money 6,000 today, I don't care. I'm the first person to shop your money. I'm going to give this guy, please. I'm happy
shop
for
which money?
I'm happy for the 2,000 transfer. I'm the first shop your money now.
Oh yeah, allow me to go now, please. Can I go? Don't worry, keep the 1,000. I'll pay by myself and 1,000. I'll go home. You're supposed to carry me to worry for 4,000, Abi. And now you drop me in the middle of God knows where. So please leave my hands, sir. I need to go.
I will allow you to go.
And please allow me to go. Don't let me create a sin. Thank you.
I want to give 50,000.
I don't want. I don't do cop. Do you know me? Is it every girl that you disrespect? Like, do I look like I'm doing no cop, sir? Exactly. So what's let me carry to my house and flex you?
So there it is right there. Know your level. So that's the narrative of a young lady that charters a taxi, maybe a Uber or something. So blown away by her beauty, the driver of the taxi was that he abandons the fare and offers the lady 50,000 naira to take her home and do what he needs to do. So that was know your level, though. So that was a know your level sort of a thing. Let me just play you two more and then we move on. Let's go. Actually, let's play a light-hearted one still. This is the narrative of a Tanzanian guy that is now looking to marry Tunji Iyabo Ojo's daughter. So warning from the Nigerian space that if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. So this is to the show business space.
You see, Mr. Tanzania, you see all these Nigerians, so they call you our in-law. Make I advise you, no if you with this girl, what do Nigerians go do? You no go believe her. Your comment section no go rest. Your comment section, go ask Ghanaians, go ask South Africans, they will give you the gist. Your comment section no go rest. Our in-law, you they happy. No go happy too much, oh. No. Nigerians, we feel they get issues within Nigeria, but you see anybody will come from an outside country, try come do as if you want players for this country, they give them back to back. You guys are looking good. This is our girl. This is our own. Keep her very well. Protect her, love her. No do anyhow, you go say anyhow. We don't welcome you now, can't dance for airport for you now. It is say we no deal with anybody, we don't send anybody, any foreigner like this. So we don't come welcome you now. You do this one, you dey happy. See, no mess up this girl. You say she fine. You say they treat her like princess of the country. You say no try us. Because we invest for this country.
So that it is. If you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. So if you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. So the last actually, let me play you this one. This one, you know, Tinubu is in China at the moment, and the level of reception that he got there, it speaks to the significance of the value that China places on Nigeria. It's a full state visit that Tinubu is actually having in China. You know, a lot of all these low-rent shithole countries, as Trump called them, a lot of them go to China with a begging bowl all the time, and they just pack them off with some ministers, some secretary, etc., etc. But the importance of Nigeria and its strategic movements has been such that they've had to elevate as though it was an American president turning up. Watch this. So that was Tinubu with the president or the chairman or whatever it is of China. And I'm only really playing you that because, as I said, not outside of the top tier countries like the United States, Germany, maybe the United Kingdom, I'm not sure that many countries will get that level of reception from the Chinese. So it shows then the sort of all-in relationship that they're looking to establish with the Nigerian state. So let me play you something that is a throwback to the past, and then I'll leave that as the last clip. There's still plenty of clips, but I don't want to keep people holding for too long. I'll play you this one. It's a throwback from the past. It somewhat hints towards the last clip that you saw, but I'll play you there. I'll play you it, then you can make the link.
Now I'm going to quote what he has written. Quote, I was particularly struck by a conversation I had with a Greek professor attached to an international agency in Geneva. He told me his opinion of why West Europeans were supporting the rebellion against Nigeria. It was, he said, common among Westerners to sympathize with the underdog in any dispute, which in this case happens to be the Eastern Igbo. But what was even more important to the West was that Nigeria was a potential rival power in Africa, a force which had to be checked before it becomes a threat to Western European interests on the continent. The Biafran challenge, accordingly, provided a suitable opportunity to trim Nigeria's growing wings. He said that according to certain estimates, Nigeria was sitting on a keg of oil, which, given a suitable condition, would make it so rich in just 10 years, that is by 1978, that Nigeria would not require any aid from Europe. Indeed, Nigeria would be in a position to assist other African countries, especially the poorer ones, and thus undermine an important basis on which European influence was exercised over them. I underline that. He did not therefore think that Europe would stand idly by and watch Nigeria become to Africa what the United Nations had become to Western Europe. The rebel enclave, on the other hand, could be encouraged to become a rich but small and manageable African country which would still be dependent on the West, just as some small oil-rich Arab countries have been. Finally, he assured me that whatever happened in the future, the West would never allow Nigeria to develop to a position where its wealth and power would threaten West European interests in Africa.
So there it is right there. I'm not saying anything that anybody that's been following this platform for more than a minute would not have heard in conversations here before. Nigeria is the way out for Africa, and I think everybody knows that. For them to continue to hold Africa down in a stranglehold, Nigeria has to be held down. And if Nigeria shows any signs of development, then they move very quickly to stifle it. So that's been the case as far back as the 80s, still ongoing with this Andrew Wayne. I have got a clip of him, by the way, but I'm not going to play that just yet. Maybe I should play it, actually. Let me play it as just the last one. A lot of moving parts that we need to interlink. So let me play you the Andrew Wayne clip, and then we'll make that the last clip. It's a longish one, but I'll cut it off somewhat. It's about 5 minutes.
Nations have identified a foreign mercenary, Andrew Wayne, also known as Andrew Povich or Jew Povey. The man has many identities. A British national who built a network of sleeper cells to topple the government and plunge the nation into chaos. He rented a space at the Labour House in Abuja for an Ivor Valley bookshop and established Stars of Nations schools as a cover for his subversive activities. Documentary evidence and confessions revealed that Andrew Wayne issued directives, monitored progress, and provided finance and operational guidance to achieve all constitutional regime change in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, the said person, the British man who was declared wanted by the Nigerian police, has been speaking to China's television exclusively about his whereabouts. He's told us where exactly he is in the world and speaking about the allegations leveled against him. I spoke with him earlier today, and he's been telling us that he's ready to answer the questions, but he doesn't think what the police is saying is true about him. Take a listen to a portion of that conversation with him.
I am not aware that I am a fugitive. I am not aware that I am running away from the law. I've been visiting Nigeria for 25 years. I've had a bookshop in the NLC offices right in the centre of Abuja for 7 years. And all that time, of course, the security forces have paid no interest in me. I only have one nationality. I've only ever had one nationality. And the name on my passport is Andrew Wynne, and I operate with a nickname. I mean, I think really it started as differentiating, in a sense, the broadly political education work I do with the bookshop. I am more than happy to talk to the police. I'm more than happy to have a discussion on WhatsApp, on Zoom. I'm more than happy to go to London and meet with officials from the Nigerian High Commission. If they want to start the conversation, then I think that is more than adequate.
There were questions that we asked him, pretty much a lengthy conversation that you need to watch and learn what is on the mind of this 70-year-old who is also married to a Nigerian. The woman is also speaking with China's television, and earlier today, he told China's television that he fled his home after the Nigerian police or the authorities raided the bookshop located on the premises of the Nigerian Labour House. And the woman is saying there are more reasons behind the reasons why his husband, Andrew Wine, is being wanted and is now being seen as a fugitive of law. Take a listen to her.
We've been together for 9 years as, maybe 8 years friendship, and we got legally married last year. My husband is falsely accused. He's never been a terrorist. He's being accused because one Mr. Olumide Inokmoyo is owing him and not ready to pay him. And the case is in court even now. So he's just doing everything he can to intimidate and throw him out of the country. He's in UK. Because he came in and at the expiring date of his going back, he had to go back. If not for all these troubles this is September. So by right, he's supposed to be back maybe around 20-something of September.
All right, part of what will interest you are some of the damning allegations against this British man who says that he has a ticket to bring him back to the country in the next 2 weeks. He doesn't have a visa to come back into Nigeria, but he told us on the means and ways the Nigerian police could get him. He says he's willing to come back to the country, but he's not sure about his safety. I asked him whether or not he's a terrorist, and also asked him about those heavy allegations against him in that lengthy interview that you must see. Part of that report you will see on China Television's News at 10. And of course, you can run to our website, China's TV.
All right. And by the way, the guy wanted alongside him, Lucky, something or the other. He is an obedient. So that's just an element to it as well. I'll bring you the photos in a moment. Somebody sent it to me. Whoever sent me the photo of the campaign poster of that guy, just send it again. The other co-conspirator of this British guy is an obedient, but he is saying he's not aware that he's a fugitive. This guy, he's built his life in Nigeria. He has lived in Nigeria for the past 25 years, married to a Nigerian. Suddenly now the police are after him. He finds himself in London, but he says he's not aware that he's a fugitive. So maybe now he's aware. If you are not aware that you're a fugitive, but you're on the run, so I'm not quite sure even what that means. So I'm not quite sure even what that means. Still plenty of clips, but I think that's sufficient enough. I can't hold people for too much longer. Play the K guys, bring on the panelists. The conversation commences. But first, the K guys. And by the way, where are the super charts?
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bobby Master
kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So I'll bring on the panel momentarily, but let me signpost you in the direction of Thursday. We have a guest joining us, Wale Okuniyi. Please ignore the date on the screen. I'll have that amended by my editor. Please, yes, please. It says the 5th of the 8th. It should be the 5th of the 9th. This Thursday, 2 days are coming. Wale Okuniyi is a former gubernatorial candidate. Is a social political commentator and activist, and the secretary of the Patriots Group. So the Patriots Group that just went recently to Tinubu to demand a new constitution. So he's coming from that political space. So he'll be joining us on Thursday. I'll send a link to that session. So click on that link, go press on the bell notification. Make sure you're ready for your with your questions. Wale Okuniyi joins us this Thursday. So I'm excited, and so should you. So should you be as well. So I'm excited, and so should you be as well. Especially excited that Solly joins us. So that's Solly right there. Just as Thomas for the after hour crew. That Papa in the house always is like on the by here. Larry to give us the bill 411 on what's going on. Solly be right there from the AAC wing. Queen Jamaica to give us the life of the constituency. Not only you, Solly, no one else. Who's unmuted?
Woman.
Yeah, is that you?
Woman.
Yeah.
No, that's not me. Woman, please. I have to run in a couple of minutes. I'm not done with work, but because of the news, I said let me come in. I don't know if other panelists who were here before me would allow me to go first.
All right, I'll kick it off with you if everybody else is okay. So Ajani Koko in the house as well to complete the so there's still more room, by the way. Anybody that wants to hop on. We kick it off with Emeka as and I'll press the urgency of it all. So Emeka, good to have you. There's so much news. David Hundeyin.
Yeah, so much. Well, first and foremost, let me apologize and also thank the panelists, especially those who were here before me. I know I came early, but I don't know. Someone might have been here more than earlier than me.
You were the second in, actually. Only Solly got here before you. So
okay, Solid. My apology and thank you. Let me go straight into it. Right, I'll start with David and then and proceed to the other. Go over to. Let me actually start with the idiot called Andrew Wayne, thinking he can deceive Nigerians. Right. You saw what he said. This is a man, he said, I have been visiting Nigeria for 25 years. Someone who has strong ties to Nigeria cannot use that word, I have been visiting. Right? Now, he has a wife.
And
he has a wife. He has a wife.
Hold on, Nnpc. There's something I wanted to add that I didn't add in the preambles. When the police went to the Labour Union House to go and go into that space, and Joe Ajero thought they were after him. No, they were not after him. They were after a bigger fish. And it is within that complex that this guy operates out of. So
Yeah, but they invited they also invited Ajero to find out the relationship he has with him because
and I think what Ajero is going on is going through at the moment is interlinked with this. So
yes, no, there were transaction flows. That was why they invited him. But you know how the Nigeria Labour Congress behave. Everything they will make noise. They see the fact right before their faces. Now, I would highlight.
Look.
Hold on, now, sir. Please. Let me speak. Let me speak before you come in now, please. I don't have time.
I don't know why you don't like
sir.
somebody to interject you. You are not the only one that doesn't have time.
I have not even landed my point.
You have said something. You have said something that I need to correct you.
So by the time you are using correct, you would have made the point. Yes.
You said this guy and this thing have interlinked. Oh, labor makes too much noise. It is not labor that make noise. It is the police that make noise. Make announcement that Ajero is involved in treasonable offense.
He was invited, sir. He was invited, and Labour was already calling for protest. He was invited. You see why I say let me land first before you inject.
Okay, just continue.
He was invited. They wrote him to come to the police, and then the Labour leaders were screaming that he has been arrested. So the police has the right to invite.
Said that he has been arrested. Somebody did.
Look at the news. This was last week.
When did that happen?
Last week. You didn't follow the news.
One man
okay,
can
I finish? Can I finish, sir? Can I finish?
We are not even on the show on that.
Can I finish?
Everything you just want to spin things and just lie against people that you don't like.
Can I finish?
You are spinning and lying against Showore yesterday.
No, Showore is a confirmed traitor. He's a CIA. Even his tweets today, I responded to him that you are a CIA asset. You are a traitor to Nigeria. Let him come and refute it. That is a fact. Whether Baba Jali Koko likes.
Let's just go back to where you were.
Let me go back to where I was. Please, I'll beg. Before you interject. Let me finish my statement. You know, it might. A lot of people would listen with their emotions rather than with their brains. And I also want to. I don't know if Ogbeni is listening in the background. I didn't hear his name. I also want him to come in, because there are important things I want to say, so that he will give his legal perspective. You know, Ogbeni is our legal champion here, coming with the law, so he can come and explain. I'm not a lawyer, but because there are some things I might be saying that has to do based on the law, let him come in and put in his own legal touch and sprinkle it with the legal kindness that he has. He's always a blessing to have. Sir, Baba Jali Koko, please just give me some minutes. Let me land my point. If some things I say you don't like, then you can come in and interject and ask me questions if you want to ask me. Now, what I wanted to highlight is the subversive and covert indicators of how to identify a spy. This man said, I have been visiting. Note that keyword, visiting. Now, you can't use the word visiting a country for 25 years. You have strong ties to that country. You have a bookshop. You run a school where he's the chairman. The woman, I said it to you. He didn't mention that he owns a school, a British Montessori school in Abuja. He didn't mention that.
I think he has Emeka, I think he actually owns a chain of those schools, a chain of them. Yes.
The British, no, the one in Abuja. He has a wife. He has family, and you are using the word visit. There, you now say you own a passport and you also go by nicknames. Those are trigger indicators for spies. Over 25 years, with all these strong ties, they have strong ties, right? It shows that he's eligible, not just over eligible for permanent residence. Over eligible. So you coming in with visiting visa, which keeps you for 6 months, and after 6 months you jump out and you jump back in again, shows that you are operating behind the scene. Now this situation goes way deep, and that is what I want to provide that information today. Goes deeper, and it cost the head of two important security chiefs that had been sacked and replaced. But there was something else again. Those two security chiefs that are quite very silly and stupid. Now, if all foreigners that come into Nigeria, right, I don't know, many of us may not be aware, but when you are going through, especially if you use Murtala Mohammed Airport very well, when you come through the old one, I have not used the new one now, I don't know where they are situated. You will see that immigration line, when you come out, that immigration line where we all queue to give them our passport, and they are telling, they look at you, okay, you're Nigerian, and they will now stamp you in. At the other wing, by the left, I don't know about the new one now, because I've not gone home this hopefully in December. You will see them, the immigration guys are there, you will see plain individuals there. Those are intelligence agents, right? Either from the DSS and NIA. So what they are doing is they are taking cognizance for all entry of foreign nationals coming into the country. That passport, as they scan your passport, and where, because they will ask you, where are you going to? So instantly, the intel will go around, right, to know what you are here to do in Nigeria. That is how spies operate. This man has been coming to Nigeria for 25 years, and it is very silly that there is no document. I refuse to agree or accept that there is no intel on this individual. I refuse to accept. But probably, I don't know, maybe people decided not to do their job, to keep tracking him and what he has been doing in Nigeria for over 25 years. And it shows a weakness in control of our intelligence agencies. Now we move to the important discipline. Bichi and the head of NIA were sacked for two reasons, major reasons, apart from them, actually 3 reasons, apart from them not being on top of their job. They were sacked because of that emir from Sokoto that was kidnapped and killed. So that emir, there was supposed to be an exchange. The kidnappers actually wanted the government to release their parents because their parents were actually held by the DSS. They were looking for them. They didn't release so when they were negotiating, they said, we will not take any ransom. We will release this guy, just release our parents. The NSA, head of NSA, has agreed to the deal. And I've told Bichi, the parents are not the people we are looking for. They're actually innocent. Let us do the exchange. Let them give us the emir and let these guys go. The Bichi refused. Those guys killed that chief, that king. And that king has a strong political background, actually helped with the election. So you know how politicians behave. It was a huge embarrassment to the president, and the president was really upset. And because of Bichi refusal to agree to the terms of NSA, the head of NSA, that is Rabidu, that's an insubordination attempt. That's another offense. The third one is this Andrew Wayne, that we have a spy that has been in this country for this long and has been sponsoring protests for this long, and the president does not have a report or security intelligence briefing on this. It has to blow up on our face when they now had to do investigation through the end bad governance protests, and that's how they now found out everything. So those 3 offenses were the reason why they sacked the 2 of them and replaced them, right? But if you ask me, I think the main one is because of that, the kidnapping and the killing of that man. But it shows how.
Do you see an interlink between this guy's storyline and the obedience space?
The obedience are vulnerable. I think yesterday, Ogbeni.
Hold on. Let me show you what I mean. So his accomplice, Lucky Ehis Obinya. So Lucky Ehis Obinya. So who is lucky his
He
opinion?
He contested now as gubernatorial this in Edo. Now. He didn't win.
For the Labour
Yeah,
Party.
he didn't even win. He didn't even know when they did primaries. He didn't know when they did primaries now in Labour.
It's
He
a bit
didn't
of
know
a
when they did.
tenuous link, but it's somewhat linked to the obedience space. But I'll carry on.
No, I don't agree with that, but I understand what you are saying. The obedience are vulnerable to being used. Like what Ogbeni was saying, that even Wole Soyinka, I read that publication when he brought it up. Wole Soyinka didn't know that they were using him, and they were sponsoring the people. The individual sponsoring him was a CIA asset. That was the guy that even promoted him to win Nobel Prize. He didn't know that the promotion he was getting, even from his publishers, the speeches he was giving at that point in time, as they were organizing him and presenting him to the world, that the CIA was actually using him without his notice, right, against the Soviet Union at that point in time. So the obedience,
right. Yes, take us back to Andrew Wayne.
The obedience are vulnerable to this kind of situation. So tapping them as the idiots called Showore. Showore is Showore knows. So those are the kind of.
Go easy on Showore, but
no, I have to go. I have to really go hard on him. That guy is a traitor to his country.
Well, that's
he's a traitor.
Opinion, but,
I have to go really hard on him. So I have identified again to identify like yesterday what I was talking about. How do they operate? How do spies operate? They come into countries, especially developing countries, or not even developing countries, even in Russia, they do it too. NGOs, schools, hospitals, promoting vaccine, medicine. So like what Baba Jadili Kogo say, oh, you write publication about this. He's not a CIA. That is how they operate. That's their clandestine operation. This guy owns a school. This guy owns a bookshop. And he used his mouth to say it. You see how he didn't even know that he was revealing information. If you don't listen, probably maybe some of us may not be aware to those indicators. He has said it. Because of my shop, my political education, you can hear those another indicator again. So now he is currently in the UK. So at least we have some relationship with the UK for situation like this. The police would never come out for a foreign national who has been tapped to be a spy to declare him wanted. Why did the police come out to do this? Is because MI6 has refused to bring this guy out. What they are doing is an embarrassment. They are trying to embarrass the British government and MI6. So he's currently in the UK. He has created problems somewhere else, and you don't want to produce him for us. So typically, in short, it's not even the police is just a front. So the NSA, the NIA, and the DSS are just using the police as a front. They didn't conduct that investigation. The police did not conduct that investigation. The police is just communicating the position of our own intelligence agencies on how we feel, what we think, and why they don't want to release that guy. And for him to come out to be say, oh, he's not. What do you mean? Then the other statement he made, he was trying to say, oh, protest is not treasonable offense. Mr. Andrew Way, are you out of your goddamn stupid mind? You're a foreign national and you are conducting protests in another country. Do you know it's a treasonable offense? How dare you come out to say that nonsense? And we should free your 11 saboteurs? You must be out of your goddamn mind, mister. Yes, you are over.
He said it was willing to have a Zoom conference with the Nigerian security authorities.
Zoom? What Zoom?
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Or go to the Nigerian embassy to have an interview there. Maybe they should arrest him at the embassy.
No. It shows his effrontery and boldness because he knows who is behind him. Spies don't. So when I saw that the interview and he was speaking, spies really don't talk much. It shows his effrontery. It also shows his stupidity and boldness because he knows that we will not arrest him. No, the police is embarrassing MI6, and they are trying to tell the world that look at what is happening. Because we have size, security agencies, mostly those who are aligned to the West, have that close link. Yes, you are looking for a fugitive, you are looking for somebody in America, you will tap onto your network. You can use the Interpol to tap onto the network and look at who we are looking for. Can you help us arrest that individual? They have refused to produce him. And he coming out to say he wants to go and say he said he doesn't feel safe coming to Nigeria, but you want to go to the Nigerian embassy or you want to do a Zoom meeting to who? That guy is upsetting me this evening. When I read that, and I was really upset. And not just to him alone, but the reason why we have international security intelligence group creating chaos and trying to do a regime change on a democratic elected president. If we try it, when we try to kidnap even a Nigerian citizen from the UK, that was what started our role with the British, when Margaret Thatcher immediately decided to throw in some sanctions because we are trying to kidnap our own citizen who stole money from us. What's that man's name again? The former Minister of Finance. No, not Imaru Duku. Is it Imaru? No, not Imaru Duku. Is the former Minister of
is it
the former minister? No, the one Buhari wanted to kidnap now. They put him in crane and.
That was Imaru Duku.
Imaru Duku. Okay, thank you. So now you see how this diplomatic role is and how it is operated, and why our intelligence organization should not be incompetent. We still have sleeper cells in that country. We still have them in that country, and they should be properly identified, and we should understand the nature of their operation. Through their NGOs, through their welfare programs, through the event that they are sponsoring, we should try to understand behind the scene. It's not like we can go ahead to arrest, but we know them, we can account for them, we know where they are, we know what they are doing. In case they misstep, we can be able to try to call them to the table and sit down to say what is going on. This is not what we want in our country. Now, moving on to the next point, the other silly idiot called David Hundeyin, the one who has been jumping from one country begging for asylum to the next, and he was denied in the UK. He will never get that asylum. No, except he goes to Russia. He won't get asylum. Now he has been anticipating that the police is looking for him, and the Nigerian government is looking for him. Now the Nigerian police has declared you wanted. David Hundeyin is actually Pidon. He was using Isaac. He was using Isaac to push those publications and those sensitive information and the discussion. That's why you will come and say that they catch breeze. Isaac is not a journalist. Isaac has never done investigative journalism before. Isaac is just a proxy. So when they get sensitive information or they get sensitive news, Hundeyin logs in and publicize those information. So Isaac was a dummy for him. So Pidom is David Hundeyin and not actually Isaac. If you notice, when he was first arrested, he was saying he's not the one. He's not the one. He has confessed to the police. He has. And actually, it was even David that even set him up to be arrested. But anyway, I am happy they've arrested another traitor or another enemy of Nigeria, people who are destroying their fatherland for personal aggrandization and their personal selfish interests. God will arrest them and keep them in jail where they are there. He is in Ghana. So the next
is this the first time that the authorities have formally said they want to? Because I'm not sure he's.
Oh no, this is the first time. This is the first time he's been declared wanted.
Yes, a formal.
This is the first time. Yeah. So initially they ignored him.
He's been wanting that for such a long time, you know.
Yes, he want. You know, he's been chasing clouds. Chasing clouds. He wants to be famous. Now he's famous. So the next is to repatriate him back from Ghana, where he is a fugitive. He's not a fugitive. Initially, he was a refugee. Now he's a fugitive. They'll bring him back, where he will now answer to his crimes. And may his jail term be so long. May he suffer there in jail properly. for being a traitor to his country, for being an enemy, state enemy. May he suffer very well. I want Ogbeni to come in and chime in on the legal implication of that idiot called David Hundeyin. So those are two significant information that I wanted to reveal. And then back to Dangote. Congratulations to Dangote. I'm happy for him. It's
give us a short flavor on him, then we move from.
It's short flavor. It is exciting to see your dream come to fruition, and then you are now at the end phase of it. But there are still major concerns. Why are there still major concerns? Initially, Dangote, the plan was Dangote was going to be supplied 100% by Nnpc and local IOCs, in line with the Petroleum Industry Act. And then they would, I think they're supposed to do 30% supply to local refineries in the country. That was not honored. Dangote currently still has supply chain issues. So my other concerns are that when Nnpc is your major buyer, is your only buyer locally, only buyer. We know the operational efficiencies of Nnpc. I still anticipate that in the future there may be fuel scarcity because Nnpc is here to organize themselves. Nnpc, they've done the.
Why do you think that is? Is that for reasons of price fixing that Nnpc is the sole buyer for local consumption?
At the moment, yes, and currently because Nnpc is owing trade supplier, oil traders, $6 billion, and that was why there was fuel scarcity in July. They could not pay. Their major complaint was that they could not see FX to pay for fuel. So, and then the oil traders have refused to sell to Nnpc, unfortunately. Now they want to see how to take that to meet local demands and try to put fuel into people's domestic hands. But unfortunately, Nnpc's operations are still not known. They are not, the way they operate, there's so much inefficiency in that corporation. So if they are the ones going to be buying solely from Dangote and supplying to the Nigerian public, I still think that is a key risk, because which means Dangote only has a single buyer for PMS. Yes, for jet fuel and the rest, he can export. But actually, according to S&P Oil News, Dangote has not done any exportation of jet fuel and naphthalene for the month of, I think, for the month of July and August. He has not done any export. That has to do with crude oil supply problems, right? His feedstock, he has to do with that issue. He's seriously having supply issues, and that's the reason why he decided to open up the oil trading company in London. And then he has also done a 12-month contract in Texas. So there's this crude oil that looks like our Bonnie Light. It's called Sweet and Light, WTI for Texas. So it's similar to ours. And he's also looking at getting other suppliers from Angola, from Senegal. Senegal just started exporting, but the contract has not been signed from Senegal, and from Brazil. So he still has that supply issues that he needs to meet the demand. And that it is a supply issue that has made him to continue to push the date further for the production of gasoline or PMS. But congratulations to him. Nnpc finally now delivered due to the intervention of Mr. President. And if you notice, he kept on thanking the president. But we don't know for how long Nnpc may continue to supply him with crude oil vis-a-vis the other challenges that he may have, right? Because Nnpc cannot supply everything. It's 680,000 barrels per day. Nnpc can only do 300,000. So the remaining 380 would come from somewhere else. I think the one from Texas can do 180. So he has to get supplies elsewhere if he doesn't get regular constant supplies, currently he has 12 cargoes. Those 12 cargoes, yes, can continue to supply us for a while. But in the future, that supply chain problem may come out so strong, and there may be fuel scarcity in the country. Those are the two key risks that I've been able to identify when I did my research yesterday. I hope those risks does not crystallize, because it will not look like a huge embarrassment. You mentioned in your readout today that Dangote's achievement is a worldwide achievement, and you are right, you are spot on. Dangote has actually disrupted the oil market. The European fuel, and so yes, that reminds me of this important information.
All right, how to bring it home?
He has disrupted the oil market in terms of crude and in terms of the byproduct, the refined product from the crude itself. So in the market, the flow of crude oil coming to, it comes from crude oil will come from mostly it will come from the United States, it will come from Africa, it will go to China, it will go to India, it will go to where else again? Yes, it also goes to the United States and it goes to Europe, right? There we now have the end products coming, many of them, some are consumed domestically in those places that I've just mentioned, and more of the exports coming to Africa, right? A little will go. Now, in terms of the crude, Dangote has not disrupted that flow, because he is not going to be demanding. That's another significant for his trading company in the UK. This is important. Give me 3 minutes. Let me land it. It's very important, significantly, in terms of geopolitics. Now, what we are now seeing is him taking a chunk of the market share, right, due to the disruption of him coming into the market, because he's going to be demanding for more crude oil coming in. He has the 5th largest refinery in the world. Now we'll see crude oil, instead of them moving to Europe or moving to India, even because according to the news, those who are in the oil sector, India kept asking, what is the impact of Dangote refinery in the market? Now, for them, the crude that would be going to them, Dangote will be taking a chunk of it coming to Nigeria, and typically to service us locally, and likewise to service our neighbors, our African neighbors. So in terms of refinery, when he was showing us the quality of that refinery, which is Euro 5, now he said, I will reduce it to 10 ppms. That is, when you say ppms, that's the ammonia quantity for diesel, is the quantity of ammonia. So you have there's carbon monoxide, which should be 0.01. You have nitrogen oxide, which should be, I think, 2.0. So there's Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 4, Euro 5, and Euro 6, and Euro 6 plus. So that comes in within a section of the year. And the European standard in terms of having clean, either PPMS, that's PMS or gasoline, that's the right word to use, and diesel, is very tough in comparison with that of North American standard, which includes United States and Canada, as well as Mexico too. So it's not like the North American standard is not good enough, but European standard is higher. So he's been able to now deliver 30 ppms, which is good for and in line with Euro 5 grade. So what he's targeting now is to implement the Euro 6 grade of diesel. Now, what you saw his excitement when we were saying, "Oh, you can see this." It shows that your diesel will last, your generators will last longer, your cars will last longer. Is because his quality is now higher than even those in North America and some countries in Europe. So what we used to have in the past is European refineries, especially those that are on the coast, that are situated on the coastal line, have been exporting dirty fuel and dirty diesels to us because they've not been able to, and they refuse, due to the high cost implication, to change their refinery standard to meet the Europe standard. They refuse to do that. So rather, they started operating in that manner to send their dirty fuel to us in Africa, and majority of it to Nigeria. So congratulations to Dangote. I'm happy. This is exciting news, not just for only Nigeria as a whole, but for Africa. So I give him his kudos, and I'm hoping that he will continue to implement good programs and good structures, and also reconsider his decision to go into steel production so that we can become an industrialized country in the future. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So well done. So that's Emeka kicking it off with the bank. So Emeka kicks it off with the bank. So gentlemen, let's do a
one man.
Yeah.
Let me say something, please. Emeka make a very disrespectful statement earlier when he said some people will want to run on their emotion and they will not use their brain. So I just want to confirm from him if he's directing that statement to me or who is he referring to.
I don't think he would direct that to you. I suspect.
Aja, you took it out of my mouth, actually. Emeka, if you are still listening, I think you are above that kind of a statement. And wouldn't say you are talking to Ajanle Koko, but generally, I would just want you to apologize to the panelists.
What statement?
That some people use their emotions more than their brains. I think
okay. My apologies. My apologies. Yeah. I apologize to I don't know. I didn't mean to offend Papa Jale Koko. My apologies. I wasn't listening when he was giving his point. But the viewpoint was that please, all I was trying to convey.
It's all right. Aja, Babaloje, ma binujo, babami.
I mean, we have to respect.
Ma binujo.
No, talk to each other.
Apologize. Babami.
All right. Apologies as well. That may well have passed me by. I didn't catch it in the moment. Otherwise, I'd have paused Emeka. But Emeka is all passion. So sometimes the passion overspills. So apologies by anybody offended by that. We're going to whisk through with a 5-7 minute monologue. And not because I know that Emeka had an expansive space, but also too many people waiting to speak. So just to get quickly to people, and then we'll look around again. So we do the monologues, kick it off with we were going to go to Folly Base, but I think it's dropped. So we kick it off with Solly, and then we'll move it round. Solly, you're up first. Solly. All right, we don't have Solly, but we'll certainly have Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. So the conversations, Dangote now tells us that the fuel is ready to roll out in 2 days. So like as soon as it's green lit by Nnpc. So once that starts, we have no anticipation that it will stop. The only other concern is, as expressed by Emeka, the supply chain. But if they can perfect that, then I think fuel scarcity will be a thing that goes into the annals of the history of the Nigerian space. But a real game changer, both for Nigeria and in that industry space globally, because as Emeka just described, this guy is going to put his foot on the neck of that space. He's going to compete for crude, which is going to probably spike up the price, and it's going to compete for exporting of finished products, which is certainly damaged so many industries. So what are you then making then of this moment in time that Dangote has announced to the Nigerian state?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, Dangote and Nnpc, I see them as partners in business because the arrangement we have now is that Dangote will only sell to Nnpc, and Nnpc will sell to the marketers and other retailers. So what we're going to be having...
I don't like that arrangement, Ajanle Koko. You should sell directly to... That's so they give with one hand and steal it back with the other. So the stealing that they rescue from them, they now put another set of stealing in place. I mean, just sell it to them. The Nnpc should be buying to store in oil farms as energy security, and the marketer should be buying directly from Dangote and taking it to the pet. Oh my God, man, good.
Well,
sorry, Ajanle Koko, carry on.
No, you see, I think the reason for that is that the downstream sector, oil sector, is not being deregulated. So it's only Nnpc that can still manage the downstream sector. So except they make a law, to deregulate it, that is when other marketers and retailers, can buy directly from Dangote. But the way it is now, even with this arrangement, the sole Dangote will be Dangote will determine the price. Is Dangote's price to Nnpc is what is going to determine the price in the market. So if Dangote is buying crude, Nigeria said they're going to be supplying him in Naira. If Nigeria could not supply enough for him, he got to source the crude from outside the country. And when the crude price is high from outside the country, let's say the crude hit like $150 per barrel or over $100 per barrel, there's going to be hike in the price, because except they work out a ratio where Nigerian state, except they work out a ratio that is based on what Nigerian state is sold to him and what he converted to liters and selling to Nigerian state. So any amount above that is going to be selling at a different price to them. So
So in other words, some sort of stealth subsidy still comes in.
We still come in, So, but the way it is now, it's a win-win for both of them. Nnpc will continue to, to be in business, to determine the price, and maybe the subsidy will still be paid some kind of way. We don't know. It might not be, and it could be. So, but on the way forward, what is very important is, stable supply. Now, as we have it now, we don't have.
I think that's the only thing that is guaranteed in this deal.
Yeah.
Supply. But the price is not going to be, unless government subsidizes it. If it's coming out of Dangote, it might well prove to be even more expensive. If they just free market it, it might prove to be even more expensive.
Yes. So stable supply is what Dangote can guarantee us. So, but the price, definitely we are going to pay more. So, as of today, they are saying they have increased the price. I don't know how. They said they increased the price to $8.55. So,
I think Nnpc denied that. Did they?
I'm not sure, but that is what I saw in the morning. That maybe they deny, maybe they changed it, or maybe. But so if the price goes up, definitely is going to tell on the economy. It's going to hit hard on the people, the consumers. We are going to suffer the heat, because we know that product singularly determine the price of goods and services in that country. So, but the stability is what is important. That one is number one. Number two is going to save us all those forex that we'll be using to import that petrol. According to according to the figures that is on the ground now, they spend $9 billion on annual basis to import this product, while what do you call it? While they said right now they're going to save $9 billion when Dangote give us regular supply. So that is what we have now. It's going to save us a lot of forex. And one man, I got to attend to something. Let me come back.
All right. We could hear somebody come in. So that's Ajane Koko. He'll be back momentarily. Ajane Koko is juggling work and joining us as well. So that's and they say men can can multitask rather. So men can certainly multitask. Let's go from Ajane Koko to Larry. Then from Larry Baba Rational Mind. Larry, you're up next. So Larry, am I wrong to be as excited as I was about Dangote finally telling us we'll get petrol?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, woman. Good evening,
Good
fellow
evening.
panelists, and good evening to our viewers. Yeah, woman. I think it's good. It's a good news. You know, it's. I think it's a milestone, not just for Dangote, for Nigeria, and it's also a milestone for Africa. So I'm really happy. But it's just there's still a lot of things that still needs to be done. We've not really got there, but I think at least this is the first thing in the right direction. So I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories today, right? And this is exactly what I think is this. Presently, NNPC stations are kind of like looking at something around 897 in terms of pricing. And what I think is this. They already get the price model from Dangote, which is obviously going to be something around that figure probably without subsidy. Prior to this time, the landing cost was around 1,100. And I think probably they met with Dangote and they felt, okay, fine, that's exactly, what the price is without subsidy. Now, they probably intentionally brought that out for people to have a feel. I've seen some pricing model, right? That kind of like said, okay, probably it's going to be 890 some places. It's going to be like 950 in some places. They kind of like at least tested that out, make people see that, and probably wait for the president. Because most of all those things, they still need a Federal Executive Council meeting to be able to decide on what they want to do. I think on Dangote's perspective, what he's just done is give them a price model, at least for them to have a feel of what the pricing would look like. I know a lot of Nigerians actually, probably Dangote is going to make it come down, and no, that's not going to be possible. And I think that's basically why, it's still a lot of issues that still needs to be solved. NNPC on this point, probably NNPC trying to like be the sole supplier is kind of like a short-term solution for them to be able to get a full glimpse of everything and how they're really going to work on the pricing. So, but my fear is this. Dangote is actually doing all he can actually do, but I don't know what the marketers are going to do. Because that's the place that I'm not really comfortable with. There's going to be sabotage. And that sabotage.
I think it's still going to be the same operating scheme that we currently have at the moment now.
Yeah, it's still it's still going to be the same operating scheme, right? But there's still one or two things that are not really clear. And that's where for me, if you ask me, where I want an NPC to come out clean, give us a clean pricing model, right? Give Nigerians a clean pricing
But they've done. Sorry to interrupt you. They've actually done it. I think it's 867 now. If you notice, Labour has said that. Let me check.
That's not what I'm really saying. Pricing in the context of how much are they getting that PMS from Dangote, right?
They won't tell you that one.
No. That's the best. They really don't want to put themselves.
They won't tell you that one.
Say, Emeka, if they don't want to put themselves, they are already in a problem now. There's $6 billion debt, which is a big problem. All they're trying to do now is to look for ways around it. And I think what's happening now is probably the president is kind of like, okay, fine. I don't want to pay subsidy. How do we try and like clear the debt that you guys have? And that's why, nobody's coming out to say anything, because they still need the president. There still need to be a Federal Executive Council to decide. Now, look at what happened today. They just finalized.
Are they going to pass that 6 billion on to the consumer? Is that what it is?
No. It's Nigerians' debt. They're just going to find a way to, look for a way to pay. They can't even pass that all over. So they just need to look for a way to pay it. It's a debt that they've actually acknowledged. They have the debt of $6 billion, even though they were hiding it. They said, "Oh no, it's not true." But I think they've confirmed it. Now we know we have $6 billion in debt. And I think what they're trying to do, and that's why you are seeing nobody's coming out to kind of like say, "Oh, this is where we're going to." They still need to sit down. And Nnpc today, they just finalized the agreement with Dangote, crude for Naira. That's just been finalized today. Nnpc, NMDPR, or what do they call them? They finalized the whole agreement today. So I think the major thing is to wait for the president, to come then. And that's why Dangote is more like, yeah, he's done what he's supposed to do. I'm very sure he has given them, his own pricing model. Then probably the president can now decide if they really want to subsidize. But if you ask me, should they subsidize? I know this might actually be difficult for people. I would say don't subsidize. Don't subsidize. If you can decentralize subsidy, right? Because at this point, federal government is taking a lot of responsibility.
If they don't subsidize, it might well cost Tinubu 2027.
Well, one thing is for you to say you want to subsidize and not get out of this problem. Another thing is for you to look for ways, to subsidize where you are being transparent about it. So it's too deep blue sea, right? That it's not really easy for them to do. Fine, every Nigerian wants them to say, "Oh yeah, we're going to subsidize it," but there's a lot of problems that still need to be audited. There's a lot of problems, and at this point, I think probably the president, the last time he said, "Oh, individual independent auditors are going to audit an NPC," because probably for them, they still believe that $6 billion is not real. So you telling
I don't believe it's real. I think Military is anticipating its removal, and it sounds like a pension plan to me. That $6 billion.
So that's a whole lot of things. So for them to now say, "Oh, let's still continue," that's another thing. I don't know how the president wants to handle it. I think at this point, one thing he needs to do is to kind of like, be in the middle of the conversation, get what Dangote is really offering. And if it's possible, I know they've been doing one or two things, right, with CNG. If they need to just focus on that, at least cover public transportation. If they can actually cover that, I know that there's going to be a lot of pushback from labor, and let the state, if they can actually come a little bit down, do a little bit, let the states know what's happening. Some states can actually, if they are getting more, they can actually subsidize. I don't know, because the prices are not going to be uniform across Nigeria. With the prices.
Let me play you a clip. It's about 3 minutes.
As Nigerians go through day-to-day turmoil and struggle to get fuel, filling stations are packed up with unending lines and discrepancies in the price of fuel at higher costs. A new devastating blow that could cripple the economy has just been announced by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, Nnpc, on the 1st of September 2024. The Nnpc announced that the agency will not be able to supply over 200 million Nigerians with sustainable petrol supply due to the significant debts incurred by the corporation. Many Nigerians who are already strained with the increment of pump price since the removal of fuel subsidy over a year ago said they can't bear any further increment in the price of petrol.
We have enough crude. We have refineries. Why are these things not working? It's a source of concern, and it's affecting our livelihood. You can see that things have gone up. A normal Nigerian cannot fend for himself. Prices of food have skyrocketed, and all these things is because the fuel price has gone up. And Nnpc has been a father to the supplier of this crude that will cushion the effect of what Nigerians are passing through. For them to come up, it's a big disappointment. And if this continues, definitely marketers have heard, and those who can go up and source fuel, they will come up with a price that even an average Nigerian cannot afford. And I'm not seeing any possibility of this fuel queue disappearing anytime soon, except there is a presidential intervention into this matter. So for now, we fold our arms, we look on to who created us to provide for us and support us, because we cannot depend on Nnpc for anything.
Honestly, the situation is very, very touching. Presently, talk less about increment of this fuel price. So we are begging the federal government to kindly consider the situation of this country. And another sector, you will look at this thing, this increment is leading to a lot of violence, criminalities. So the moment we want to increase this thing, we are giving avenue for more illegal things to happen. So federal government should please consider.
Fuel, the increment of fuel has affected all part of Nigeria. Even the people in rural area cannot afford to secure fuel. Look at the queue all over. Look at the queue, for instance. People, as things is becoming difficult, you understand? Talk less of adding increment on the fuel. Then people will die. The economy, has already totally crumbled. We don't know what the Nigerian economy might be tomorrow. You understand? As a political scientist, I'm a political scientist by profession, and at least I study much about political economy. So if there should be an increment of fuel in Nigeria, then Nigeria should expect the worst of the economy, because everything in the economy, or every aspect of the economy, will rise up. Every price will rise up. So I don't think Nigeria will sustain it. We only have one thing to expect, which is death. Because we have no any option. Because if you can see, if you transport goods now from this place to this place, they will say it's fuel. And the only thing that people from the local area, deep down villages, benefit from the government is fuel subsidy.
States like Lagos, Ogun, and Abuja are already experiencing long queues as prices are already exceeding 1,000 naira at fuel stations and are likely going to spread to other states. Nigerians are calling on the federal government to partner with Dangote refinery in order to initiate price reduction.
Thank God that as this modern days says that we have one of the best refinery in the world, which is Dangote refinery in Lagos. So at least if Nnpc cannot afford to supply fuel across Nigeria, then Dangote will. You understand? Dangote will, he's a private individual. He can supply fuel to all Nigerians. Moreover, the increment of fuel has affected all part of Nigeria. Even the people in rural area cannot afford to secure fuel.
Woman.
Yes, I'm only really saying that the country cannot insulate any further fuel increase. So, if they try it, I think this end bad governance will probably lead to a revolution. The country can't take it anymore.
So the thing is this: one thing is for us to want things to be like this. Another thing is to look at the reality on ground. Number one reality on ground is we can't afford to keep PMS price at 615 because Nnpc they actually came out to tell us that they don't even have the fund, and there's 6 billion. So for me, if I were Tinubu, I want to audit that 6 billion because that's another thing, right? One thing is for you to have 6 billion and you keep telling Nnpc to continue the same thing, right? Then Nnpc is going to come out tomorrow, tell you it's now 8 billion because it's a huge problem, right? And I don't know if he wants to deal directly with Dangote, right? I don't know if there is another way of probably doing it without Nnpc, subsidizing probably. If the Ministry of Finance can take it over, I don't know how the president wants to do it. But the reality that we have on ground presently, it's that at 615 is not feasible. Then I don't want them to do the same thing they've been doing, right? Not really being plain. Because the major thing that actually put us in this problem is the fact that they were not playing from the beginning. They said Nnpc was doing some plus or minus. And you know, I used to say it. This plus or minus will backfire. And presently, that plus or minus has really backfired because what Nnpc basically did was to just inflate the price and tell you, oh, now $6 billion is huge. So if you still allow Nnpc to continue saying they want to subsidize, I'm telling you by December, Nnpc will come out and tell you Nigeria is owing them like $9 billion. So it's just difficult, but I think the president needs to sit down and know what he wants to do. Dangote has
Is this Larry?
Yes, this is me.
Larry, they've already increased it to 897.
Yeah, they increased it to 897, right? But
Yeah.
what is happening is they're still waiting on the president.
Okay, to come in to say let's subsidize. I think they should have removed this thing completely. If you ask me, so that Nigeria would not be Nigerians would have been in the face of settling down to accept the realities. You've moved it from 400 to 617, now to 897. You're only going to create more tension. They would have completely just removed it. And then we are now in that phase of, okay, there's no subsidy at all. Fuel is now high. But at this point, we are now into the reality of, yes, we are accepting it now. But we ask, like you said, I think one man said, then the protest will just, you're only giving Ford Foundation another ammunition to come in and emotionally.
I think that's it. Whatever. I think that's probably the threshold of tolerance. Exactly. I'm not sure that there's any. I'm not even sure they'll take 915. But yes, Larry, back to you.
Yes. So I think that it's something is actually what the price is without subsidy. And what they basically did was basically test it out, let people know based on what the calculation they did with Dangote. Now it's now left for the president, probably the next Federal Executive Council when he comes back. They need to sit down and Wale and his team needs to go sit down because they've been the one working with Dangote to kind of on modalities, on pricing and everything. They still need to give him the report. Then he can now decide if he wants to subsidize. And that is, for me, I don't want them to use the same approach, right? Of putting everything, it's a lot of secrecy. No, we are doing some energy, something that they've been doing with Dangote. It's not really what I want them to do. I want them to, come out plain, let people know, right, that this is exactly what we have, right? This is how much we're really getting this thing from Dangote, and this is how much we are trying to subsidize. And if it needs to, some states can still decide to okay, fine, we still want to subsidize more. It's possible. Which means that, if you're living in some states, you can actually get something cheaper in some states. So it needs to open that space because you can't continue with this Nnpc doing their magic plus and minus because that is really, we are really waiting for the doomsday. But we can't continue. The 6 billion, as far as I'm concerned, they need to start looking at ways to audit that 6 billion. The $6 billion is huge, right? And Nnpc has been telling us, they have a way of doing some plus and minus, it's this and that. That's huge on the country.
They'll just pay it off in crude now. That's what they usually do.
Yeah, but the problem is this. You see this pay up in crude, right? We can't even afford that pay up in crude now. Because that crude is even important for Nigeria now. Gone are those days that you say, oh, just go and look for ways to do it, right? Do some from crude swap and cover it. But we can't even afford to do that now. So for me, if I were the president, I won't even admit any crude anything. Nnpc, please look for one of these. If you trust one of the big fours, let one of the big fours just go start normal audit everything, and let's see. And the problem we still have is the problem of consumption. We've not been able to get the actual data of consumption.
That's one of the things that Dangote said, that this will establish just what our consumption is not even, I don't think it's 40% of what they're claiming to subsidize.
Exactly.
You know, our crude, our petrol, not our crude, is actually traveling as far as Central African Republic. So they're
Yes.
struggling now.
Yeah. So at this point, right? So I don't know. I know Dangote he doesn't really want to, open up. Just said, yeah, we will still talk about that later. But he has one or two things, in terms of tracking and stuff like that. So those are things that we need to kind of like focus on because it's a problem, and we need to face it now. We can't keep postponing the doomsday because for me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't even trust Nnpc, right?
But if Tinubu tackles that space, it will cost him 2027.
Yeah, but the thing is this. The thing is this. One thing is for him to tackle it now, right? Or him leaving it and get to a point that Nigeria cannot even afford to be a going concern before 2027. Because if we continue with this way, right, less than something around 1 year, we are at $6 billion debt. I'm telling you, if we continue with this in this way, in the next 2-3 years, Nigeria will not be a going concern. So it needs to face the reality now. Audit Nnpc, face Dangote himself, look for a way out of this problem. One thing is for him to be a politician. Another thing is for him to be a Nigerian president. The problem I have is we all tend to think as politicians, not really thinking as Nigerians. We're talking about 2027. If we continue with this way, the reality is just that before 2027, Nigeria will not even be able to afford anything. Right?
I think when it comes back from China, there's going to be a raft of changes in that oil sector. Military, I don't see military lasting till November. I don't see him lasting 6 weeks more. And all these downstream guys that are trying to undermine, I think he's going to get rid of a lot of people in that space within the next 3-4 weeks.
I hope so. That's why for me, I really don't want to say a lot.
Because you need fresh eyes outside of the corruption. You just need fresh eyes in there to see if things can be done differently.
I hope so. Because the problem is you can't even predict Tinubu himself, right? Because Tinubu can come in and like, okay, fine, you just continue and, play some lackadaisical attitude and, at the end of the day, get out of hand and they start running at a skater. So, but if he really wants to face it now, he needs to come back, let them give him that report, then decide on what he wants to do. For me, continue with the same process with Nnpc, I can tell you it's another problem. Nnpc should not subsidize anything. If they want to subsidize, probably the governors, president, all of them sit down with the Minister of Finance and they all agree on how much they want to subsidize. And this is even good now, unlike what we used to have before. They just tell you the landing cost is this. All they need to do, all of them put themselves in a room, bring Dangote in. How much is Dangote giving us? And how much is this going to cost us? It's a Nigerian thing. It's not a federal government thing, right? Subsidizing PMS, it's not a federal government responsibility. It's a Nigerian responsibility. That's why for me, I think it needs to be transparent now, right? And they all need to sit down and see how much they are taking out from the Consolidated Revenue Fund to fund subsidy. That is what I think he needs to do now. It's good for him now. He can beacon on Dangote and like, yes, this is how much you're giving us. And this is how much we can actually, subsidize. And that's going to be really acceptable by all Nigerians. If they want to kind of like, okay, fine, they still want to maintain 615, but it has to be a generally agreed, price that every state, so that tomorrow, if nobody will just come out and say, oh, federal government is this. Because the major thing that a lot of people are asking for from federal government is transparency. Fine, I know there is lack of trust. People don't even trust the government to do the right thing because when you are not transparent, you hardly see people trusting you because they can't even predict things. Now, Labour is shouting, oh, they never told them this. Everybody's shouting. And that's exactly what happened when nobody is transparent. Imagine if they had been transparent, we wouldn't be in this $6 billion because Melakari is just doing his mathematics, he's doing his magician, doing his everything. And at the end of the day, now he's now coming out because he knows that there is no time. He's done everything, it's like a shock, Dangote, they did everything. And yeah, finally Dangote is out, right? And then the Warri Port Harcourt refinery, that one is just going to die a natural death until probably they see someone that is going to buy.
All right. Larry, take us to the Hundeyin space, and then we move it on, just to move it around so that we get to be quicker. Yeah.
So this Hundeyin's case, you see, Hundeyin is just a comedian as far as I'm concerned. And sometimes when you listen to people, and this is what I do, I listen to people to be able to identify if they are being truthful. This PDOM guy, Hundeyin said something. He said, oh, somebody reached out to him, they gave him the login details, and he went in, did MFA, changed the password, did this, that, which for me is not really clear. Right? So basically, probably what will have been happening will be David Hundeyin has been using the guy, they've been working together, and probably they caught the guy. So, but for David, I think,
You mentioned something that's very vital now, MFA, right? And when you do that, especially on Twitter or now X, it sends you login. That's those identification code to either your email or your phone.
Yeah, I know.
So whoever has access to that email or phone will be the one to put in those details. So like what you rightly said, the nonsense he was talking about that lie. He is pedo. He is pedo.
They are accomplished, right? So but for me, I think probably he just needs to, be where he is. I don't see Nigerian, bringing him in. He'll just be where he is, keep doing what he does, and kind of like get some publicity to himself. So let's just leave the. I want to talk about this British guy, one man.
Yes, Andrew Wayne. Do you buy into what Emeka presented yesterday?
Yeah. So what I did today was to sit down and watch that guy's interview with Sheil. And what I saw in that interview, that guy was not being truthful. He was not being truthful. And there was questions that Sheil asked him that I was expecting him to have answers to. Number one, you said, Sheil asked him, what do you do? Oh, he said he's an accountant. He's a financial, this is a financial that. Where exactly have you worked before? He was struggling. Oh, I've worked on this. He couldn't even pinpoint where he has worked. Sheil asked him another question. You said you've been in Nigeria for 25 years. Do you pay taxes in Nigeria? I said, no, he doesn't pay taxes. He pays taxes in UK. He's a retiree. He's this, is that. Which is another thing that's kind of like a red flag for me. Number 3 thing, he said he has a wife in Nigeria, right? Whom he got married to last year. During that interview, he said he has family in the UK too. So which is basically, keep the wife in Nigeria and still have another family in the UK, which I don't, for that, I don't know, probably he's divorced, is this, is that. But I see that he's not being truthful. And what I think is, he's a spy. People might not agree. He's a spy. And I think the DSS and the NIA, those are places that, there are a lot of lapses in those organizations. And it's not just the only one. There are lots of spies in Nigeria. There are lots of them that come into Nigeria, they do all sorts of things, right? Because Nigeria is a strategic country in Africa. And almost all the Western countries have 1 or 2 spies in that country. And a normal thing, based on protocol, is just that NIA is supposed to document all those spies, but we don't have that. And those are things that probably the president is kind of like angry with, right? What exactly is happening, right? You just do all sort of things. So for me, that interview, the only thing I picked, right, because I took my time, based on what I heard yesterday, I took my time at least, let me hear this guy to be able to know if this guy is being truthful. But what I saw in that interview, he was not being truthful, which shows me that he has intentions that are not clear. And when you listen to the wife, do you see that interview? The wife was saying something else. Oh, somebody was owing him something, and I'm like, yeah. Then that means there is something that is missing. The wife was not even talking about this whole thing. The wife was basically saying, oh, probably somebody that was owing him was trying to frame him up and all those things. And the allegation is even beyond you are owing somebody. And this is his wife, the Nigerian wife. So all those things are not really adding up for me. So what I think probably they need to do, I know he's not going to come back to Nigeria. He's just going to keep being on the internet, writing things, and Nigerian media, they like all those shenanigans. So, he comes on Zoom and say all sort of things and all sort of things. But I know Nigeria knows what to do, right? And the UK, I know there will be conversations that will have actually been going on. Right. He said, oh, they should bring evidence. And who brings evidence on Zoom? So what I think he needs to do, if he really thinks he's innocent, he needs to turn himself in. Get a good lawyer, turn himself in. But can he turn himself in? No. He
How
can't.
will he turn himself in after seeing what they did to the Binance guy?
No. He can't even turn himself in. The Binance guy, that's different, right? This guy will not even turn himself in. Because everything he does, he's not doing things on his own. He's representing a country. Right? And I'm very sure they'll probably tell him, no, since you've actually escaped, now they found out that you're there. So just stay in the UK. That's exactly what's going to happen. And I think that's why I think the NIA and DSS, they need to start looking deep, right, into some of all those guys. He's been in Nigeria for 25 years. He has businesses in Nigeria, doesn't pay taxes in Nigeria, does things. They should just start looking for people like that. So at least let's have documentation, right, regarding who is this person, what is this person doing in Nigeria, right? So that at least we should be able to know. Because as it is now, we don't even have any documentation. If you go to Lagos, you see a lot of white people everywhere, and if you ask, nobody actually have them documented. Nigeria is just a free-for-all country that everybody just goes to, do their own thing, and that's exactly what I think. Woman, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right, brilliant. I'll still look the conversation round back to you, but let me move it round. Let me go to let's go to Rational Mind. See if what he wants to say. Rational Mind. All right, let's go to Baba. I think Rational Mind may be indisposed. Baba.
Yes, one man.
Yes,
well,
we're talking about.
I was just stepping in. I said, I'm sorry. Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, we can hear you. Do you want to come after Baba?
Baba, you want to go? Baba, you want to go?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
All right. We're talking about Dangote refinery, who has finally told us now that the petrol is ready to go. We're talking about the British alleged spy, who is now somewhat on the run. David Hundeyin, who is now on the wanted list as a subvert, so etc. So come into the conversation at whichever entry point you'd like.
Well, first of all, yeah, I think I'm sorry, woman. I must say, when you were doing the reading, I was busy at the office doing other stuff. I could not really put you on my. So are you talking about David Hundeyin? Can you bring me up to speed real quick on that, just in one sentence?
Yes. I'm not sure if you are aware of the narrative of a guy called P. Dum, who he infiltrated the account of the secretary to the government and and got hold of sensitive materials, which he then exposed. So the secretary to the government then invites him to invite the police to step into the matter. So he has summarily been picked up. That's PDOM. So now PDOM, he has an association with David Hundeyin. So apparently, according to David Hundeyin, PDOM gave him the logins to his social media spaces, and he continues to act on behalf of PDOM. So the police investigation now, through what they've been able to gather from PDOM, now loops David Hundeyin into this subversive act. So David Hundeyin now on the wanted list of the police. So he had always wanted to be on the run from the law. So it now looks as though he formally is.
Well, you see, I've said it many times, woman, that we're entering a dark era in Nigeria under this guy, under Tinubu. Whether he did it or not, what I've seen is this government is bent in silencing any opposition. I know I gave you many months ago how this guy, how he did his state capture in Lagos, whereby no opposition, nobody dares even tackle him. So you see, any way you bring all these stories, you see anything that has to do with Tinubu and the government that he leads, I don't trust anything. I will take everything with a pinch of salt or with a grain of salt. I won't want to believe it's true. I'll doubt it. So, and if truly that this guy is, because I see that maybe himself, maybe he doesn't know that it's playing to the hands of these criminals in government. Maybe he doesn't know. I think that's a very intelligent man to understand when he's being used or somebody's trying to use him or they're trying to put him, land him into problem. Because what they've been trying to do with David Hundeyin is they've been trying to have him deported back to Nigeria or get an arrest warrant for him to be extradited back to Nigeria, face whatever trump up charges they will have to fabricate just to, take him out of circulation. Because what they did in the case of that Chicago matter and all of that, the disgrace that Tinubu suffered from all of that, I think is still something that Tinubu and his criminals will go to any length to make sure that this guy is taken out of circulation. So whether he himself realizes it that it's being used, if he's having an association with this guy you talked about, and this guy is hacking into the federal government database or the SGF, that tells you that and he's an associate of this guy. This guy kind of like rope him in. Well, I think he wants to be careful that very soon they will be asking the international police, Interpol, to start looking into how they can extradite him back to Nigeria to come and face these charges. And so for me, like I said, I would take this news with a pinch of salt. So I've seen many people come here to spill whatever they want to spill about, spin the narratives.
There was actually a police press conference so declaring him wanted.
Yeah, so
it is all linked into all this the subversive elements of the UK, some obedient guy that is interlinked, PDOM, and now David Hundeyin. So it all wraps around that end bad governance protest that we saw a few weeks ago.
You see, you cannot fight the government, especially when this government is a criminal one, led by somebody who is known to be a very, how do I put it, a criminal that has a pattern of criminality and getting away with criminality. I think what we even saw under Bubu, I think Bubu will be learning on that Tinubu, because I've said it many times. You guys don't understand the gravity of what I said when I say you people, you are creating a monster, Tinubu. Not because I have one crystal ball to see what the future holds under this guy, but I can read pattern. When I see pattern, I read it, and I see from there that this is just what we're being sold into. So what this guy is trying to do is silence every opposition and let him have his way with whatever he wants to do with Nigeria. That's what he said. So it's his time. So it's his own time to eat and also let his cronies, his dogs too. lapdogs to also eat. So everything. I mean, look at some of us who are in the diaspora here, because they said we criticize the government from afar, and we kind of some of us give tacit support to the protests in Nigeria. We've been labeled persona non grata in our own country. And I say people like Shore, if Shore steps into Nigeria, they go, oh my God, they will be captured, they will be arrested. Let's forget this whole American whatever crap. He's going to be arrested. So, I mean, you hear the other lady said it the other day, the police. So, what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing an attempt in silencing every opposition. And Atiku and what is his name, Obi, and other people better watch their back, because with Tinubu, yeah. So if he did the crime, let him do the time. So, but then my point is, people want to be very careful, because these people will bait you. They will bait you. We've seen it with the lady in Canada the other days ago. Some of us were so gullible to let these people string us along, and we fall prey. And now they will now use that as an excuse to want to put us out of circulation. So for me, somebody called me yesterday, said, well, you have freedom to speak, but there's no freedom. You cannot be guaranteed freedom after you speak. I mean, a lawyer telling me that. I mean, I was kind of wonder that. Yeah, you see, we're entering a dark phase in that country. So,
Is it our money that you refer to as someone came here yesterday? I should have no, our own Ogbeni.
Now you sabi that one. I don't mention any person's name. So now you say now
Our own Ogbeni. Okay.
What's his name? Fela says, "Uki dele giwa na baban." If you put Angida, now you sabi. Oh, so that's what Fela was alleged to have sung. I mean, I think he never released that track. I heard he sang something like that during when Dele Giwa was killed. So, you know me, my mouth go tell you say King House born. So my point is just that you guys don't know what you're getting into yourself into. And some of you people think you are supporting your Tinubu, and you think you are coming here, you are championing Nigerian, you are being patriotic. Patriotism is not just being loyalty to one person. It's you look at the totality of the country, the people itself. Your loyalty should be with the people, the majority, not to one man and his not to one man, but one man as in Tinubu and his criminal government that is running right now. Because anything against him now is tantamount to you are unpatriotic, like somebody here said earlier, was labeling Showore as unpatriotic.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Can I ask people to please take us to 100 likes? We are comfortably over that in terms of viewership. So if you've forgotten to click on the like button, please do that. And whilst you're doing that, subscribe as well. So like and subscribe. Carry on, Rational Mind.
Thanks, Woman. So for me, Woman, it's I think people should start being careful, because you don't know who you Tinubu is not an ordinary. What I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to promote him here like it's some kind of like a superhuman. But I'm saying the criminality.
Let me remind you of a phrase you have not used today. You use that.
The year of Chicago.
Chicago now. Only Chicago.
Your voice sounds so flat. A long day.
Well, I've been working so hard lately, doing a lot of work, and so it's even I'm far away from home, so I have to stay somewhere up north when I have to work this week.
How far are you from packing it all in? Do you have a plan? Do you have a packing it all in plan?
Well, I might have to move this way at some point in the future, but right now I'm not. It's still in the workings, but it's this area here is very expensive. It's way expensive. So anyway, so the point I'm trying to make here with this Hundeyin is that you see all these our whistleblowers, they want to be careful, because Tinubu will do anything to take you people out of circulation. Don't take any bait. If anybody is giving you information to leak out, you want to maybe talk to a lawyer first and see if it makes sense, because if it backfire, these people, they will use anything in their books that they will cook, their law book that they will cook to put you out of circulation. So for me, it's you just have to be careful, those whistleblower, because for me, without these guys, there's no way we know of this criminality that this will do, the shenanigans they do behind. So if you take these people out of the circulation, other people, I mean, they just want to use that as an example, as a warning example to other people. Because when everybody, see, this is just some kind of intimidation. Tinubu wants to intimidate people and make people to just keep quiet and let him just run roughshod all over Nigerians. So, woman, let's take me to another topic. For me, you see, the angle I come from this thing is I don't really want to go into the substance of some of this news. Just look at the totality of it, and I look at it from a different angle, and I put my own spin to it. So,
rational mind, you don't need another topic, because every topic equal to easy mathematics, QED, Tunumbuni. So continue on the trajectory, Jare. Adeola Moti Dasilara Omadalon, Adeola.
Let me take him to a topic that he can go to Tinubu on. So that Dangote refinery now ready to start supplying petrol to the Nigerian space. It says it's ready to roll within 2 days. In fact, we saw tankers being loaded up. So that a generational good news for Nigeria.
Well, you see, Baba and everybody, you see, there's hardly anything you will tell me here that I will not take it to Tinubu, because you see, that is the thing we're saying here. How do you expect me to
that's why I say you don't need any other topic.
Flow. You know, so the thing is this: you just imagine this topic you bring now. How can I not relate it to Tinubu? Just tell me, how can I not relate it to Tinubu? Who is the minister of petroleum? Who carried that minister? We have state minister of. That we know in everything. When you have a state, you must have the other one. Both minister and the state minister of state for whatever. Well, like we have the minister of defense, and then we have minister for state for defense, or whatever crap they call it. You know, so if we don't know any other person apart from the presidency having that minister of petroleum to himself, so who is in charge? Like Bubu did himself. So there's no way I'm not bring. I will not talk about Heineken, no Popiri, because even though he's the fronter, he's somebody that fronts for Tinubu as a mouthpiece for him. But Tinubu is the one holding that portfolio to himself. Even though Nokupuri is one who front for him because he's the Minister of State for Petroleum. So let's just forget that. So there's no way I cannot bring Tinubu into this matter. So please, you all have to bear with me on that. So my point is this: you see, yesterday we were talking about it. I see this from a perspective of there's so much going on that we know. I don't know if you people listen to. I know some of you just don't like him. Our lawyer, Femi Falana, when he was vibrating on Sheon's talk show, so there's a lot of rot, a lot of shenanigans going on, and I believe it's time that Mele Kyari has to go. But even Mele Kyari go, who is really going to replace him with? It's not the same thieves, the same. Those people, there's their own turn now to come and eat. So that's just because anything Tinubu does, anybody brings that, it's their own turn to come and eat. That's just how it is. So how do you expect them to do anything that's going to be to the benefit of the generality of the Nigerians? No. Already this guy has several conflicts of interest, even coming into the presidential as a presidential candidate. I've alluded to that from the beginning. And this guy has so many conflicts of interest. And somebody who has that kind of baggage like that should not be allowed to lead a country. Look at what he did, the Coastal Road. He gave it to his own confidant. The so-called the aircraft that he bought, it was his confidant that was said to have gone and purchased it. A matter of national security. Somebody who is not even, they say he's a Nigerian, maybe by birth, or we know maybe he's not different from what you say. He's a man of a different color, but I wonder where his allegiance is. Because for me, I just believe that's a matter of national security. And you're giving him Coastal Road. The first thing was to give him 1 trillion naira for that Coastal Road. These are already, and look at me, woman, I'm surprised. I sent you one article from one foreign papers like that about the link between, I know maybe you guys have discussed it, but between Tinubu's son and Shagori's son.
Yes, we discussed it, yeah.
So So look at all those revelations we're getting. So this guy, and listen, he's bringing his own son-in-law to head housing department. His daughter is acting like another de facto first daughter in Nigeria. Like, you just imagine all this kind of crap. What are we turning that country to? Another Lagos, another replication of Lagos. You see, when we take all of if people don't see this as a problem, when people have conflicts of interest, it's always going to end this way. His own brother, or maybe I don't know, maybe it's just the name he claims to be Tinubu. One certain Tinubu has Owando, Wale Tinubu, and from what we gathered, it's like maybe they are related, maybe by just by virtue say they share the same name. And I'm sure Tinubu has shares either because most of the things he does it by proxy. Is it Alpha Beta? Is it whatever he has? Is it TVC? Everything's by you can hardly link his name to those things, but we know he owns them. People do that. He does that by proxy. So when somebody has this kind of huge red flag, the red flag that is even more than the Chinese Communist Party parade, and you wonder why do we not have this kind of things, this kind of chaos that we are experiencing right now. I'm not saying he caused it, but he saw the opportunity for himself too, because the drought has been there, and he came in because of his own baggages too, and then he used that opportunity. So I don't know. I think it's time for we Nigerians to critically and lucidly analyze things and see what blame we ourselves. I mean, some of us are even sharing this, but I know some of us, because of our own personal biases, all this kind of crap. It's not. It mean, how long are we going to stay on this earth that we're going to use about 20-something years of our life or 50-something years of our life in poverty, in misery, and in the end of the day we'll go like that without even enjoying this earth because of some idiots, some selfish idiots. So my point is going to this guy's. I just see so many conflicts of interest here. Tinubu's brother, I mean, his half brother, whatever they call him, or I don't know, whatever it is. So we saw himself. He has OPL now. Suddenly Tinubu gets there now. When Buhari was there, they didn't give him the OPL. But suddenly now Tinubu gets there now. He has OPL now. One of the most product. I mean, how do I say? Oil that has more maybe the highest grade or the best grade of petroleum products, crude oil. He has it. He never had it under Obasanjo. Never had it under Yar'Adua or whatever. But suddenly when he's rise there now, you see, these are the conflict. I mean, you Nigerians don't. Some of us we come here, we don't see all these things as a problem. That in itself is a problem. And how do you expect him not to be a businessman to want to make money that way? Would they allow Dangote to run a business, because Dangote business is going to shut down so many people's business, as in those people who are profiting from those the shenanigans around that subsidy that Tinubu announced that it was gone. Now we're finding out that they're only about $6 billion. I mean, $1 billion. They're still paying about 6 trillion naira. I mean, trillion naira they paid. They're only just 1 year, in 1 year alone. Just imagine. So the point is, it begs a lot of questions. What is going on? So we just need somebody to come in and just clean up this rot. I don't know who's that person going to be. The waiting stands in that country right now. I just don't even know where that help is going to come from. But of course, Tinubu is not the answer to this question. It's not the answer to it. Rather, it's going to make it worse. So I think I've listened to many people here how they conjecture and then they talk about what might possibly happen with this petrol thing with what's it called? Dangote coming into this game now with this final. But my question is this: a country that is thinking, if you have a government, I mean, a president that really, like they say, is the chief strategist, is the one that knows how to pick the best people, and he knows what he's doing. Why can't he just, in his own mind, think that, okay, if this guy is allowed to go and be getting crude, the same crude is getting from the United States, and we have it in our own backyard, and we're talking about foreign. And look at it now. Dollar is now about $1,600 something now to a naira. I mean, $1,000 something naira to a dollar. So now this foreign exchange now, he has to source it now to go and be buying or to be paying those suppliers from Texas, from the United States. Is that not? I mean, you see, this is what we say. These people don't even know what they are doing. The same crude you have that you could have easily just drill and give to this guy, so that at least let him just that pressure on our foreign exchange that some of our manufacturers they need. We need locally to boost our to curb down inflation. Because some of these people that goes abroad to go and buy food or go and buy machineries or whatever, they go and buy parts. They talk about you have to buy dollar at a higher premium. And now you are trying to force them to lower the cost of these things they sell, either the finished product or whatever, food products or whatever they bring in. I mean, how do you expect them to do that? You're trying to force them. You want to cost another Venezuela. Is that what you're trying to do? So when we say this guy does not even know what he's doing, he just wants to be president. Or he wants to make money for himself and make money for his cronies. That's just all he said. What happened to all those policies he mentioned in those phony manifestos that he was saying? Some of you were brandishing here on this platform during the election time. What happened to all of them? But you say no, he met a rock.
Yeah, they are being implemented now. What do you mean what happened to them? The students' loan scheme, the consumer credit scheme, the regulation of the market.
How many of you have used your credit score to go and collect a loan from the bank?
Yeah, that's in the workings now. At least the students' loan is up and running. So the students' loan is not in the workings now. It's up and running.
Forget that thing. How many people have you know that have collected it? They keep giving you all this news.
A lot. There's so many.
Well, man, those a lot that have collected it. Universities throwing them out of the school because they are owing school fees. Those are fabricated numbers.
So why are they throwing them out?
Fabricated numbers. That means somebody has stolen the students' loan money as expected. When I say they loot, you'll be saying I'm repeating it. Meanwhile, they've stolen the money again. They've stolen the students' loan money again.
Oh, so what money have they? So what are you talking about?
You want me to send you the video of students being thrown out? They asked the students that, didn't you collect student loan money? They said they didn't collect it. Somebody has collected it in their name. They are throwing students out of university for owing money.
Trust Nigerians.
I don't even know what they're talking about.
No, I understand what he's talking about. What
is he talking about?
What he's talking about is that now, if you've seen many videos of students protesting in their schools, that they are being sent out of school because they could not pay their school fees. Okay, now you said there's a student loan, right? And obviously these kids must have applied for this student loan, or maybe some of them, let's say all of them, because it stands to reason that
did they say they had?
Okay, woman. They have, they've not. My question is this: there is a student loan, right? They could have easily applied for it and get it, and not even bother to even protesting and saying why they've been sent out of their school because they've not been able to pay their student loan, right? So, but then they're not doing that. That's to tell you that there is more to that story than what you people come here and read from some BBC-led media.
Sorry, I want to understand what's been said. Are you saying people who applied for students' loan got it and then they were kicked out of school?
I am saying that people did not apply for it, but they saw that their name has been listed as people who have applied for it. So when you look at all those,
so somebody is using their name.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
I will send the video if I can.
Forget the video. Who is using their names?
Obviously, somebody inside there.
Woman.
Who else?
Hold on. Let me give you another example. Shadia Farouk.
Yes.
Was it the lady that was there, the humanitarian disaster woman?
Yes.
All the people that he was giving, he said he gave them. Who are these people? They use people's name to go and move money out of the treasury. And end of the day, these people did not really get the money. So what can Nigerians cannot do? What are you talking about? Instead of anything you don't even know.
No, RM, let's stay on facts. For the student loan, let's stay on the student loan.
Okay.
You apply. They approve.
Okay.
They check, they do go through the process with your school, everything. They send your tuition directly to your school. Board also is sent to the school. Keep 20,000 naira, they send to you directly. Case closed.
What is case closed if you are throwing the student out of the school and the student is telling you that they did not apply?
One is either listen, can you listen? You ask question. Calm down. That student thrown out, either he did not apply or there is something amiss somewhere. It's as simple as that. Because those who applied, they are there, their school collected the tuition. Those who are accommodating them, they paid their board, and then they provided an account. They paid the stipend of 20,000 into that account. every month.
What you are doing is intentional ignorance.
No. Forget the
I am
intentional
telling
whatever.
you that these students said,
Can you hold on?
you don't want to
Can you?
listen.
No.
Intentionally,
I am ignorant, right? You are right.
you
Do you
intentionally
have
One
children?
moment.
Do you have children? Have you
Everybody
sent a
hold
child
on.
to school before?
Everybody hold on.
Can you just hold your mouth steady?
Yeah.
Come on, please speak back on this. This is some of us.
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, you cannot say people are ignorant here. So don't.
It's not even bad at this level, right?
Yes. Don't use terminologies like that. It's unacceptable. But and I think maybe you should apologize as well if you could.
I don't need this apology.
I said something 3
Pocket
times.
it.
He refused to listen, and he's trying to.
Hold on. No.
I'm fine, Bowie.
All right. So sorry. No. I've removed Sonny for the day.
My apologies for that. If that sounds insulting, I'm sorry for that. And I'll apologize in his behalf. But yeah, I understand the perspective is coming from. The word ignorance sometimes, but I know we traditional people, it's insulting to tell an elderly person that is ignorant. I think if he doesn't want to apologize, I will apologize in his behalf. Yeah, but my point is this: is that there's so many things with these people in government, Tinubu and his minions. You talk about Arasaye report. You see, woman. You see, when I come here, I want to start doing now. I want to start listening to everybody, especially these Agbado people here on this platform. Because when you allow them to talk, they will talk and they will even talk against what they are even talking about. And that's what I'll be doing henceforth going forward now. Because you come here, you bring all kinds of topic every time about Tinubu and all the great things that you people think supposedly great things is doing. And at the end of the day, we don't even see the impact on the generality. And then we start seeing like what Shodi was telling you a while ago. People protesting, we're seeing students claiming. I mean, I have a niece who just entered the university recently. He was asking me for money to help him. His dad was asking me for money. So if there was a way he can go and I told him, why don't you go? And he said, forget that in job. It's not true. I don't know how true it is. Maybe it's not true. Like you people say it's true. But then the thing is that why is it being difficult for people to go and apply for this loan if that's really it's what it is? I don't want to debate that with you, woman. But you see, we see things when we see the impact. But when the impact is not felt, it tells you that something really, really wrong. So on this Dangote matter, you see, for me, I just want to conclude because I know the other people are waiting. You see, there's a whole lot of things going on with that in the petroleum sector. One thing I know is that Mele Kyari needs to be fired, and those top echelon within the Nnpc needs to go. He needs to take everybody down. If Tinubu wants to take an advice, for me, that's my own piece of advice to him. Fire everybody. And before you do that, make sure you put in place some kind of team. But this thing I know now, they're also waiting to come and eat their own too. But I just hope I don't want to sound like a naysayer. I want to believe that he's going to do they are going to do what is right. Fire Mele Kyari. You see, the refineries that are not working, either the Port Harcourt or the Warri, could it be that Mele Kyari is complicit with Dangote from preventing it to work? Because despite the billions of naira, billions of dollars, they've sunk into that place. And only for us to see that this guy did his own and is now working. And now they now suddenly want to be buying from. So what happened to the one you've sunk billions of dollars into? That you keep telling us every day, every end of the month that, oh, it's going to work in this month, it's going to work that many months. You know how long we've been hearing this guy say it's going to work? So the point is that we need to ask ourselves a question. Mele Kyari is complicit in so many shenanigans, and that guy needs to go. But before he fires him, I want Tinubu to just have some kind of shadow Nnpc board members and shadow Nnpc GMD that will take over as soon as they find out. When he fire him, he starts shopping around for people that will do that. People that have been tested, people that maybe they do not have baggages like himself, who will come in there and clean the whole thing. Because I think the whole reason why our people are suffering from not being able to, because I tell you right now, the food prices is going up, not because of apart from the dollar issue, the transportation of, you see some people, they go and queue up in a gas station, a petrol station for like 24 hours. When a man spends 24 hours just queuing, what kind of life is that? What you and I can just walk into any gas station here and you just get it, just boom, and you go. But our people's life are subjected to these things, and then, mate, when you waste 24 hours of your life doing nothing, not being productive, what do you call that? And then when they now finally get that gas or get a petrol, and it jumped the price of transport fare. Somebody was telling me yesterday that just to go within Lagos, you don't get like anything less than 1,000 naira for one trip. You cannot even go one, or just two, not even throw. You just imagine what kind of life is this? So for me, he needs to just make up a team in waiting, so that when he fires all of them, he just take over immediately, and they clean up the whole thing. That's my advice to him. I mean, it sounds too good to be true. Well, for me, I don't just know what to say about this Dangote, because I've seen so many news narrative out there. I don't even know where to come from. I'll leave it at that, one man. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant.
Woman, please,
yeah.
can I say something?
Yes.
Babajale Koko, are you on the platform?
Hello.
Okay. So you remember what I told you the day there was issue with Solly? And I basically said, if you don't scold him and tell him when he's wrong, it will get to a point, right, that will have the effrontery to insult either you or Baba on this platform. And he has just started with Baba. Hopefully, you'll be the next. And after he was being kicked out, do you see what he put in the comment section to Baba? Which means he was not even being apologetic for what he has actually done, right? So, Babajale Koko, I know you were shielding him that day, and I told you that today will come. And today has just come. Unfortunately, it didn't come to you directly. It came to Baba on this platform.
Larry, Jebure, I could slide, because I think for me, when some of us have grown up in outside Nigeria, we tend to see things from the prism of the white man's. I mean, when you see somebody's ignorant, it's not an insult, but I understand, to an elderly person in our own traditional way, it could be an insult. So let's just
but did you see what he put on the
I didn't see it. Truthfully, I didn't know what I didn't see what he said.
He's in the chat now. Look at that thing he put on the chat. If it's his right.
General chat or private chat?
In the general chat, is Ade Mitobi Loba. Okay, look at what.
Sorry, why would you be doing that? I mean, I don't know what to say, but I'm just trying to. Since we've apologized to him, Baba, let's just let it slide, please. So that we'll just let this session just go like that, or start making it another shouting match. Woman, are you there?
I am actually.
Thank you, Larry. So I think on behalf of Soli, we apologize to Baba. I was surprised too that he can act that way. But like rational mind say, let it be over, and we just continue to talk to our young ones, to be very respectful, the way they talk to people, even to their, friends. They should be respected, not even talking about elderly people. Baba is the most elderly among us here. And for him to come and be part of us here, having conversation every day, I mean, we have to just give him that utmost respect and not respect him. I mean, Solely, you didn't do good. You have to be careful. Don't do that. And if you don't mind, next time when you come in, we'd like you to apologize. So Baba, Emabino, Ejeka Dariji, Omo Wani, Ejeka Dariji.
But is dog out the back of water on the back of a dog for me?
Yeah, Emabino.
It's nothing.
Yeah, Emabino, Baba.
Nothing. No problem.
Mobile baby, Emabino. Sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Oh man, is it my turn?
Yeah, it is your turn. Apologies.
Let me just say this and then we cap it off.
I'm not mitigating for Solly, but Solly is quite young. It's in its early no more than mid-20s, so that's one. And then I think the abundance of his life is spent outside of the country. So it doesn't excuse it, but that might be the mitigation. Maybe not fully embedded in the culture in the way that would.
If I don't have children, I have cousins far above his age or around his age or under his age. They don't speak to elders like that.
One man
abroad, never lived in Nigeria.
Baba.
So yes, sir.
One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Isaac, may we close the matter? So
no, let me say my own.
We don't apologize now. We don't do everything. Maybe not the enlarge this.
No, let me say my own because I'm 58 years old.
Okay, all right.
So let me say my own. If he live all his life in Europe, he should stop talking about Nigeria. It means he doesn't know anything about Nigeria. So one man, please, whenever he comes back, any topic that concerns Nigeria, since he lived all his life in Europe, he has not been to Nigeria. He doesn't know anything about Nigeria. But the way he's talking about Nigeria here, I will be surprised. Somebody who live all his life in Europe, talking about Nigeria, the way he's talking about Nigeria, it's not fair. So tell him, give him topics that relate to America, Europe, Asia, wherever. Topics that relate to Nigeria, he should stop talking about those things because that's what is bringing problem here. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Back to you. The floor is yours. So Dangote refinery, which nobody will dampen my enthusiasm for. I think it's the biggest news in 30 years. So that, and this David Hundeyin, who has always wanted to be a criminal, now he is.
No, I will just stay on the Dangote one. That's the reason why I came on board, actually. Good evening, everybody in the comment section. I just want to thank you, panelists and people of the comment section, for the respect. Know very well that the respect is mutual. I thank you all. For our watchers, listeners, please don't forget to click the like button. It doesn't look good when we have viewership of about 150 and we have less than 50 clicks of likes. Please click the like button and share, and of course subscribe. Thank you. This Dangote issue, first, let's thank God at last, we are having PMS in the next 24 hours. Oh my God. In the next 24 hours.
Do you need a moment, Baba? Do you need to attend to something?
Yeah, you see, you got it. It's my big auntie.
All right. All right. Take the call.
Elijah.
Then we'll come back.
Elijah.
Let me mute you so we don't hear your conversation with Elijah. Isaac, you're up next. Isaac,
yeah, I'm here. So one man, like I said, well, you know me now. I always define my presence in this place. I always let people know that it's not by, how do I put it? Well, I always let you guys know that here, I'm always in your midst, not for any other thing, not as a teacher, orator, or whatever, but as a listener, a learner.
Isaac, I beg you, I don't come back. I beg.
Okay.
I beg.
Carry on. Carry go.
Mama gbà sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá lọ́wọ́. Mama gbà sọ̀kadà.
I'll be feeling sleepy soon. What the Dangote refinery, we're glad it's coming on board, but I think I look deeper at the implication. And I'm glad Larry's here. Ajay is here. We've been talking about this, and including a maker. So I just want them to tag along so we can interrogate what I'm going to talk about. It's quite different from exactly the angle they've all been looking at this. One thing that is good here is that Dangote is paying in Naira. Naira, are they going to peg it to a specific amount of exchange rates? And if that is the case, which is the ideal anyway, but for how long? For how long?
Smart, Baba.
Good a thing that the money being paid will be straight to central bank, because Nnpc does not collect money directly anymore. Their purse is in central bank. So that is also good. Now, there is a problem here. The crude oil is our live wire as we stand now. I know the president, in anticipation of this Naira payment, has been going around frantically to make sure we sell our LNG, gas. And I think we've had some 2 cargo of LNG about 2 months ago, and to Europe. And I think that's one of the reasons it went to Equatorial Guinea and now in China, so that we can have a supplementary earning from there to cover the gap this Naira sale to Dangote will create. Because whether we like it or not, we need USD to do other things, to pay our contractors, to service our debt, and also for building infrastructure and investing also. So we have to look for other sources. Then another problem I see here is, being in Naira, we have a penchant for nonchalance when it comes to meeting local obligations. I don't want us to fall into a trap where we do not pay Dangote on time, and then we'll be owing him so much that we may be tempted to go through that route of what's it called now? Asking what's the term Nigeria uses now? Printing more money to be able to pay Dangote, because already we have about 27 trillion of that. Ways and means, they call it. So we don't use ways and means to pay Dangote. We have to make sure his Naira is available. He pays us, and when he supplies, we pay him also. Quid pro quo. That is the term. So we should not be owing anybody, and Dangote should not play smart with us, and we should not play smart with Dangote also. Everything should not be opaque, like we've been having the marketers importing for us before. There must be transparency in all the transactions. I hear Dangote could only preliminarily do 225 million liters a day. On record, I think, barring the shenanigans of the Buhari era, where we are doing 60, 65 million barrels every day, we are now doing, I think, 33 or 32 thereabout. Even that is questionable. So this 25 billion a day will be a test case to know exactly how much liter we are using every day to be able to curtail smuggling of it. So the customs will have to be up and coming with the guiding of the borders, so that they don't take this fuel out. I think, in my own considered opinion, I think the naira sales of it, NLC should have to consider the position of the government, because in an ideal situation, Dangote refinery being a private enterprise should be left to its own devices. But here it is, it's in Nigeria, and of course, he is ready to help the country as we are in a dire strait regarding this PMS issue, because those queues, those little things are actually a security risk for the government, because it would just take one thing to trigger the citizenry and the whole country blow in our faces. So it is a good thing he's doing, and I think he's doing it to a grateful nation. But then we have to be very, very careful with this Naira transaction thing, because if we look at it properly, if he's going to buy at optimum rate, the strict rate of 1,650 or thereabouts, then I can't see his production below 1,200 per liters. But if they're going to peg the Naira for him at a certain rate, like Larry said, for 6 months, that's in order, and that is perfect. That brings back the question of the $6 billion they are owing the marketers. Well, that $6 billion, I mean, that seems pretty stiff. And I don't think we know what happens in that case. If you remember the backlog of the Forex, which we owe before, I think we were able to pay about 85, and we, according to the central bank governor, said the 15% are questionable, so they are not going to pay that. So I'm looking at it that this $6 billion too is questionable. So to delay them, if they can convert it to a bond of 5 years with a good rate for them, so they can sit back, wait, and relax. They are Nigerians. I consider it to be part of a local debt the government is owing, so that they can be paying them little by little in tranches until we can liquidate that debt. Because if you owe, you must pay. It's the rule of equity. We have to pay them, but we don't have now, so they let them convert it into bond. We are not asking them to have an haircut, financial one, but just to understand the situation the country is at the moment, so we can breathe easy, at least for some time. Because the way I see people queue, I mean, it breaks one heart. Though it is minimal now, a lot of people don't know. We used to sleep at the fuel station before in that country, 2 days. At times, you use the worst car in your compound to go and queue, because if you use any good car, they will damage it in the scrambling to buy PMS. So at times, driver, you have to pay them allowances to sleep at fuel stations. You have miles-long queue. I don't want to remember that era. Even this little one we're experiencing, I call it little. To some people, it may be a wonderment. But as far as I'm concerned, compared to what we've been through in that country before, people like me can live with it easily. So it's this Dangote thing will ease us, and we may, if we handle this right, we may never see fuel queue anymore in our country, particularly if the CNG cars and buses start rolling out on the streets too. That will help. And most of the states which we are neglecting today, because most of us are neglecting our governors, if they can put in the rail lines, electric or otherwise, also, it will help. Because Lagos State, for instance, the blue line on record today, they said in 1 year of operation, they picked 2 million passengers just for a 17 kilometers journey, 2 million. And at 750 naira, you can figure that they made a lot of money. Did they cover their running costs? I pray so. Not to talk about the red line. So all state governors also have to be handled. And for the NLC too, let them make sure no favoritism to any state governor. They should start paying the 70,000 minimum wage. No favoritism. NLC have to bring their full power to bear on any state governor that is not able to pay that 70,000 naira. So one man, well, let me talk about the Ajero thing that almost brought the house down in the beginning. What I don't like about this Mr. Wayne's issue, and NLC, their offices are on the 10th floor of that building. I think 10th floor, if I'm correct. I think Larry knows that building. He was an Abuja, or he's still an Abuja resident.
Yeah, Labor House.
Yeah, it's 10th floor. They have their offices. Every other thing from ground floor to 9, they rented it out. This bookshop, I think, is on which Mr. Wayne's run, is on the 7th floor or 3rd floor. I'm not too sure again.
2nd floor.
The 2nd floor. So when they raided it, what we had for the first few days was that police or DSS raided NLC offices. So we all we were in uproar that how dare they raid NLC office? How can they do that? Don't they know who NLC are? But a week later, because this government, police, DSS, the MDAs of this government, they lack how to talk to public. They don't talk to us. So we believe anything. We believe the worst of them. And we believe NLC until they came out and said, no, it was a bookshop we went to. We didn't even go beyond that floor. And this is what happened. We're saying, then why were NLC crying wolf and things like that? That is exactly the situation. And when they wrote to Mr. Ajaero as a citizen, not as NLC president. That's who they invited, Mr. Ajaero. Even the letter they sent to him. And I think we always say it here every time. Of course, I always dispute that in the comment section that nobody's above the law. So if we believe in what we say, that nobody's above the law, then Mr. Ajaero, not NLC president, is not above the law. So he has to go.
Baba, you said something now. You said something now. You said the bookshop was in NLC building, right? And
yeah.
So if they invited him, why would they? I mean, Ajero does not own the building. I'm sure he doesn't own it. So if they called him, because they called him because whatever bookshop was in question, and it's decided is domiciled in that same building that NLC used. That's why they're calling him to come and explain some things to them. So that would be his acting as an NLC president. You should know what is going on in that bookshop. Is that not what it's all about? So
you are right in that because if as a landlord, if your tenant is found out to be an armed robber, the police will invite you, the landlord, to that. What have you been seeing since this tenant has been this man has been your tenant for so number of years? Didn't you observe anything? I agree with you on that premise. So, woman, so that's it for me. I think I'll yield and allow other people to come on.
All right. Let's bring on Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, Europe.
Woman, just 1 minute. Just a quick. There's breaking news. Nigeria and China just signed a nuclear energy agreement. This is fantastic news.
Nuclear. Not today.
Yeah.
Not today. And they sign.
No.
Just like to come here and promote all this thing.
Man, calm down.
It's an MOU.
Farabalẹ̀.
It's an MOU. You see, this is what you people do. You come here and just talk like I see there's something.
Farabalẹ̀. When Buhari went to the state visit in China, right? We are benefiting from that state visit. The Chinese came and they started building the railways and everything, bringing investment. Now, Tinubu has gone. So These are it's the same thing. If we rewind back the house of time to when Buhari visited China, you would have been saying, "Oh, we are just signing, we are just signing," but we have seen them working. We are seeing the railways. We are seeing it. So now, Tinubu has gone nuclear power agreement. So they are going to establish nuclear plant generator to improve our electricity. And
we
not
don't
just
hear the
that,
stories. I mean, it's okay.
it's going to come. No, don't worry. Let me
What is so
let me
spectacular
finish.
about this news you're saying now? Like I see
Oh,
every
it's very
Sunday.
fantastic.
What haven't they signed before? Or the one they want,
It's fantastic.
hold on now. When they went to sign in UAE, in Saudi Arabia. What's the outcome of it?
It's fantastic. Now, let me finish the news now. You know you don't like. You know you don't like good news. You don't like. You don't like good news about Nigeria. Let me
No,
just
don't tell me
finish
I
the
don't
news
like
so
news.
that.
I don't believe their news. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you don't believe. You don't believe. But let me finish so that I just want 1 minute, so it doesn't go to 5 minutes. Then you can come in. So now Huawei is coming in to do solar plant technology and to train Nigerians. Then another company is coming to manufacture tricycle, this Keke Napep manufacturing plant in Nigeria, and also they will do a handover technology. So which means once that plant is being established,
China
they will now be the
hand over technology to you. You must be
will
dreaming.
not be, but that is what the agreement is. So
China go
and
hand over technology to you. You must be
hold on,
dreaming.
hold
You
on.
guys are
Make
from
I
La La
finish
Land.
the news now. Make I try to finish
You
am
must be
first.
dreaming. China
Oh,
go hand over
let me
technology to
finish now, please. 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 Are you aware that China is our biggest
you.
bilateral
Emeka,
predator?
I said earlier, just allow you people to just talk. You people will
But,
talk, and you start talking like somebody from
but wait, let me finish.
you
If
start
I
saying
finish
things
the
that are
news,
against what you're saying. You
if
this
I
is when
finish,
you know
if
what
I finish the
Huawei is.
news, that
You know what Huawei is. You know
yes,
what Huawei is.
I know.
What story do you know about Huawei?
Huawei is one of the biggest, apart from Samsung. If they are not even bigger than Samsung at the moment,
Okay, so who controls Huawei?
of course, it's the CCP now.
It's a what?
CCP, the Chinese government.
It's
Chinese Communist Party.
It's owned, well, maybe not owned in name, but it's controlled by the Chinese state. That is why
Yes.
the United States, even your country, Canada, the chief, is it the chairman, that lady was held in your country there where you stay in Canada.
In Canada, yes, I agree. Before they deported that to US. But wait, let me finish the news before we pivot. I've not finished delivering the delicious news. Okay. So solar panel, nuclear plants. I think over 10 years we want to be able to go into that sector, develop our nuclear energy. And some points that again, once we have, it's not just them doing the reactors for us, they will teach us how to also build nuclear plants because China is carrying out an expansionary view of developing nuclear. They want to be the country with the biggest nuclear reactor plants in the world. So they will teach us how to do it. And that can give us the know-how to also go into nuclear weapons. And once you are going into that space, you are now becoming a regional power. You understand? So we need the technical know-how, and China developing. Let me land. I beg you. I beg. Make I land. Please. Please. Yes. Oh.
Can I ask you a question
Okay.
real quick? Are you a spokesperson for the Aso Rock?
What do you?
Because
Let me
when
land with
people
the
come here
news.
and talk sometimes, I wonder when
So,
people just.
because we are making progress. We are making progress. This is breaking news. It just we are making this is breaking news. This news never will break enter Nigeria.
It's
It's
breaking. I don't
breaking.
see them before. I don't see them. I'm like hours ago. I don't know where you are. What are you breaking?
It's breaking news. I'm breaking it for you now. Nigerians are still sleeping. Let me break it for you.
You're so full of shit, this guy.
Let me break this news for you proper now. So this is fantastic news. Let me go ahead, but let me finish the news first because there are still more things coming up, more memorandums of an agreement, and then the next thing is the implementation phase. So they will still go. There will be a roundtable with top Chinese companies that will be coming around to present themselves to the president and to Nigeria and to ministers, especially to the Minister of Trade. That I'm happy she's there now. We've been talking about her. so that we'll be picking out good proposition, business proposals that would benefit Nigeria, and how we know how big China is, so that we can all progress together. And that employment that Rational Mind is talking about, let that employment expand and capture people. Rational Mind. I'm done with the news.
Yeah, so Chinese go do technology transfer to you, right? They allow you so that you go do some self-sufficient on your own. You don't go depend on them anymore. You people must be dreaming. You see, you people just come here, you just come and embellish things. You see, this is what we say. Tinubu and his propaganda. Minister of Green Economy and Ocean, whatever crap. And you people use all these high-sounding words like as if we don't even know. And what is the impact on the country? What are we saying? And then you come here, you sign with me like as if it's something like it's an MOU. So just an understanding. They just come to an understanding. They share when
yes, I have to agree with Rational Mind. They are somewhat overselling. How many reams of MOUs have we signed that's amounted to nothing?
They signed with Russia, this Gazprom, when this guy was there, Putin was there. Who was there? I mean, our president, was it Obasanjo or was it Yar'Adua? Who was that? They signed. They want to do this Trans-Sahara pipeline. Gazprom was going to do it for them. Now, what that one did today? I mean,
but the pipe is already is going on now. It's going straight to Germany.
The pipe is going on.
It's going
the
on.
One through Nigeria has been stopped.
It's been done. Rational Mind.
Yeah, right.
Calm down now. Calm down. And again, calm down. This is fantastic news.
Gas to Europe, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
they are joining the pipes. There are two lines. The one to Niger has been stopped because of the soldiers there.
Yeah,
but the other one going through Morocco is still on.
The past Morocco is now in Portugal. The face of the job is in Portugal now to connect it to Germany, right? So it's going by 2027 we'll start exporting the gas to Europe. And Europe will be that dependency on Gazprom, that's Russia. Well, anyway. We can tell that you don't like good news coming from Nigeria.
Don't give me this BS of they don't liking the good news. If I see one, I don't want.
Yes.
This one will be Tinubu like to do optics. I'm working. I'm signing. I mean, what is the impact?
You see
the question.
You see all this MOU. Let's not deceive ourselves, right? They are just good for the news.
Larry, no. See, you see, once in there, look at the one Buhari has done. We have implemented. The one Buhari signed, we have implemented. We signed with Germany. We're implementing. So you first of all, you sign. Yes, things can happen along the way. No doubt. Things can happen. But you have to,
So the thing is this. For me, if you are signing MOU, sign MOU on things that will cover our immediate need. Right? You see, we want to build power plant, we want to build nuclear this, we want to build nuclear that. They are big grammar, right? How about signing MOU on how they can partner with Nasarawa and develop our lithium, right?
Oh yeah, that is the next round. So there'll be discussion on mineral resources tomorrow. You know the China African forum is slated for tomorrow, right? Tomorrow and next tomorrow. So that conversation will come in after on the 7th. So definitely China is investing. They've been highly involved in illegal mining in Nigeria, but now the view is to now get it legal so they can come with assembly plants, to process, not just taking the raw materials and going somewhere else to go and process, but now have assembly plants to process our minerals and the raw rare elements. So this is fantastic good news coming in. This meeting, state visit, right? We will begin to see the flow of capital from China coming into Nigeria at least from the second or third quarter of next year. And it's great news. I don't know why Rational Mind is not liking it, but it's fantastic news.
Okay, if you are done, when you are done.
All right. Let's hear from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
All right. Thanks, Roman. Hello, everyone. like, share, and subscribe. I love the show.
Yes, please encourage
Don't-
them to like. We had 150, whatever, however many, and we've only had 10 likes. I don't know. All these eternal people, the eternal people watching us. Eternal people. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. So what's going on? Dangote's good news, or that
Are you
sounds
seeing it?
exciting.
Are you seeing it as good news? Because I'm a bit confused. I started the session all excited, quoting chapter and verse and being poetic, whatnot, and then Rational Mind came and told me it's all nonsense.
What do you expect from Rational Mind? That's like normal day, right?
the default setting, Abi, default setting.
Actually, I'm excited because you're excited. Actually, one man, the way you were at the beginning of the show, that's why I'm excited. I'm excited about it. But yeah, it's again, everything we do in Nigeria is so complicated. I don't know. It sounds like it's a straightforward thing. Dangote can provide PMS to the market, and okay, talking about. What about subsidizing Dangote directly? And this time around, if Dangote, at least for now, become the sole distributor, or what do you call it, supplier of PMS to the Nigerian market, he has a first-class refinery. Obviously, they have matrix and have ways to measure what comes out of it. Now we can determine factually the quantity of PMS that comes out of the Dangote refinery to the Nigerian market, and they can subsidize him directly as a result of that. What is that like? Am I out of the ballpark with that, or it doesn't make any sense? Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Prince Daddy.
Oh, okay. Now I was kind of have a question and a rhetorical question at the same time. If you guys heard me, if we did that with Dangote, is it possible that we can actually know the quantity of PMS utilized in the market in Nigerian space?
Of course, that's easy.
That is exactly what Dangote. Sorry, Prince, I stepped away from my momentarily. That's exactly what Dangote said that we will establish. You know, and if we establish that, by the way, a lot of people should be in trouble. A lot of people that have been invoicing us for decades for.
Oh, you took a swipe at them.
Yes, he took a swipe. Do you remember when Emir Sanusi went on the public space and asked them, "Are we drinking this oil?" And then he was telling us that all these countries of the same parallel, Indonesia, etc., they have 100 times more vehicular movement on their roads. They are more industrialized and they are not consuming as much petrol as we are. So Emir Sanusi was asking, are we drinking the thing or what's going on here? They just invoice us for that military man. It should be short.
Miliki Harry, Emefiele, these guys, of course, I think Baba was alluding to the payment that the central bank had to do for the backlogs of some transactions. And I tell you, I think it was more than 15%, close to like maybe 30% of those transactions were fraudulent. There's no doubt, perhaps, with the Nnpc guys, it's probably close to 50% as fraudulent transactions that they want to pay $6 billion for. Now, if they truly owe these marketers all this large amount, how did they survive? How did they get funding, or do they continue to borrow to supply fuel to Nigeria? How does it work? How long have they had that debt on their books that they haven't paid? $6 billion. That sounds like a lot of money, especially when Nigeria is trying to borrow $500 million. It doesn't seem to make any sense. See, the whole thing, we all can pretend and analyze and postulate, but at the end of the day, it's all complicated, and nobody knows the bottom line. We're trying to offer advice and be logical about it. But
We don't probe these figures enough. he comes out and tells us that their own market has $6 billion. I'm not sure that the budget of the country is even up to that, or certainly not much more than that. And they just say that, and then we just accept it, and they will say, "Oh, then how are we going to pay it?" You know,
Exactly.
it's so opaque, it's so shrouded in so many, it's almost like a security space. The security services, they don't audit their accounts because they say, oh, for reasons of security. Well, NMPC is not a business space. They don't.
I think one man, they should publish the names. They should publish their names, and against each name, how much we are owing. Because I remember very well the Beta Edu case. When they published, it was then we realized that one or two companies that won that bid then was interior decorating company and doing e-commerce work. You remember? Some of them are interior decorators. So these people may not be like that. And if you remember Farouk case against that of $40, for which Farouk was sentenced, most of the companies that presented their invoice then, we found them not to be suppliers, or they didn't even come with any vessels at all.
A lot of those exactly. A lot of those vessels, they either come with an empty vessel invoice and get this subsidy payout. But some of them, they don't even come with a vessel at all. They just simply send in an invoice and they get paid.
They should publish this one, woman. They have to publish. We can't pay $6 billion just like that.
But woman, why are you surprised?
Exactly. This is business as usual.
When you pause and think about it, it's quite.
Wait now. When they were doing that magic, maybe we used to say it here, that their mathematics magic. Oh, we are doing plus or minus. We all knew all those things now. Abakari just came out because he saw that, okay, fine. No, he doesn't have any space again than to just come out clean. So that's what is just happening. And that's why I'm more like, if you say, oh, Abakari should still continue with this subsidy game. In December, I'm telling you, Abakari will come out with $9 billion bill.
I think the people who have voices on X, everybody should come out and say we want the names published.
They just want to cash out now because they
$6 billion is too much for a country to pay just like
exactly. I think they've seen maybe the game is coming to an end, and that's a lot of money. I just ask a simple question: how long have they owed that money? And I mean, for how long? $6 billion not paid to suppliers. It sounds like a lot of money.
Yes.
How long?
Yes. Even when we had a full-blown subsidy regime, I'm not sure that we were paying out that much. Is it a carryover from years? And they even told us that they don't even pay. I don't know, man. Just conflicting information all of the time. It's
They're overwhelmed.
And they're robbing us in open glare, inviting us to do our work. What can you do about it? Is what they're saying to us. What can you do about it?
Publish their names.
And
how much we are owing. Some information could come out of there and say, no, I know this man, I know this company. No, this man is not worth that 500 million they are talking about. They are using him. A lot of things will come out. It's too opaque.
A lot of things, yeah. There's like, it's fraud like written all over it. No doubt. I mean, without even knowing anything, I can just just postulate that 50% of that $6 billion is just a wolf money. It's going into their pocket. And of course, they're working in cahoot with these people. They're part of the same gang.
With local Nigerians, so it's international oil traders. That's nothing to do with local.
What difference does it make?
Emeka, most of them are offshore company run by Nigerians, registered in Isles of Man and Guernsey. I'm telling you.
If they're foreign companies, why would they, give credit in that form for $6 billion to Nigeria? I mean, it sounds fishy like that. I mean, who does that? Why would you continue to supply any commodity or goods to a company or a country that's not paying you? But how long would he do that for? Where are they getting their money from? It's all fishy. It's all a game, a joke, and we're the one being played anyway. So, anyways, so what else? Yeah.
According to according to Business Day, Nnpc already spent $1.5 billion in just resuscitating that refinery. Yeah, $1.5 billion. That's not even part of the $6 billion.
Only Port Harcourt,
Which
not all
refinery?
of them. Only Port Harcourt refinery.
Only Port Harcourt. Only Port Harcourt, yeah. $1.5 billion.
And the people that are connected to Nigeria, they're making a lot of money. They're making a lot of money.
That guy is incompetent.
And that's for a 60,000 barrel capacity. A refinery that just
1.5 billion.
Refinery that is just 60,000 barrel. 60, not even up to 100,000.
It didn't even cost that to build that refinery. I'll find out the cost.
Yes,
the cost is under 1 billion.
I'm telling you, it's just so unfortunate. They're serious arm robber, those people. And I don't even blame Abakari. That carry guy, I don't blame him more. Because everything he's doing is in cahoots with the president.
Not this president. Not this president. I don't think so.
We have to say this president, because why is it still in situation? And why are things not improving if it's not
improving? We talked about it before. It's not that easy. I mean, it's not that easy to,
Prince Daddy. All the mathematics they were doing, right? Abakari was basically doing that mathematics in collaboration with the president. They know the mathematics. That is why it will be difficult for the president to deny that money, right? Because I don't know why, somebody is telling you, okay, it doesn't give you the amount of consumption. They just tell you, oh, this is how much, don't worry. They will just tell him, don't worry, we are taking care of it, we are taking care of it, we are taking care of it. $6 billion can sink a country.
Yes.
So that was why I said, if we continue like that, in the next 1 year, Nigeria will no longer be a going concern if you allow Abakari to continue. Because last thing you just see is just that those guys will just go and look for one offshore company, and they go to one international court, get an injunction, start seizing everything. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. Forget about their Nigerians. All they will just do, go for, look for one year country, maybe France, because France gives a lot of those injunctions. Go and one way, look for one injunction. Or go to some other country, look for those injunctions. Before you know, they start seizing everything. So Tinubu cannot even come here and now say, no, that's not what I'm doing, because he knows. He knows. And that is why any country that does not believe in transparency, this is exactly what they fall into.
And that's why I suggested, Larry, that maybe we convert it into bonds for them with 6% annual payment.
Those guys do not collect bond.
You can persuade them.
You will persuade what?
It's those money they don't need.
Those guys will not, the only thing those guys will ask for is crude. Those guys will not collect bond. We know, Baba, you are in this.
Those faceless guys who give $6 billion in credit that they don't collect it. They do not collect it. Who does that?
Baba,
even big companies in America would not be doing that.
Honestly, it is upsetting.
You know this thing now. They were denying. They were at this point now. They know there is nowhere to run to. So everybody, maybe the whole money is like 1 billion. Okay, let's put 5 billion. 5 billion join to 1 billion. Tell them is 6 billion. That's our final cash out.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
No.
Anyways, one minute. What's the next topic for the next person to?
Yes, we are on David.
Please, can you ask Prince Daddy to talk about because I know he's into this conspiracy theory about the spy guy that they said they caught. You people were talking earlier.
All right. So go to that space then. Are you following that narrative? This element that's now on the run and is linked with trying to subvert the Tinubu administration. Andrew Wayne, his name is.
Yeah, I've not been following the story, but I heard a rational mind and some other people talk about it. But rational mind, by the way, I'm not into conspiracy though. I don't do conspiracy. I don't do that. I
Oh,
only talk
you don't
about.
believe in all those Bohemian Grove and all of that sort of thing that you do in America? The reptilians and the shapeshifters and all that.
Well, I don't really follow those people, those kind of stories.
Do you know what Bohemian Grove is? Do you know the Bohemian Grove?
I've heard about it, but
All right.
tell me one man. I don't even know exactly what it is. I don't think I remember.
Apparently, it's meant to be some sort of a coven that the elite, the Rothschilds, the American president is like stuck in the woods where they go and make decisions on how to shape the world, and to lubricate those conversations, they take along barely legal children, for their pleasures and whatnot. So it's who is that American guy that was banned on social media? Oh, I remember his name. It's a conspiracy theorist. The Booms. He's always on.
Alex Jones.
Alex
Right?
Jones. Is that is that Alex Jones sort of area? Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't follow those things. But the one thing about conspiracy theories is that they tend to have elements of truth in them. They do. But when it becomes convoluted, when people are trying to be creative in their story, in the narrative, that's what happens. But yeah, when it comes to this elite people, this so-called people, man, they do a lot of terrible things. Yeah, they do. But to this, again, this guy, is it a British white guy or what?
Yeah, it's a British white guy.
Yeah, I don't. Nah. I don't know much about him. I didn't know. I don't know the background to the story. But of course, if he's a spy, there's always the spies all the time. Most of the NGOs in Nigeria, in Africa in general, yesterday we were talking about spies or surveillance industry. Most of these NGOs, they just front for these foreign governments, most of them, and they are funded by these foreign governments. That's where they get their money and their resources from. If you look around, and I have a family member that works with a German NGO concerned about microfinancing in Nigeria, sending these people to the deepest part of the remote part of the country to go provide funding and whatnot. I'm like, what is the business of Germans? Why would a German NGO be concerned about what goes on deep in the countryside of Nigeria? It's all a game that we can't really play. Really, it's we always have the.
Babati, Prince Daddy. You see, you people are just full of this conspiracy crap that people come here. I had America when he was conjecturing and doing all kind of. You see, espionage is way. Nigeria is insignificant when it comes to espionage. What are they called? What are they? They don't need to come physically and have somebody physically on ground to be spying on Nigeria. Your internet. Who owns your internet? Even just your Starlinks. You know that the U.S. defense has they can always the NSA, National Security, was that here in America, they can hack into any system they want to hack into. They have hackers. This guy, what's his name? Snowden. Edward Snowden. He was one of those people who work. There are thousands of them here in America. They work for NSA. So they don't need to be there first. You see, Nigeria does not it's not in the equation of where you talk about the likes of Russia, China. Yeah, we talk about high-tech espionage, whereby they send people on ground. Some of their diplomats that they send in to go represent them. They are also doubling as both a diplomat and spies. So what is you people? I always have to take everything that Nigeria does, especially with this Tinubu government, with a pinch of salt. Suddenly they realize that they are with this what's it called? This recent protest. Suddenly they realize that people are spy. What happened to those Polish people they said they caught? Or is it Spanish people they caught? Why are they not lined up among the people? Because you see, this is what we talk about. You people don't keep track of these lies that these people fed you on every time through this media. we were told, the police officer came on, said they caught some Spanish or some Polish citizens as part of those people who were part of the protest in the north. They were promoting this Russian flag. Polish, Spanish promoting. How does that even make sense? So you see, you people don't follow all this their propaganda that they throw out. One is to just distract us, and two is just to make a buffoonery of Nigerians. Like, you see, I don't know why you people are always getting these some local. Well, if you feel that you don't want local NGOs to work locally in Nigeria, then make your country right so that nobody comes and start gathering data on your number of polio or vaccinated kids, or you do what is right. Establish healthcare center for your people so that German NGOs or US NGOs do not come into Nigeria. Do you know how many? You know how much people give out to NGOs here just to say they want to go and build school in Nigeria or they want to go and build school in somewhere in Africa. So you see, you people can come here and say, oh, they are all spying, but they don't need to do all of that. If the US government wants to spy on you, even in your Aso Rock there, they want to know what Tinubu is sleeping with his wife, Remy. They will see it. They want to see it. Don't be saying they need to send somebody physically to go and be using one high-tech camera and be spying from they can do it. So you people come off this
the thing, right? Nigeria is strategic to
come
the
on,
West,
come on.
to America.
What's the trade? Let me ask you a question. What's the trade between United States and Nigeria? What's the trade compared to Saudi Arabia? Maybe like UAE. Do you know the trade volume?
No, what? No, see, it's beyond trade.
It's a billion, but
And
it's
that's
not
what I'm
even.
saying. It does not have to. Nigeria is strategic to the West. It does not have to be trade.
Qatar that is almost like the size of Lagos. The trade volume within them and the United States it surpasses Nigeria more than 2 times. What are you talking about?
What you see?
But Qatar is of a bigger strategic importance to America now.
That's what I'm saying.
In terms of their oil output.
Even America has a base there.
Yes.
So that's the thing we're saying. You need to understand that. I mean, allies get size. When you talk about allies, they get size. So the Nigeria does not come into.
No, ally is region by region. In the African space, particularly in West Africa, Nigeria is number one.
Baba. But you people make this thing sound like, oh, they are spying on Nigeria. Like Nigeria gets some secret nuclear program that they are doing or something. I mean, come on, you guys are just so full of this.
Well, see,
Nigeria is the most strategically important country in the African space.
Correct. I would say that. That's the reason why.
But what does Nigeria have that they want to spy on them? You people have a nuclear program. Or
rational mind. They spy for different reasons. They spy for different reasons.
You see, people like America, they will never stop amazing me in this. That's why I said, just let them speak. They go speak until they start speaking Italian. You can get them. This is the same person that was talking about espionage. And
man, I can imagine NLC going on strike and hijacking a nuclear plant in Nigeria.
Yeah, right.
That would be a disaster.
See, rational mind. See, America spends billions of dollars every year on the intelligence agencies, and it is part of their job to profile every country. So even Bangladesh, even Togo, all these countries are profiled. It all depends on how much resources they dedicate to each country or to each project. And we know Nigeria is an impactful country in Africa and in the world, for that matter, actually. Even though they know that Nigeria is all messed up. I mean, was it August Cyrus that used the term this morning or yesterday?
Messed up Nigeria now.
They used the term yesterday. I wouldn't blame them all the way, but we have a role to play. But it's all about strategic interest to the West. They know that we have the capacity, we have the human capital, but the leadership is nothing to write home about. And they know that. They know how to get the African leaders easily. Collectively they have low self-esteem. They know there's not. I mean, who steals money in Africa and parks the money in their own bank? They know all their money goes to to the Western countries. You think they don't have a tracking of all this money?
I think you got them there because that's spot on. Actually, I'm with you in that thought. The biggest thing they have over is the low self-esteem of especially when they bring them into their own countries. They are so overwhelmed by the glitz and the paparazzi of it all that they'll sign away anything, and then they'll give them a white girl as well because they and that's the deal, and then they sign away their country.
Yeah, that's what we do. I mean, it's and I think who was saying it was maybe to Nigeria, or maybe Mike was saying yesterday, like, oh, Nigeria should close its doors, and just self isolate from the rest of the world. In so doing, we can develop much quicker and be a great nation. I thought that was comical, but it shows how left to the rest of the world, man. We Africans or we black people, man, I don't know. We have no chance against anyone. We have no chance against other race. We have no chance. Other races, we have no chance against them. We have nothing to offer. We talk a lot. We talk too much. That's what we do. We have nothing strategic in this world to prevent any other nation or a race of people to be great. We don't have that. It is a shame, a big shame. I mean,
I disagree with you, Prince Ali. How can you have all the raw materials in the world and be a nobody?
30% of the world's resources is in Africa.
Exactly.
Are you in control of the resources yourself? Are you even
that is the problem. When we learn to control our resources.
It's irrelevant what you have. It's absolutely relevant what you have. If that's been the case, if that's the ultimate goal to have all the resources in the world, then how come we're not great? How come we're not dictating to the rest of the world or this nation? It doesn't matter what you have, Baba. You know that. It doesn't matter. It's what you do, what you have that matters.
See, let me tell you the problem. The problem with Africa is our Africans themselves. Look, take for instance, if we say we have cocoa and we'll tell Cadbury, if you don't bring your factory in here and process this cocoa, we are not selling. We will rather let it go rotten.
Is that the case?
Yeah, but the Ghanaian president tried to do that in Switzerland, wasn't he?
And they laugh at him.
They told him to get lost.
They scoff at him. So
they told him to get lost.
Do you know what they are doing now, one man? Do you know what they're doing, folks? They are processing cocoa in the laboratory.
Well, it's locally done. It's not at the level of the.
They're processing laboratory cocoa.
Even they have wine.
So sooner than later, we'll have synthetic cacao.
Well, what I'm saying is this. You see, Baba, you said something. You said we're strategic. You can only be strategic if you have an absolute monopoly on certain things. Now look at it. Now we talk about why is the United States so strategic with the world? Because they had a grip on the financial and the military might. That is why you cannot do without them. You have to partner with them. But when you have your resources and every Tom, Dick, and Harry just come in there and just grab it and go, you don't even have a total grip on your borders. Everything just come in and go out from it. How are you strategic?
I think Rash RM, the United States is unique and just a country blessed.
For any country,
the two key things in the internet protocol, they own it 100%.
But
that's what they thrive on, apart from 66% of all trade denominated in dollars.
But Baba, what does Saudi Arabia has that makes them an ally to the United States in the Middle East?
Abundance of crude oil.
Abundance of crude oil. Apart from that,
and of course, strategically positioned in the Middle East, where they have many enemies.
Okay, now abundance of crude oil. Imagine Saudi Arabia has kind of mess that Nigeria is, whereby their oil is just being stolen right, left, and center. Everybody comes in, and do you think America will take them serious? No. They'll be overrun by other hostile nations like even Iran. So you see, the thing is this: we don't have leaders that understand what geopolitics, that understand what governance is all about. For them, it's just they want to be there, they want to make money and carry the money and go and invest abroad. The little they can invest in Nigeria, they invest. the peanuts in Nigeria and carry the majority. You see, that's all the black leaders, African black leaders are. We're not strategic. When you say I don't even know what you people are talking about. When you say Nigeria is strategic, if they come and put out their US base in Nigeria, it's just because they just want to spy on that Sahel there, just to make sure that there's no
can't
threat.
cite any
Right?
US base without
Russia might. If it's Nigeria strategic.
That was what made them remove Jonathan, because they wanted to site a base in Nigeria, and Jonathan said no. They went to site that base in Niger, and also because Jonathan refused to sign gay law. That was why they supported Buhari and kicked out Jonathan, instigating Boko Haram, and then bring back our girls. See, Nigeria is strategic. You don't like. You don't like.
This is what we
You don't like. You don't like.
See, I would say there are different levels of being strategic, and Nigeria
is very strategic.
No,
a strong Nigeria takes away a huge market share from U.S. companies that is operating
Nigeria
in Africa,
was strategic to the United States.
And the exportation of U.S. goods to Africa. If Nigeria is strong economically, Nigeria will begin to eat a lot of that market share in Africa.
Well, is that the case? Is that the case right now? Is that the case right now?
It's not the case because they don't want it to be the case. They don't want it to be the case. They have used the IMF loan to hold us down.
We had was it the vice president came to Africa? You know what I mean? Then they shun Africa. They shun Nigeria. Even when Pence was there, was it Pence or Donald Trump? He came to Africa. Was it? I think he or maybe Pence came to Africa. You know what I mean? Then they shun Nigeria. So how can you shun your?
They can continue to shun. See, they can continue to shun.
It's just like a U.S. president.
That is why Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in China. That is why Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in China. They can continue to shun Nigeria for all they care.
But Blinken has been here like 3 times.
Sorry, Baba. Let me just take a micro moment to do a bit of advertising. We have a guest joining us on our Thursday. So ignore the date. That should read the 9th, not the 8th. So we have a guest joining us on Thursday. Wale Okunniyi. He's a former gubernatorial candidate. Is the secretary to the Patriots Group. Is a political activist, political commentator, and an opinion leader. So it's a politician essentially. Within that Patriots Group sort of thing. So he's coming on Thursday to join us. So I'll send the link into the comment section. Anybody that wants to join. Make sure you're ready. It's going to be an explosive session. Wale Okunniyi, politician, activist, secretary to the Patriots Group. So yeah, gentlemen, carry on.
Yeah.
Let me say.
Strategic. It's not.
When I say it, to me, if you say Nigeria strategic, it means that they are useful for America or for the West. That's the level of
they are useful in some ways. In ways that, I mean, you see, when you say you see, that's the thing.
As a pawn, that's what I mean. As a pawn, not because they have.
Now, let me ask a question. Hardly any U.S. allies that is strategic to them, that U.S. does not have some kind of defense pact, defense exchange or whatever. Do you know how many of the Saudi Arabians that comes here on training to the United States here? At least you know of one that happened whereby he went on a rampage and he was killing people.
But the situation in the Middle East is not the same as Africa, as Sub-Saharan Africa, not in that regards. We don't have that same situation.
Prince Daddy, for you to understand how strategic Saudi Arabia and the Arabians are to the United States, despite the crap that some of their people did to U.S. citizens on U.S. soil here, do you know how many Saudi Arabians come here on training? The reason why I use Saudi Arabia often is because I just see them as, because they have oil like us, and even though I know they are monarchy system, but my point is just that I'm trying to drive out here is that strategists ally get grade. Nigeria is not at that grade of any what you would call a real strategic ally like that. They are useful, yes, maybe in some ways. We grown our doctors, and they will send them here. Cheap way of getting brain drain for themselves here. Yeah, Nigeria, you will continue making your doctors, and we'll continue grabbing them for ourselves. That is how the strategy they are. But defense pact, like, do we have U.S. military coming in and training us as such? those years are past when they are strategic. Where you see a lot of Nigerian army generals, they go over there, they go to is it Cedar Point or what is it called? Cedar, what's the name of that place? That training where they go here in America. So the point is this:
West Point.
West Point. Thank you, Sheikh Baba. My point is this: is that Nigeria, those years of those glory are gone from Nigeria because Nigeria has gone to the dogs, and we found that we don't have absolute control of our borders. Any Tom, Dick, and Ali just walks in, our mineral resources get stolen, and then are you strategic to? I mean, you see, you people need to understand the context of what we talk about a country being strategic. Yeah, we're still useful to them. They do brain drain for us, collect our nurses, collect our our teachers, our doctors and our IT guys. That's it. What else? What else are we really benefiting from?
Do you know just how strategic? You know that Europe essentially depends. If the importance of Nigeria is that it keeps some sort of calm and balance within that Sahel region, especially if Nigeria implodes. Can you imagine what will happen? Every country will get overrun. Europe will completely be overrun within 12 months.
You see, you people are full of. I mean, you people like to talk about some things that I don't even understand. It's Sahel.
Rashoma, it's not like Walmart. It's not like Nigeria is like next door to America, like Mexico. You know, those people they got to get on a plane and fly to it.
No, you don't get it, Prince Daddy.
No,
take for instance, woman. Let me answer.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, take for instance. Ordinarily, there is conflict, and 100 million Nigeria tore into West Africa. That is more than the population of the 17 countries.
So that's the definition of strategic, Baba.
No. I'm not talking of strategy. Now I'm talking of the disaster, the magnitude of the disaster. You questioned it, and I'm giving an example of what will happen to those economies. And another 50 million straight into Cameroon, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea.
You just made my point, Baba. Exactly to that point.
Collapse all of those countries.
Exactly to that point.
Collapsing it until they get to the shores of Europe. Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, they will get there when 100 million people are dead. But my point is that look, any disaster that you're right about what you said, Baba, and it's only going to affect the sub-Saharan African nations for a very long time. Again,
we may not even recover. We may not recover. West Africa,
that is true too. And it all depends. If the Western nations they turn their back and like, no, forget these people, let them do their own stuff. It's going to be a disaster that you're right. We may never recover from it. So hopefully it never happens. Actually, hopefully it never happens because it's a disaster. I mean, it's going to be horrific. I mean, unlike Haiti or Dominican Republic and Mexico next door, they can just come through the border and get some assistance or whatever. But Nigerians will destroy the entire West Africa just in a sweep like that. So those things can never happen.
Is that a definition of strategic? Because they will destroy the whole of West
No,
Africa?
we're not talking about strategy right now. You're just talking about the impact of Nigeria. In West Africa, really.
But that is a strategic importance now. If Nigeria implodes, it will destroy. It will affect the whole of the supply flow that flows into all these Western countries. That's one. And in terms of people movement, you know the route already that Nigerians follow to go through Libya. They will continue to. If Nigerians overrun, if the population of Niger, for instance, is about 5-7 million. Can you imagine if about 20 million Nigerians suddenly arrive within 3 weeks? That country completely overrun. Then they will overrun that country and they continue to spill and spill until they get to that shores. And the gap, by the way, between those North African countries and Spain, Italy, thereabout, is a swimming distance. It's what actually cuts Africa off Europe. You can actually see Europe from the shores of a lot of those North African countries. Very, very quickly, Europe will be overrun now.
It's not that. No. It's not going to happen. Okay. Listen, those same Arab people, they'll become the gatekeepers to keep those Africans in the desert.
They will gatekeep 50 million people. They'll be overrun.
Okay. Well, it's not like an easy journey. One man to go on that journey all the way to the coast of Spain.
Let me do this, Prince Daddy. You're talking about a country that is strategic, and this guy has been there for over almost going to 2 years now. He has never appointed one ambassador. All the consular Nigerian foreign missions abroad, they are being handled by the consular officers or some of the consular person that is lower than an ambassador.
Well, he's saving Nigeria a lot of money then. That's pretty good.
This guy is clueless. This guy doesn't
No, sorry. Where are you getting that from? Do they not have ambassadors already?
You say what? Go on. What did you say?
Do they not have did all the ambassadors resign with Buhari?
No. All of them. A lot of them have been recalled back. A lot of them are. Not all of them have been recalled back. So,
Rashma, if that is true, Tinubu is saving us a lot of money. A lot of money.
That was the reason why I think the reason was because they said they don't have the money to start
there you go.
or whatever. Yeah. So, but then my point is this: is that is one of the failure of this guy in Aso Rock. If you understand the geopolitics, you need. I mean, look at the lives of Obasanjo. Oh my goodness, he was very active when it comes to international politics. That's why I say he keep junketing from one country to another. He's negotiating.
No, I think you are misrepresenting that storyline that you are presenting.
What storyline is that? That was.
They did not look. The ambassador to the United States is still very much in situation. To the United Kingdom is still very much in situation.
Where is that? Well, can you give me evidence? Where's the ambassador to Nigerian ambassador that was sent by?
All right, I can Google it. What do you mean that was sent by? Is there a Nigerian ambassador in the United States now? There is, yes.
Where is it?
Oh, okay. I'll just find it now.
Okay. So my point is this: is that for 2 good years, this guy has never appointed ambassadors. Do you know the seriousness of your foreign missions abroad?
Uzoma, Rashma, it shows Mrs. Uzoma Emenike as the ambassador to Nigeria, to the United States.
Come on. To the United States. So who was there? Oh, you see, here you go. It was not. It's a senior, high-ranking diplomatic consul there that took over. They were filling in.
No, it just told you the name of an ambassador, not a functionary.
That is it. It's okay. I don't want to argue.
No. What point are you making?
Like, what I'm making is that he did not appoint. Tinubu has not appointed any ambassador to go and represent Nigeria in any of those countries.
No. Are those countries without ambassadors?
They have ambassadors. It is the consul there that is acting in that capacity. It's not an ambassador. That's what I'm saying. The consul you're talking about, maybe it's one of the consuls.
Rational mind is correct. Even though I hate to admit it.
How do you mean?
You don't play politics. I mean, you see. Well, man, go and do your investigation. Go and do your investigation. There was this,
no, I say you are correct, even though I hate to admit it.
Go and do your investigation. You are a wannabe journalist, right? Go and do your investigation. The investigation you do journalism. So we know whether what I'm saying is true or not. This guy, what's his name? Fayemi was lobbying to become an ambassador, from what I gathered, but they said no because even Fayemi now.
Rational mind. Okay, maybe in the UK they have this guy called he's an ambassador, Ambassador Tunji Ishola, to the UK.
Where was he nominated there by?
I don't know. But
the point is,
they've all been recalled. It's the consul that's acting for them.
I don't know what you're talking about. It could be a consular high commissioner there, or I mean, consul, somebody who is a consular there that is acting, filling in until when they get just like somebody's acting. Like before, what is there? Cardoso became a central bank. Somebody that was already there.
Good evening, please. Yeah. If we don't, what is the work of an ambassador in a country Do we really need them? Wasting the money of the country? What
Good
are they
question.
doing? Yeah, please. Because let me land, please. Currently, I don't think Australia and Nigeria have a good relationship. Yes, I don't. We have a consulate in Canberra, but I don't think we have an ambassador there. But what is their work? What are they doing? But I don't know. Yeah, maybe enlighten me because I don't know. I don't know their job. I don't know the
Well,
specification of
you
their
might,
job.
you might say you don't know their job, but they are very important. When diplomacy used to be a very key thing. I just noticed in recent years, maybe just because of Nigerian policy, that's why I don't really see diplomacy as a key tool that could be used in fostering some kind of relationship between two countries. Because with you having an ambassador in the country, it will promote your country and you'll be able to talk to, relate with the government of that country. That's the use, which an ordinary consular officer cannot do that. A consular officer is only there for just for consular affairs, like, okay, fine, your citizen in that country, they want to come to your country, they need passport or they need visa or foreigners that are in that country where you are represented. That's what the consular officer is for. Anything that has to do with affairs of the embassy with regard to travel or whatever. But when it comes to the ambassador is more political appointee who goes there and promote the
But,
political agenda.
okay, Russian, might tell us the dictionary definition of it. Just to answer Thomas's question. I mean, do we really need these ambassadors? Apart from maybe some key countries, I've even proposed before, prior, that look, for example, in West Africa, they should consolidate all the countries, all the ambassadors in West Africa, and put the main one person in Ghana to represent like 5 or 6 countries. Well, what do we need these other ambassadors for? What are they doing in Togo and Benin? What are they offering? What is their value? Consolidate them and save money.
Well,
I mean, I can think of an
consolidate.
ambassador in the UK and Australia and America. I understand that each of one of those countries, but these other countries, even the Eastern European nations, we don't need them.
Okay, fine. I can understand the one you just made. Maybe Togo, just consolidate maybe one person. Acting in behalf of those 3 countries or those 4 countries, Ghana, Togo, Benin. I can understand that, but so there's some important nation that you cannot even just do that like that. Places like United States,
I understand.
United Kingdom,
That's what I say.
Germany,
UK, America, Australia, for example. Yeah, one each.
Maybe you can even have Australia for maybe New Zealand and Australia, maybe acting for both of them.
That would be perfect. If you make a proposal to Tinubu,
it
is a friend.
doesn't even have one for United States. It doesn't have any one for the United Kingdom. They're all acting. They're just consular officers there that are just acting because they're all being recalled after Bubu left there. Remember that there was this the one they had here in the United States was this old man when Oyema was there. This other, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Some 93-year-old man.
He was the one that was there. So why is it now Mrs. Oyekere? What did you call her? Musu or whatever you call her. When was it appointed?
See what it boils down to, Russian man. If we are saving money from Tinubu's
saving money, my fee.
Well, I'm assuming he's not paying them the same amount of money he pays the ambassadors. I'm assuming that.
We see somebody is clueless.
I have a question for Rational Man. I have a question for Rational Mind. Yeah, Rational Mind. All those ambassadors you said they record. I think I heard that one is about 90-something years old. My question is, what was their impact or their stay as ambassador to those countries? What was the benefits to Nigeria?
You see, like I said, in recent years, diplomacy don't used to be like it used to be anymore, because we've entered a new era of geopolitics. You might not understand what I'm saying, because as a student of international relations myself, I noticed that in recent years, even if you look at, we used to talk about United States Secretary of State. I mean, you always like, when you talk about people like Clinton, Clinton's wife, talk about Kerry, talk about this former man that was a former, what's his name? This black man from Jamaica that became U.S. What's his name? Even when United Kingdom, you had your former Home Secretary or whatever. So my point is this: they are very, very important, at least for some countries, to you to have them. It's because it's just because the world has become something else now, whereby that's why I wonder why people. That's why I can understand people who are asking me what is their use now. Well, you might not see any use for them anymore. But the point I tell you is that I'm telling you, if Nigeria is if Nigeria is doing well politically and strategically to the rest of the world, let's say we get our shit together. Excuse my French. We get our stuff together. We are very, economically we are very vibrant. My brother, you need to have them because they will have to market your country to the country where they are sitting, where they are representing. Imagine Nigeria is so wealthy, at the level of maybe Saudi Arabia or the UAE or any of those rich countries from the Gulf states. I tell you, we would need them to promote Nigeria to sell Nigeria to all those. They'll be able to bring in process what's it called? People that wants to come into Nigeria for business. Like for example.
No, my question is, do we need them now?
Well, that's a good question you're asking. Do we need them now? I believe at least for some countries we need them. Like for America here, we need them. United Kingdom, we need them. Germany, we will need them. Maybe in Russia, we will need them. China, we will need them. Those big countries, like even like India too, we need them for India. Because the amount of trade volume between Nigeria and India is very high too. So you need them. But Tinubu is not doing anything about it. You see, when we say this guy is clueless, you people say maybe we're just cussing him. It's clueless.
Well, quite frankly, these ambassadors, they are, really their job really is to be at a high. Hold on, they go to high function events. They don't really do much in that regard. Only when it's like some, what do you call it? Maybe there's some, I don't know how to put it, strategic implication to those two countries. No, but they don't do much. We need to be more. I agree to your point that we need to do more trading or do more trade engagement.
Let me tell you something. When diplomacy used to be something, at least in the past, I have been privy to attended with somebody when the French ambassador at the time invited some people, and I went there. It's like some kind of party. People get together, ambassadors, people. They call it the corps diplomatique or diplomatic corps. They call them. They all get together. They will do some kind of like a party where everybody you all sit down. You have cognac and they drink champagne and all of that, and they talk business. They relate.
Stop one man. Stop rational mind, man. They don't do nothing, man.
This is where they finish. They finish business. This is where they finish business. But Nigeria is no longer positioned like that anymore. Nigeria is an anyhow state now. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't get it. We need to position strategically position that country.
These ambassadors, they don't do much. They do not.
You might say
it's like
I agree with
you. They don't.
At least for some countries, we need them. For some countries like America,
well,
UK, we need them.
If there's like an hostage situation or some critical, you need to face. See, it's just the face that they need. That this country, Nigeria, has an ambassador in this country to show up as the official person in charge. But other than that, rational mind, just like you said, they go drink cognac and hang out and do this function. They don't do much. Stop playing around. You just said it yourself. They don't do much.
They finish business. They meet with business community during those parties.
So, then what comes from it?
You want to start reminiscing when Alex Akinyele, when this man, this foreign minister was there during Babangida and all of that. These were those times. You know that Tafawa Balewa used to double as prime minister and as what's it called, foreign minister of foreign affairs before Nwachukwu took over from him. And when Nwachukwu, go and look at those old clips of Nwachukwu when he speaks. I know that you understand these are real seasoned diplomats. They finish business. And remember those era? Those were this era when Nigeria was at its peak when it comes to prosperity and recognition among the community of nations.
Rational mind. You live in America. Business is done by the private sector. Real business, not just talk. Real business is done by the private sector.
They facilitate something like that. Those businesses, they invite business guys to their. I said French ambassador did one that I attended. I was just opportunity. Somebody took me there. I'm a nobody then, but because I just know the person. He works with Airtel. He's from Burkina Faso. I work for him as a PA, and he got me invited, and I went with him. I mean, I was with big people, the French ambassador. What are we talking about? And they finished big business. You see the GM of health.
Get an example of what kind of business do they do. See, these guys are like what you call they transmit cable. Or how do you just it hardly they even talk to the president of the country. This ambassador.
Impression is everything. Impression is everything. You know, the way your country carry themselves, your ambassador or whatever. It's you see, it's all about. I don't know how to put this to you guys. I don't know. Maybe because I'm just so tired mentally right now. I can't really be able to express. But the point is this. I'm not saying maybe for every country.
Sorry, rational mind. Just a microsecond. Gentlemen, let me bail out hand over to Thomas. Super chatters, Isaac Black, and and Des. So there it is right there. Nobody loves us anymore. So only joking. Yes, thank everyone. See you tomorrow. So Thomas.
Rational mind. Sorry, yeah. As this, like Australia now, we don't have a consulate in Nigeria. So if you are vying for anything in Australia, you have to do everything online. Everything is being handled here. So
Okay,
if Australia doesn't have a,
they say British.
Sorry?
You go to British embassy for your. They said British embassy does that for Australia. Is that not what they said?
No. I'm just saying if, like Australia now, we don't have a embassy in Nigeria.
But they used to have it before. They used to have it before.
Yes, but now
It's in front
none.
of. It used to be in front of that barracks. What's that in barracks?
Yes. Now none. So if Australia doesn't have an embassy in Nigeria, fine, we need the embassy in Australia. But if they don't have it in Nigeria, do they count us as anything? So why do we need to waste our money here? I don't know what Nigerian consulate is even doing here. They are only doing passports. That's all. That is all they are doing. There's nothing special they are doing.
Like that was why I said to you. I said in recent years, diplomacy doesn't really carry that weight anymore because you see, civilization is. We are evolving. Society is evolving, and I think there is not much of need for diplomacy. Like you have ambassadors that will go and do big things like they used to do before. I can understand why. That's why people are saying, but you see, there are certain countries that you cannot do without having ambassadors. Like China is one of them.
I know, like maybe G10 country, China, America,
richest country, yeah. So you need to have it. So maybe not for like countries like New Zealand where you did. Maybe you can have one ambassador that doubles for New Zealand. Yeah. So I can understand that because for cost. But there are countries that you cannot do without. That's what I think Tinubu have not done. Like UK, United Kingdom, Canada, and some other European countries like Germany. You cannot say like France. I think they have one in France. I think there was one guy that I think Tinubu nominated. I don't know if he's just a consular officer that I was asked to act. But you see, the point is this: is that Tinubu just need to get himself together. I don't know. I don't know if he even get himself because.
Did ambassador? Yeah, did ambassador? Did they have Did they have maybe 10 years, or they just nominate them? Did they have a tenure?
I think as far as I know, it's they serve at the what's it called? How do I say it? What English I want to it's the president that will nominate them, and he can recall them anytime he likes. But I think they have a tenure.
Yeah, so they don't have like a tenure, maybe 5 years tenure, 4 years tenure.
I won't say they do. They won't say they do. Yeah, they can be recalled anytime. But usually they take more than 1, 2 years or 4 years. So, but I think the president will determine how long they want to serve. If they send you, if you say continue doing your job, and he will continue doing. But if he will call you back, they will call you. Yeah, that's it. Or maybe they get expelled. If the country where you are, they expel you. They say we don't want you anymore. Go.
We don't want anymore.
Yeah, they can do that too. So yeah. So I would say there's a specific time.
Let me tell you something. When they come from Canberra to Melbourne to do our passports, can you imagine all the guys? They are northerners. Buhari finish that country with this nepotism. All four of them are northerner. You can imagine 4 came from Canberra, from the embassy. 4 of them, they are northerner. Because
So
my
what do you mean,
father-in-law,
Thomas? Are they not Nigerians?
no, I didn't say they are not Nigeria. You should know where I'm going. The 4 came from Canberra, and 4 of them are northerner. No Yoruba, no Igbo. I'm even willing to go to Canberra to see what are they doing there. I haven't been there to the embassy here there, but it looks like it looks somehow to me. They are Nigerians. You are right, but no, I don't know. You understand what I mean?
Even if you go to the foreign affairs in Abuja, there, I will say to you that when I was there in 2000, when I was in Abuja, I went there. I was trying to see if I could get into Nigerian Foreign Service. I would say more than quarter of almost half of I would just say like 40% they are dominated by the Northerners. So I mean that tells you, that's their go-to job every time. They're always in either police, army. They don't. I mean, they will
It's quite interesting. You have no complaints about it. You said that's their job. But if Tinubu puts Yorubas all around, no, it's true. You have no qualms with it. But so, that's their job. They go to police. They go to no. If Tinubu does the same thing, you complain.
No, if I start saying that, I mean, I told you, I've said the story here. I've tried many times to get into Nigerian Foreign Service, but I could not. For the reason because I don't know one senator, I don't know one, what's it called, one big royal father to give me a letter to go and meet the head of civil service so that they can put my name into the foreign service. I mean, I know so many people who works there, but that's how we do. That's how we do. That was when I joined my Obasanjo was there. I was trying to get into Nigerian Foreign Service. So, but then you see, the point is, it's kind of the Nigeria. Well, let me just stop right here. Let me not go into any. But my point is just that Tinubu needs to just get his act together. I don't know if that guy knows what he's doing. I think he's not really prepared for this thing he's doing. Just only the president.
You keep saying Tinubu. You don't think you know what Tinubu is doing. Of course, you know very well, and you've been around long enough to.
He's trying to save
been
money,
around.
right?
No, I'm not even talking about the ambassador stuff. You know, Nigeria is not a straight line country. It's a complicated country with different interests always vying for power, resources, and money. You know that. So to think that Tinubu will just show up and does magic and we're gonna have a perfect economy and everything be going so smoothly, it doesn't work that way. Even when he knows the right things to do, he can't just implement it or suggest it. There's a lot of things at play here. You know very well. But because you just don't like Tinubu all the way from Lagos, I think that's why the Godfatherism that you talk about, and some other stuff. That's what you don't like the man. Understand? You don't have to like him, but when you try to educate the public, be sincere at least in your analysis, because your analysis are like always awkward. They're always leaning the wrong way.
What's the sincerity I've lacked? That it doesn't. I mean, I might not be sincere.
Well, you only be sincere in for an instance, but in terms of the overall picture of how Nigeria is structured, it's impossible. I was just thinking about it a couple of days ago. I think we should just go not break up the country, but I think it should be well established that we should be divided by region, 6 region or whatever. We should do that. And the reason why I came to that conclusion is that look, in the north, that they have all these Nigerians or these Malians crossing the borders. You can't have the country where you can't track the people. You don't have a secure border. You can't have a country like that. And how do you manage your resources, the allocation of resources, and all these things? It's not going to work. So if region by tribe mainly manage their own space, then whatever happens, it's up to them. It is what it is. Okay, so if the Northerners want to allow the Nigerian brothers to come across anytime they want, they can do that too. That is fine. But as a country together, I don't think it's the right way to do it. Let's have a center, a weak center that is, and all the regions be powerful, be creative, be innovative. No, use your resources accordingly, build your space, do whatever you want to do. But as a country, it's not working. It can't work. It can't work. I think we all know that. It cannot work.
But then there's a proposal before Tinubu by the what they call themselves, Concern Nigeria. What was that? This former man, Emeka Anyako, what was his name? He proposed I think former Commonwealth Secretary General.
Oh yes.
That's another guy I respect. He's a real seasoned diplomat. Oh, that guy is I mean, this is what I'm talking about. These are people that you can use that can talk. So don't get me wrong. I'm just saying when I start talking. But my point is this: is that they propose to him that this thing, even though they bring Jesus Christ, that's what he said. Even though they bring Jesus Christ down, Nigeria can never work. Which I've always said here. With the way Nigeria is structured with this fraudulent, phony constitution that we have. But is Tinubu listening? That's the question. Tinubu feels he can do it, even with this constitution. That's why I said he will fail. We should do my back room there. I said it here. How is it different?
Why won't he feel, Rachel? Why won't you feel that you're swearing for him, that you're cursing him? Why won't you feel?
No, I'm not cursing
him. Answer the question.
It's a pattern. Okay, you want me to start giving you the pattern? Obasanjo was there. Who was the greatest I must say, he's not the greatest Yoruba man, but he's the greatest Yoruba man after Awolowo War that has done something that I know that I can say, yes, this guy tried in some ways. But what did he do? He could not make anything out of it. All through his 8 years, it was usually one strife. Either the Sharia North, they are fighting, killing Christians there, or it's the OPC from Lagos or from the southwest. It's other Niger Delta people that are blowing out the pipe. It's one thing or the other. Yadua got there. At least the guy was just there for a few, like a year or two. I didn't know if he was there, we maybe would have known what must have happened. But look at what happened. Even when Jonathan was there, what did he do? He didn't even make anything out of it. Boo Boo got there too. What did he do? He made another. So
hold on, Rashomai. Don't jump over Jonathan. You know your Democrats were the one. Your Obama was the one that sabotaged Jonathan. You know
let's not go into this Democrat.
Of course you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
My point is that I'm saying that constitution is not workable. It's not a living document. We cannot take Nigeria to where we're supposed to be. That is why people like Emeka Anyako and other people are saying that.
So what is missing? What is missing in the constitution that is not viable?
Oh God, dude, let me not go. I don't want to start sounding like a broken record here. Go and listen to my previous. Go and listen to my previous submission on this.
Okay, so does it allow us to go by region? Does it allow each region to go?
They were proposing regionalism. Yeah, I think that's one of those things they proposed.
Okay, if it's there, that is good then. I mean, that's the main thing we need.
Will Tinubu allow it? That's it. Will Tinubu allow it?
Tinubu is the champion. Tinubu is the champion of regionalism.
Go save yourself that BS. I mean, Tinubu is what's you people just make this guy look like some kind of genius. He's a genius, and look at how the country is. He announced that subsidy is gone, and they are paying they are owing $6 billion in subsidy. I mean, what are you talking about? In just 1 year? In 1 year, $6 billion. And now they're talking about selling a refinery to some private people after they pumped over $1.5 billion. They want to sell it. They want to privatize. You see, when we say these people don't know, they're always doing trial and error. They don't have the solution. It's because of the way Nigeria is structured. Let everybody control their resources. A weak center, like you said, but with Tinubu allowing himself to be weak, just be a figurehead president, ceremonial president.
No. See, Tinubu has the opportunity, to usher Nigeria into this new.
Yeah, but will he do it? That's the question. Do you know the repercussion of what that means?
I mean, what is the repercussion?
It's going to be weak. It's going to be just going to be a lame duck president.
Of course, if he does it in his second term on his way out, yes, that's what we're talking about. And if he wants to show a good example, he should actually implement it right at the beginning or mid of the second term, and we know for sure what we have.
And the Netherlands will allow it. They will allow him to. They will not give him the opportunity.
Okay. So now is the Northerners' problem, not Tinubu. I thought it was Tinubu's problem that he wouldn't do it.
Come on. You see, the time now is now for him. If he can do it now, and Nigerians see that he's doing it, I tell you, people will vote for him, even with all this mess that's going on. He might still win the 27 election because they see that he's doing something. He wants to restructure Nigeria. He wants Nigeria to control everybody. Control there's something. And if he loses that election because of that, at least he will go. I personally, for one, I would regard him as one of those true person that has really worked.
See, Rational, I hear this.
But no, he never did now.
I only say it will only make sense for Nigeria to go in a regional format with border control. Do you agree to that?
Control the border. Have you gone to the north? You know what the people manage that border?
That's what I just said it earlier. If Southwest can maintain their border, hold on. If Southwest can maintain their border, if Southeast can maintain their border, that is, if any other region that doesn't want to maintain their border, that's their problem. That's what I'm saying. And also, you have to control it.
We're talking about right now. Right now, the chunk of people in the Nigerian immigration service, a lot of them are northerners. I won't say all of them, but I'll say they have the majority in that service, in the Nigerian immigration service. If you go to Semepoda there, I tell you, if you count every 10 personnel agents there at the border there, at least 4 of them or 3 of them must be northerners. Now you can now share the remaining 3 or 7 or 6 from other different parts of Nigeria. What are we talking about? And then if you go to their own side, they're not there.
No, see, what are we talking about is that you keep exposing your bias towards Tinubu, because it's quite clear that the Northerners. Hold on, it's quite clear that the Northerners they've infiltrated and they occupy a lot of the positions in government,
of course, including the military. Is that the only problem? So by the time you
if that has always been the case, then don't you think it's going to take time, especially if this has been going on for so many years? It's going to take time for Tinubu to make any meaningful impact.
You replace all of them with all of them Yoruba, and so Yoruba people will also become their own northerners that allowing their own people.
He can't just do that. He can't just do that.
What are you not saying?
What I'm saying that whatever it's going to do is going to take time. It's going to take time to make any meaningful change.
Who is Daddy? You're not ready to walk. You're not ready to go on, please.
Who is Daddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if we go regional, that's different region. The different region, are they going to be mobile?
What do you mean mobile?
That's mobile in the sense each region, are they going to take their region outside Africa and then go carry it to maybe Europe or other places? Because this problem is Africa problem. Whether you go region or they're going to carry the region and then put tire, they roll it away to somewhere else.
Okay. I hear you. Well, yeah, it's not gonna. I mean,
it's not going to be mobile, no.
It's not. Of course not.
Okay.
But they should maintain the border. That's either go regional, then each region should maintain their own border. That's what I would say.
Yeah. That make a lot of sense. Yeah, everybody should. But bring that the Nigeria problem na bicycle.
You see the problem. Let me say this: the problem is not much about who mans the border than you having a real institution that works. I tell you, all the guys that are employed now, law enforcement agents, they don't even go through some kind of background check. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is just allowed to enter the force as long as you can get a letter from one royal father, whether you have a criminal past or you don't have it. I know of some people when I was in Nigeria that were ex-convict from Kirikiri there, and they turned informants from informant, they start wearing. They were informant to acting like you guys know what I mean by informants. They're like snitches. Yeah. And then from there, they start wearing police uniform. They got into police. They become police. These are ex-convicts. Let me say they tell me this, so I know of some of them. So what are we talking about?
I mean, so what is strange about that? So they're now working for the state.
Nigeria needs structure. It needs structure. The institutions need structure. We need to start if going forward, anybody that has to. I mean, am I surprised? What are we talking about? I mean, somebody, a family member of mine was trying to travel recently. He needed the police reports. He go there, he pay them. They just print out something, give him. Whether I get police, I'm not saying he has it. I'm not saying he has, but I'm saying, can you even trust that? What is the database? Okay, well, let me ask you a question. You know how many criminals have been processed into jail or prisons? How many of them did they have their fingerprinting? Let's say for me, say in the future, that one they can't release and can't go. He wants to travel go America or he want go. They say me go do police character or police reports. Do they have it on the? And the Nigerian government has made this kind of like a business now. You have to go to. Do you know how much my family member spent? He spent almost like 85,000 naira just to get a police character. But on the side,
it's an official document, right? So I mean, that's
how true is it? That's the question. How authentic is that thing? If he has been arrested many times, he has been engaged in some kind of things, criminality. Does the police even have they have
you know, we don't have the database for tracking such criminal activities. Rational mind, we don't have a database to know the accurate number of the real workers in the Nigerian civil
You're talking about a background check. So you see, for me,
so much more there.
It's better we start something right now that we're not just talking about the different problems we have. Start with that first. Start gathering data on people.
Rational mind, let me tell you one of my experience here that I just I ride a power bike. So I was, because when I came here, you can have your Nigerian driver's license. They will just go to their driving school and they will give you straight full license. But if you don't have your driver's license from Nigeria, you have to go from learners, like 3 years before you get your full license. I got my driver's license from Nigeria. When I came here, I got a full license. Now I got a power bike. You need a rider's license. I have my rider's license from Nigeria, but they have to verify that rider's license before they can give me full license. Because I'm not a learner. If I don't do that, I have to start from learners, like a beginning. And I've been riding in Nigeria for donkey years. So I gave them my rider's license. My brother, there is nothing to there is no security. They can't confirm the rider's license. They have to tell me to go to Canberra, to our embassy. They should just give me a letter to confirm that rider's license I have is authentic, it's not fake. The driver's license is just plain, all license should have like a security, or you know what I mean? That maybe if they put it in the system, they can search. Yeah. But my rider's license I got from Lagos, not from Oyo State, from Lagos. Rider's license from Lagos. They put the number, there's no security they can even check. Maybe the license is authentic, or my brother, I'm still lazy to go to Canberra to go verify the license.
If you go
you
there,
can imagine I'm still riding on learners. I have to carry learners on my bike, and I've been riding for years. So everything is just, at least if you have your driver's license in this Australia, you went to maybe to UK or America, if they put it in the system, there will be like a security something on the rider's license to confirm that this is original, this is authentic. But you can imagine, my brother, you can imagine you are a professional rider, and you are carrying L plates. People will just look like you that you are still riding, you are still learning. It annoys me so much, but what can I do?
Yeah, you see, that's the irony of that country called Nigeria. Because
Lagos rider's license, no security, nothing.
You have to go and verify it. Like some of us that were born way back then, that our parents never had. Maybe they had our birth certificate, or maybe they lost it, or something happened to it. Now, if you go to, you have to go to Nnpc to go and get some kind of the long form. You call it the long letter. I mean, long form from Nnpc national. And then Nnpc will tell you that we don't have any record for anything. But what we'll do is that we'll give you a letter of attestation. You go and show up with that. You see, what kind of a country that doesn't have a database? Here in America, if you want somebody that was born in 1900, they can go and dig out the birth certificate for you here. In 1900, just 1960 or 1960 or 1970 down to this era, they don't have record for that.
Yeah. I'm listening.
Your own is good, though. You brought license from Nigeria. Wait, you brought license from Nigeria. They say you should go and verify it and all that. If you carry any license from Nigeria, come here in Spain, not tissue paper. They don't even know whether you go anything for that. They don't. That tissue paper. Go take a clean and throw away. They don't need that. They don't need it here.
You have to start from beginning.
Yeah, if you don't go to their school here, do their theory, do their practical, and you have to spend a lot of money. You can't bring license from where? From Nigeria? No, you can bring from other places, but from Nigeria they don't accept.
Oh, that's very sad. Even with my driving license, I can drive anywhere in the whole world for maybe the first 3 months, thereabout. If you have a license and I'm visiting US, rational mind, do I need to go and get driver's license in US? No. Your international driver's license. No,
I don't know much about that. Australian might be different with the United States, and I think maybe it's possible they might allow you to drive, but I can't put a finger to that. I think it depends on the state because here it's by state.
Rational mind. When I came here, I drove for 6 months. You can still drive for 6 months with your international rider's license before you get the state. I drove for 6 months. You are allowed to drive because if you are a visitor, you know what I said, you came for holiday, you want to drive, you have an international driver's license, you should be allowed to drive. Is it not like that in US?
Well, yeah, I think in the United States here, I have somebody that just came in like a year ago or something like that, and he said with his international driver's license, they allow him to drive. Even one of my cousins
that lives in Florida, drive, yeah,
they allow him to the international driver's license. But the point is, I'm trying to make
so far it's still valid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just think so. Maybe for me, well, I don't know. You see, Nigerian documents are just the year around Nigerian documents is just what baffles me. Why can't we get it right? I mean, every nation protect their ordinary Benin Republic there. If you see their national identity card, they've been having national identity card for like donkey years. Like they've been having like in the 80s. They've been having, as far as I remember, as far as my memory can serve me, like in the 80s. And it's according to the technology back then, they laminate it, but it has some kind of security on it. You can't fake it. When I went back there some years ago and I saw the one they have now recently. It's microchip. It's computerized. They have it. Don't carry Benin Republic there. Their citizens have a national identity card. So that's what you're going to use to get your passport. And they've been doing it for like since the 80s. But why Nigeria? You see, these are the questions we ask. And we wonder why the country is just the way it is. We cannot account for how many workers we have. We cannot amount to how many people that are working in the civil service. We talk about ghost workers. You want to travel, they ask you to go and get police character. They just give you any paper and just put their stamp on it and give you, or you give them 80-something thousand naira, how many thousand naira. You're just making money with it. What kind of society is that? Where you cannot even really vouch for the person, the character of the person that is coming to your country. I'm not trying to demarket Nigeria here, but you just need to get your shit together in that country. Because you want to go and get a driver's license in Lagos now. You can get driver's license easy. Somebody will go and bring you. I remember some years ago, somebody was just sitting at home. You just pay somebody to go and get him driver's license. He could also school. He didn't go to school. They were just teaching him how to drive on the street. And he paid one person. The person went to go and bring him live driver's license live.
But last time a year and a half ago, I went to did I apply for a driver's license, right? In Lagos, of course.
Yeah.
I was taking the test. They actually took a test on the computer. And
Lagos, what year was this?
2022,
Okay,
December.
That's very recent. I'm talking about many years ago. I'm talking about many years ago.
Well, I'm telling you my experience, but
2001. Go on.
I was taking a test, and they were having some connection problem on the computer, so I could not finish the test. I think I was like 60% through, and but anyways, it wasn't my fault, and I was able to get my license. But interesting though.
Can you just see how that country is?
They
you
did.
don't finish your test.
I did.
And they just override it. They override it. Don't worry, Joe. You just bring your money. They'll just do it for you. You see, that's what we're saying.
You know? But you know the interesting thing though, it wasn't like they were trying to gouge me. I paid the minimum that they required, and I was taking my test in this place that it was somewhere in VI. This office was. It wasn't Alausa. It was somewhere in. But anyways, but the point is that at the end of the day, I didn't have to take the actual physical driving test. They just gave me my license, my temporary license, and the original came in the mail. So that's the system we have there. I mean, it works.
Hold on. Are you saying they sent you your driver's license in Nigeria in the mail, in Nigeria or here in America?
In Nigeria.
Oh, they now send. Oh, that's good. That's a good improvement that they're sending a driver's license in the mail. That's a good thing.
Actually, let me hold on. No. I get a temporary license.
Okay.
And there was somebody I knew that collected it for me. Yes, that's what happened.
Oh, so not like.
Please, Daddy, you are very on point. The 2 years ago, I went to Nigeria. My previous license have been expired, so immediately from the airport, my mother-in-law drove us to the place. I did the renewal. They gave me the temporary you are talking about, maybe for 1 year or 6 months there. I forgot the validity. Then I sent my mother-in-law to go and collect the original later. So when I get to Nigeria now, I have to get the original from my mother-in-law. Which is not bad. At least you write the name of the person that can collect it for you. It's because you are not in the country. If you are in the country,
that is true. Actually, that is true. You put the person's name to
because
collect
when I got there, hold on, please. Okay. I have to tell them I'm not living in Nigeria. So because they will expect me to come and collect the original and myself, that means I told them I'm not living in Nigeria, but this is my mother-in-law. I write his name down and I give her the authority to collect the driver's license on my behalf. I don't think it's something bad. Yeah,
no, it's not bad, but
because you are not living in the country, I can't come to Nigeria because of license. Yeah.
What I thought you people were saying is that when President says they send him, I was thinking that it's the Nigerian what do they call it? Licensing. What's the name of that? Licensing.
VIO. What they call it.
So I was thinking maybe it's the VIO that's like here in America. If you do your driver's license, they will send it by mail. even though you want to do
everybody know that.
So
when my driver
Nigeria,
license expired, I will pay for the renewal online, and it will be sent to my mail. I don't need to go there.
But
Now,
when President said they sent it to him,
we are advanced now. We have our driver's license on our phone now. You don't need to carry your physical card.
See? So when President said they sent it by mail for him, I was like, Nigeria don't do that one to you. But now when he said that it was the guy that was trying to help him that sent it to him, I was like, okay, Nigeria do that. I go fear Nigeria do that one. But those we cannot do, we can do it.
But come on now, Nigeria will pass that stage now. Come on, you can actually get your passport renewed online or apply for a passport online. What about that? Is not a great improvement.
Can they send it to you like USPS will do that for you when you do it, and then you go to USPS and they send it to you? That's the postal service.
But if you do it online, obviously they have to mail it to you to your address. Yeah, they mail it to your address.
The question is even this. You see, on that, what this guy should have, I wasn't even expecting to do, but which I appreciate what he has done so far. This is the Minister of Interior, that guy. But then what he should do is, I think somebody said he spoke about that recently, that you should be going to the Nigerian Postal Service. They should not even allow those Nigerian immigration people to even be doing it. Send them to the borders. Don't let them stay in any office anymore. If they are maybe 1 or 2, 3 of them staff members in the office, and don't let them process you see what they do is this contactless kind of processing. And how do you do that? Go to the post office. Take a form there, fill it up. And you see, that's what we're saying. I mean, let me say this to you guys. If you go to Nigerian Postal Service, it's the most dirtiest place. Some of their post office, like the one in Surulere that I know, it used to be very pretty, very nice place. But I mean, even before they built it, even if some of you remember, I mean, Baba is not here. Baba is not here. The old post office.
I know that post office rational mind. I know that post office back and front. It's Surulere. Akele, yeah.
Yeah. So you know that one. So until they now remodeled it, I mean, they now make it better the way it's. But still, by the standard of some post office, you and I were living, and I know how the post office. But what I'm trying to say is this: yes, post office is a very highly secured area. But I tell you, that post office on that Akere Road there, hey, I mean, I know they have security there at night, but it's easy for you to just go in there and steal stuff. Because you see, this is what we're saying. When we have clueless leaders, that kind of a place, that is where you should be processing your passport. You go there, take a form, fill it out, pay the postage stamp. You can buy what's it called? What's the name of this thing? You do at the post office.
Maybe scratch card or something.
There's a name we call it here. Somebody remind me that name. I don't know, Prince Daddy, you know the name of you pay and you buy not postage stamp, but what's it called? Like a check, cashier check. I think it's a
cashier's check or money order.
A money order.
Money order. Oh yeah, money order.
Just pay. That's another way the postal service can generate money. That money still goes to the single treasury, whatever. Do not let those immigration officers to be processing anymore. So that is how this corruption comes in. But I know there was a switch to the.
But rational mind.
Yeah.
Rational mind. Why are we still doing capturing anytime we are renewing our driver's license and passport? Because my biometrics doesn't change, my figure doesn't change. Here, in Australia, in Melbourne, here, when you are renewing your driver's license, they just change your passport, because you may be looking young, maybe because our passports, our driver's license here, we have 10 years and we have 4 years. You will be looking young like 10 years ago when you did your, what I mean, your driver's license then. But they don't take your biometrics, because your your finger doesn't change. They just send it to your mail. Some people, they don't even take the picture. They just send your renewal. You pay online. They send your renewal on your mail. That's it.
Thomas,
this capturing of thing always annoy me. Rational mind.
Even here, you see, even though you want to do passport, I think you want to do renewal, they still have to capture your fingerprints. I think they have to do that. I think it's just to be sure that you are the same person that is applying for that passport. But what I'm trying to say is that they can do this contactless. They can do this contactless thing. So anybody can correct me on that, but I think that's why, because I can't remember ever doing I think I have about 15 years. My own passport that I last did was 15 years, and I think I captured my fingerprint when I tried to renew it. So
You
anyway,
can do
there's
your
my phone.
capturing finger on your phone too. I do many things on my phone. They
Yeah,
capture your
they can do
finger
that.
on your phone.
But they'll
Yeah.
never want that. They'll just want people to make money. This they are
You
because you know
have to
that
go physical. They just have
physical. I
to,
mean, it
yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. So that's what I want him to do. But I know at least it's stage by stage. Maybe as time goes on, they might start doing it whereby you don't have to go physically to be there and see a immigration officer, because that is how they extort you. That is where
Yeah,
all these
that's
immigration
it. That's
officers.
what I'm saying. The third party should be cut off. You
Yeah.
deal direct with the computer. You send your data, then they send your license. You send your
Exactly.
driver's license. They send anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
I think they said the National Assembly recently was talking about they want to centralize everything, whereby I mean, I think they were talking about this new electoral law they're trying to put in place. They say with your NIN, they would
Yes.
they would merge your NIN to your voters register. I mean voters card. So whereby
Card. Yeah.
your voters card can double as your national ID card, your voters card,
Yeah.
and maybe one other thing again. I think national ID card and voters card. So that is how it's supposed to be. In Europe, that's how most
Rational, I
European
did national ID card. I didn't get it till today. Till today. I went to the office like almost 8 times
they will go
before I
frustrate you,
left
man.
Nigeria.
They will
I
frustrate
just
you.
leave it for them. I have international passport, so that one is even better. It's good for identification anywhere you are going. But sometimes I don't like to carry my international passports everywhere. People will just be looking the visa or your yes.
Okay, you
I
mean
don't
in
really
Nigeria?
like to. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, in Nigeria, yes, yeah.
It's
Some
always
people you give them your passport. It's something else they will be checking on your passport. They don't even check. What do they need your passport for? Is the front page. They don't even need to
exactly.
flip it. You understand what I mean? It's the
That's
front page they
that.
need.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
but
you're
some
talking
people
about.
would like to flip your driver's license, your international passport, which I don't really like it.
Yeah.
I come from Nigeria.
Yeah, it's Nigeria is something else. Nigeria is something else. And they're not doing. They don't. They keep using lips. They always pay lip service to it. They could do. They could do. But we know they see anything. I mean, I just don't understand. This other guy that was there before, the guy that was in charge of the Nigerian data, that's a this Boko Haram terrorist sympathizer. Malami, was not Malami. Pantami. You know, he was saying recently that, oh, we tried to merge the whole thing, centralize everything so that everything could work. Nigeria could have one. Shut up. So I was just saying, like, when I was listening, I said, shut the F up. You were there for how many years? What did you do about it? You know? So it's just they always pay lip service to these things. They don't do anything about it because they know it plays to their advantage. Because when it's election like this, anybody can just go and vote. You know, they can just vote and just thumbprint, because the thumbprint doesn't matter how many people thumbprint how many times. What matters is that you can count it. Oh, this person has voted. But if we do it digitally, whereby if you go to a voting center, you put your hand on that machine, the machine cannot register your fingerprints because you're not eligible to vote in that center, or you have done it multiple times. It shuts you out. You know, they will know the true voters. But how do you even know when even the Nigerian can come in from Niger and come and act like as if they are Nigerian voters? That's the point. So they will never do that because it works to their advantage. They will say they have the largest voting bloc in the north, whereby they don't even have anything. It's the same one person that will be voting 10 times.
Raxaman, you
They will
blaming
bring
what you
Malu to come and vote. Malu will vote.
yeah,
Malu.
Raxaman, what you're complaining about right now is happening in your country right now that you're living in. We have illegal. Okay, you don't want to listen to that. Okay, I know you don't want to listen to that.
What is that? What is that? US there. But who are doing that? Who are the people doing that here in America? You and this your conspiracy theories. I mean, you're too sophisticated for all of this Trump MAGA conspiracy. You're a Nigerian. I don't know why you're so carried away by this your Trump MAGA propaganda and conspiracies that dead people are voting. Who are the dead people voting? I mean, I get my ballot in the mail. They send me through United States Postal Service. Every count when we're doing county election or whatever election, they send me my ballot in the mail. So what's the beef about that? And that has been the way America has been doing for many years. I don't get it. I mean, why are people always like, okay, and yes, people might have passed away. I mean, old people, old folks that gets their mail, their ballot sent to them by mail. Maybe they're dead. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. But that they are voting. Who are the people voting? Who are the people processing that for them? So I don't know. You people, you need to go and get your shit together, because the way you people promote this dead people voting in America, yeah, I don't even know where you're getting it from. And even the last election, see what they did. It wasn't in Arizona. It was in Nevada. They recounted it. They said, oh, dead people were voting. So tell me, how many did they find among those recounted votes of people? I mean, you know what they went through trying to recount that ballot, just to figure out maybe there were people who were not supposed to vote, they voted, and everything was accounted, nothing. And then you're here promoting dead people voting again. Come on, I mean, you're a Nigerian. I mean, I don't know why you're so carried away by these MAGA conspiracies, and you allow yourself to carry by it. But I know, you are always a MAGA people, especially. Yeah, so Remy, it's like Remy did it. What do you have if I made trouble? Remy, oh, Remy, oh. Nobody talking again. Thomasy.
Freshman, it's not about MAGA. It's about what is going on. What you're talking about is in plain sight. I mean, illegal immigrants are voting.
Oh, come on. How is that even possible?
How is that even possible? See, because if you watch too much CNN, you wouldn't know what is going on in the world or in America. So
right.
you stop your own,
right.
See, they went to this apartment complex. I think it was in Colorado, right? And they were interviewing the illegal immigrants that have been around for like maybe a year or two, illegally crossed the border. And they're asking them, how many of you are registered to vote? They were able to get about 20% of them that answered the question and said, yeah, they are registered to vote. And you know very well, Rashma.
When was this?
I'm talking. When? What do you mean when? Like I saw the video that was played like about a month and a half ago, just a few weeks ago. And this is they interview. They show their face. Maybe they block some of their faces, right? But they show some of the people that answered the question. Are you registered to vote? They say yes. They can vote. They have registration because in America, especially in these liberal states, right, that where you live, they don't check stuff. They don't check your ID or nothing. All you have to do is go to DMV and declare that you want to vote or check that you want to vote, and they're going to send you your voters registration or the form in the mail. Actually, they're just going to register you actually, and that's it. They don't ask you questions. Where's your ID? And that's why you and your people are fighting against the voters ID law. That if you want to vote in this country, present your ID. You don't like that, and I don't know why that's so difficult.
What's the use of the ID? You want to educate
what is the use?
Yeah, what's the use
what
of
is
the
the
ID?
use?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I'll tell you if you don't know. The use of your ID is to confirm, to verify that you're legal in this country to vote, that you're legal residents of in this country to vote. But I tell you, actually, the Democrats, I think they've actually found a way around it. If you are an illegal immigrant, you can be issued an ID card because an ID card, not a driver's license, but an ID card is what you need to vote. And they give you an ID card just like that, without any residency whatsoever, being where you are for like a year at least. They don't require you to present any other document, maybe your immigration document or nothing. Nothing. Nobody asks you any question. They just put you in the system. That's what they're doing right now. See, you're living in this country, but you don't know what is going on. I
No,
think you do know. You know what
it's
is
not.
going on. You only know what is going on based on what you watch, CNN, and CNN is not is not the a true representation of America, and I think you know that. But because you don't like
So
Trump,
Fox is right. Fox is right. Fox is right.
no, 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 no Fox, no Fox News, no. I
Newsmax
don't
is
watch Fox.
Newsmax is right.
I don't watch Newsmax. I don't watch. I don't do that. No. You know, in today's world, we live in a network society. And in today's America, there's so many other ways to get information. You know, see, I can agree with you. Fox News, CNN, they don't give you the news. They create the news for you, and they tell you what to believe. They tell you what is right or wrong. They don't give you the, oh, this is the information. Now go make your own decision. They don't do that. I, even the NPR, rational mind, NPR. You know NPR, right?
I know
Even
NPR.
NPR, even NPR doesn't give you the news anymore. They're no better than Fox News or CNN. They're not. And when
So
I
where
came
can I
to
get
this
the news?
country,
Where can I get the news? True
oh,
Social, right? On True Social, right?
well, well, at least True Social. Hold on.
Go on.
On True Social, you would know that. Oh, this is coming directly from Trump. Okay, whatever it's worth, you know it's coming from him.
So where
But
can I
they're
get
so
real news? Undiluted
okay.
news.
Well,
Tell
you
me.
can try Breitbart. You can try War Room, Pandemic
War Room,
by
right?
Steve Bannon. No, if even this British guy, you can watch what do you call him
The moat.
Piers Morgan, uncensored. You know,
All right.
it brings both sides on there, and they
Yeah.
present their views. Um, and there are many other ones. You can read um articles by on Substack, like Barry Weiss, for example, and many other independent writers like Mike Tahibi, for example. There are plenty of stuff you can read. You don't have to listen to this junk, both on the liberal side and the conservative side. You don't have to listen to their junk. They have an agenda, and the lead, the liberal side, they have way more than the conservative side. The big one is Fox, and Fox itself is corrupt. I don't, not anymore. Fox is no good, if you ask me. So don't listen to CNN, man. MSNBC, CNN, CBS, NPR, they all trash. They all trash.
Yeah, you see, you can go on and on and on and tell me about you needing an ID to vote here in the United States. I don't know what that even mean, because the process that you take before you get a voter's ID for you to be able to vote. For example, when I became a U.S. citizen, I right there at the United States USCIS, was it USCIS or is it INS? I can't remember. Maybe INS or USCIS at the time. So I I went in there and I swore an allegiance and all of that, the ceremony. And after I finished, I became a U.S. citizen. Some people right there at the office there, I think even when the FBI units is even there on that same building. I don't want to mention the city. It's one of those federal government facilities. Right there, I registered to vote. I registered to vote right there. So the process in itself, I didn't do my own. Maybe I go to a post office to do that. Maybe I was a born U citizen. Maybe I mean, if I were a born United States citizen, maybe I would have done it differently. Maybe with my birth certificate at birth. I don't know. I don't know how it works because with my kids, I don't know if that's how they did it. So for me, I know the process is very very a lot is involved. You better know what you're doing. You have to bypass those security, and you get yourself into a mess, and you go get voters ID when you're not a citizen. Is it doable? I think it's doable. Like you said, people can do it. If you have a social security number or you have one that you use, you can impersonate somebody and go get one probably. But would they pull up a picture of you with your social or what? That I don't know about, because I remember I just filled out some paperwork, and because they saw me right there, I was a citizen. I even had my certificate in my hand, so that alone qualifies me as even immediately we're coming out from the ceremony room, they just start asking us to start registering to vote. So the process is not a process you can just beat like that. So I don't know what you're talking about, Prince Daddy.
So, sorry, rational mind. Sorry you called me before, but I was not on my text. So I want to quickly ask you guys a question. Are you trying to say without your social security number, because your social security number, they have already captured your data? So people with no social security number, they can vote in US, or what are you guys talking about? Prince Daddy, you mentioned something like that. Are you still
People,
there?
yeah, people steal people's social security number here, and
They can still vote.
well, if they steal it, if they use it for themselves to work,
How would they steal it? I think the situation is just attached to one person. How can somebody steal it?
It is. That's what I'm saying. It depends on where you're working. You want to use it to work. If you
I'm not talking about working. I'm talking about voting.
But what I'm saying is this: is that for you to register to vote, all these details will be asked: your date of birth, place of birth, your social security number.
No. Let me just tell you, rational mind. When you get your citizenship and your ID in 1952 in America, that year is past.
1952. Oh my God.
that is way gone.
In my mind, I think rational mind has spent over more than 30 years in America.
Come on. I know you people are just trying to whine me so that I can tell you.
I'm not whining you. You say you're
I'm not going to read that part. I'm not going to fall for that.
What about 25?
I'm not going to follow that bit. But I'm just saying to you, I know of a friend that became
No.
So Prince Daddy, that question I asked is I don't understand. Are you trying to say?
No, now you don't need none of that. You don't even need. In some states, they're fighting against having an ID to vote. So in some states, you just have to show up on the day of the election and vote. Nobody asks you any
that
questions.
means there is also shenanigans in America too. There. So
are you kidding me? Of course, it's worse than Nigeria.
There is.
No. It's in look at rational mind.
There is not. That's what because the last election they lost.
I mean, you don't have to do a lot of research. Just Google. You see it.
When he won in 2016, why didn't come? When did he say that they were illegal? There were people voting. That when he won, why did he say that? But suddenly he knows that he was going to lose the election.
That's no. Because he called them unawares, right? And so, but the second time around,
no matter what happened, I know that during the last election there was something like a recount, and Trump was trying to say there's a lot of people that are not supposed to vote. They voted so many stuff, and Prince Daddy is also saying something like this.
No. The last election was not even about illegal voters. Say illegal voters, they've always been part of it, but in a manageable.
Can you put a figure to it, Prince Daddy, in terms of thousands or millions? Can you just give me, especially your presidential election, illegal voters?
Well, in the presidential election, we can have as easy up to 2 to 5 million illegal voters.
Oh my God!
Some people listen, even maybe more. There's some people. Listen, Remy. There's some people that come to this country, okay, that they are legal but not legal to vote.
Okay, I understand.
They're legal but not legal to vote. Yes, there are some people that come now. They just issue them an ID in some states, and you can vote. Not a driver's license, but with an ID, you can vote. An ID is just to capture your data and put in the system. And there are some states. Ask rational mind. Why is there so much squabble about somebody having an ID to vote in a presidential election? The Democrats are fighting against it. And the question is why? They're fighting against it because they know now in America, you can't just go ask somebody, are you illegal? No. Come election day, you can show up and vote. And that's, we have what they call ICE, like an ICE. They are the immigration enforcement agency. No, the people. They're trying to abolish ICE. So in America, once you come into this country, you're a free person. Nobody can be asking a damn question. You can go about do whatever you want to do. I'm telling you, there's no best time in the whole world that America has been in existence to come into this country. If you can come into this country, welcome to quote unquote paradise. I'm telling you. If you come to this country, we're gonna get you cell phone, we're gonna get you free rent, we're gonna get you free food stamp. Everything is free. Oh, it's free galore. And Rashomite, let me ask you, just say yes or no if you don't know the answer. You can Google it right now. In Colorado, for example, there's some illegal immigrants that came to this country from Southern America. They are carrying guns and extorting tenants in this apartment complex.
Okay. Yeah,
Obviously, you haven't heard about. Have you heard about it?
Yeah. Well, I think I've heard many other stories. Even in New York, there was a shootout between police and I think
and illegal
some
immigrants.
illegals. You see, the point is this. You see, this is here we go again. You want to take me to this whole immigration thing in America? It's not the fault of the Democrats only, and it's not just the fault of the Republicans. It's both parties. They've been playing politics on that. They don't want to fix the broken immigration system. The immigration system they've been running for many years is what they've still been running. They need to revamp it.
I think that is a complex issue in America. To be frank,
it is a complex. It is a complex. But let me just say this, recent. Let me just say this before you say something, Remy. Is that recently you're forcing about this now about yes, they're doing this, which is wrong. Illegal should not be doing that. Should not be allowed to carry the license and guns. But the point is that there was a bipartisan attempt to also hire 1,500 border patrol guys and men and women to secure those southern borders so that illegals doesn't infiltrate there. Because the problem that Homeland Security is having, which is the border patrol, which I'm an arm of the Homeland Security, is that they don't have enough. I mean, go online, you see a lot of employment ad to join the U.S. Patrol, but Coastal Guard and U.S. Border Patrol is there. Even ICE, I think ICE or is ICE, yeah, it's still there.
Rashomite, hold on, just like the military, just like the military. No, just like the military.
They
demoralize.
But my point is this: that 1,500 were supposed to be hired. Your Democrat people, they've already accepted a lot of them. Suddenly, your Trump told them not to do that because he want to use it to campaign. Because if they do, and Biden is able to secure that border with enough border agents, then that would be a loss to him, because that would be a win to Biden. But your Trump tells his own Republican members not to support it further, and then that was how they killed that bill. So how about that? Why are you talking about that?
What you're saying is not true, Remy. What you say is not true. That's fake news.
Did we not hear Trump talk about it in one of his campaign stump?
No. They trying to close the border. They're trying to stop illegal immigration, the people crossing the borders. Okay. They're trying to stop that. But this is what the Democrats started. The Democrat put a quarter on it. They said, okay, instead of having this open border, that bunch of people coming in the millions, let's make it, if I can remember the number, let's make it 5,000 illegal immigrants every day as minimum. And Trump is like, that doesn't make any sense. We have laws in this country. It's illegal to come into this country undocumented. Why should he circumvent the law to pass a bill? It's just oxymoronic. Who does that? Why should they allow illegal people to come to this country as part of a bill? Does it make any sense? So we're going to write a bill to circumvent a bill in order to pass it. What kind of sense is that? But Rashomite, they don't tell you the whole story. They give you a sound bite. Oh, Trump doesn't want it because he wants to use it as a political campaign. It's all nonsense. It's all garbage. These were the same people that opposed Trump's wall. They opposed the wall. Rashomite, question: do you know what the Trump's policy that says remain in Mexico? Do you know what that was?
But Prince Daddy, he built the wall. But we also saw a lot of video on YouTube how those the country beside America, the way they are crossing climbing the wall is so easy. So what's the use of the wall? Yeah, they just climbed it easily. Even if you do that,
No, it's not true. What wall are they climbing
I
easily?
saw
No.
the video. I saw the
No,
video.
no.
Yeah, I saw the
No,
video.
no, no, no. See, keep in mind that the wall was not 100% complete. One. Number two, there were some parts. There were parts of the U.S. borders that had some low quality, walls that you can easily scale. Those walls were to be replaced. So if you saw some people climbing, look, let me just Google right now. Let me show you. To look at the wall that Trump built. You can't scale the wall. They were high tech walls. You can't scale the wall.
Just look at what I saying. They were chipping. They were using spoon and whatever. They were just making holes into it. Have you seen that video too? That very wall that he made.
But the question is that after he left office, did Biden continue to build the wall?
No,
no, but hold on, Rashomon. I asked a question. I asked a simple question. What do you know about Trump's policy that says remain in Mexico?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was paying the Mexican government heavily for them to have those people there. If you remember, there's another side to that. It was paying them heavily. Just to have them.
You always have the wrong information. It's pathetic that you live in this country. He never paid them. He never paid them. He never.
You see?
Okay, why don't you Google and see what budget was allocated for it? He never paid them.
Come on, he wasn't paying them. He wasn't paying them. Look at you.
No. But you can say that he threatened the Mexican government in a sense when it came to trade, because the United States is a huge, perhaps the number one country for Mexican exports. You know that farm produce and even American companies over there that manufacture stuff in Mexico. So the United States is very strategic to Mexico's existence in its economy, and Mexico as a country actually. Most of the remittances that go into Mexico is from the Mexicans that work here. They used to be Mexicans. They don't want to live in America. Do you know that, Remy? Some Mexicans don't want to live in America. They just come here, work, go back home, and cross the border. Because they make the dollar here, they spend the dollar in Mexico, they live large. They live very well. Not all Mexicans want to come to America. Not all of them. And we have different programs for Mexico. But the crop of immigrants coming right now to America are some bad hombres, from other parts of Southern America.
So that is why I say it's a complex issue. Just let it be.
It is a complex issue. Yeah, right.
At the end of the day, whether you like it or not, if Trump wins, he will use another 4 years. Another
don't win. But win is going down in the polls.
Well, we don't know. You guys in America are funny people. Your polls can be another thing entirely. So when the election comes, we know the winner. So we can all those polls during the first time that Trump won, the last time he won, the polls favor Clinton. But what happened at the end of the day is another thing.
Well,
exactly.
We'll see.
So, no, let me tell you, Remy. So they found a loophole, if you want to call it a loophole. Now they just inflate the numbers and all these fake polls that they give out in order to show that
But the difference now is that Trump has been tested before, and people can now determine. No. He has been tested before,
and he passed.
People that voted.
What did he pass? What pass did he pass?
Let me finish. People that voted for him can now decide whether to continue to vote for him or not. Okay, and then you also have new voters that just entered. It's a lot of America. And those you have a lot of demography, and people will vote according to what they want. Okay, at the end of the day, I think to me it's neck to neck. Okay, that is just my own personal view about it. It's just neck to neck, and any one of them can win at the end.
Well, let me tell you, Remy. See, it is not neck to neck. Let me tell you, and I said it before. I think I was trying to explain to you. If it wasn't Kamala Harris and you put a dead body, I'm not trying to be funny. Put another candidate there. It doesn't matter if the person is popular or not. That person would automatically control about 40 to 45% of the votes it doesn't matter because the base of the Democrat going to vote for that person anyway. It's totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. Joe Biden wasn't doing bad neither. The reason why Joe Biden seems to be slid in the poll was after that debate. But prior to that debate, Biden was holding up very well actually. In terms of the numbers, Biden was not bad. The Harris was not any better than Biden.
No. Praise that. You know that if that Biden are gonna have with that election, I think it will lose massively to Trump because America.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. No. It's popularity and its capability was going down. It was going down. No, it was going down.
The poll matters now, right? But earlier you just said that the poll doesn't matter.
They don't care anymore. So
no, they don't care anymore,
that favors Trump.
Yeah. When it's not favoring Trump, then it doesn't matter. But when it's favoring him, it matters, right?
No. What I'm trying to say is that Biden, his popularity is going down. Young people, they don't want to vote for him. A lot of independents, they don't even like the both of them. So when you look at all the indices, it favors Trump, to be frank. So if Biden had gone ahead, it would have lose massively to Trump. But with this new entrant, a lot of women are in support of Kamala Harris. At least, if it's about, I think I can say about maybe 50 to 49, something like this. To me, it's neck and neck, to be frank. Because a lot of young voters are also gravitating towards the woman. So you can see.
Neck in one neck. Who's necking what neck?
I don't want to say because I would like Adewale to come here so that he can debate.
Let me just say good evening, Spinner. It's been a while.
Yeah,
I've not seen you in a minute.
Hello.
You see, the way America is, if you put a goat as the nominee for the Republican Party, it's going to get 40%. See, only about 18% of Americans actually decide who becomes president. On both sides, they already have 40 by default. Like, if I'm a Democrat, I already know Trump is going to win Texas, right? We already know. There are areas where you don't even campaign. You campaign, but you know you have no chance. So only it's one about.
But people, have you seen the poll from Texas? It's turning purple. Is it purple or what was it?
With the with the people moving down there now from California and people moving in, of course, it will change.
It might not win the majority. It might not win the majority.
But it will still win the college, the one that matters. It might not win the popular vote, but it will. I mean, it will not win Austin, and it will not win probably Houston, but it's going to win what matters. The college is going to win it. So my point is, you focus on areas where they're the purple states, those swing states, your Wisconsins, your Pennsylvanias, your Arizonas. They are the ones that determine who becomes president. Florida, yes. Those are the areas. Not California, not New York, not New Jersey, not.
But Florida is not a swing state. It's always good to
the purple. It's a purple. No, it goes that way once in a while. It's not like a
okay.
No, Florida is red now. It's red.
I saw
you never know, but you know.
I saw opinion poll recently. They are trying to say that Texas is like it's not totally certain for Republican.
Okay.
Well, that is just like Babati said, right? You know, the liberals from California, especially San Francisco, that moved to Austin, Texas, they are moving in troves in thousands, I'm telling you. And the question is, if the Gavin Newsom or the Democratic policies in California is so great, why are people running away? I'm telling you, these Californians are running like Nigerians running away from Nigeria.
Have you seen the insurance rating in California? It's crazy. It is insane.
Would that change the voting pattern?
Of course, it is affecting it. It is affecting it. So it is true that based on the numbers right now, just like what you said, Austin, Houston, perhaps Dallas might be.
I would say
might
no.
impact.
You know why? I would say no because Texas, the way it is, I used to live down there. People that vote majorly are from the rural small towns. They have more for the college voting count. So even though Harris might win the popular vote, Trump will still win the college vote. So that's just the difference.
Well, I agree. I agree, but in terms of the number, I mean, say Texas used to be solid red. It used to be solid red, but it is changing. So
Even
let's not pretend that.
Even Arizona, you see how these Californians, they moved to Nevada, they moved to Arizona.
Exactly.
You see what happened over there?
These Californians, they're creating problems in the red states, and I hope these red states they wake up really, because these Californians, they're running away for something they don't like rational mind.
Hold on, they are bringing in businesses, they're bringing in money.
No.
Which money? Which money? You mean that jacking up the price of housing?
They're creating an economy in these red states.
Not all of them now.
Rational mind. Why don't they stay in the state and create the damn economy?
Who are the people buying properties in all the states you're talking about?
No. But they are increasing. No. If you come let's say you come to Austin now, and the average passes. When I was in Austin, you can get a building for $20,000, a 4-bedroom. When the California showed up, that was a long time ago. It's like long time ago. Early 2010s or whatever.
Okay.
When the Californians were coming, that same house in California was worth about $500,000.
Okay.
And they probably already paid off their mortgage. So they were just showing up and say, okay, this $20,000 house that you have people bidding for it, I will pay you $250 for the house instead of $200. And if you're the lender, guess what? Somebody's paying in cash. You want to sell, right? You're not going to go with somebody that came with FHA loans. Somebody has cash.
But rational mind does not understand the economy, so they move in here because. Hold on. They jack up as a result of the migration. The price of housing goes up. Hold on. Don't you think in so doing the population, the local population, that don't make as much as in California? Yeah, exactly. So now that dollar is overstretched. That dollar is not enough to keep that standard of living high enough to live in their own community. So overall, if you look at it, it's detrimental to the community. What you think? They're not bringing any business. Elon Musk just left California, for a good reason, right? He left California to Austin. So it's only
after making $1 million, after making billions there, right? And he left, right? Like everybody does.
No,
they brought
mean?
Inflation, Prince Daddy.
Exactly. There you go. Inflation is the word. Yeah, they brought inflation.
And they brought,
The problem over there is the cost of living there is insane.
And they brought, high cost of living, everything.
And they give the point to me. If you live somewhere because of high cost of living, then you go somewhere else. Why are you voting the same way you voted where you left? That destroy. Look at people coming from Chicago to Texas. Why are you voting the same way you are voting over there?
They are destroyers now. They are destroyers. They are destroyers. They will destroy everywhere.
You left the place that they vote crazy for Democrats. You want someone that is Republican.
No. What Babati? The point Babati is raising is make a lot of sense. So,
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying I know that's what
now you will stand in front of TV. You will say, "Oh, conservative doesn't stand for anything good," but your own state, your liberal state, or whatsoever, you run away from there. And their own state that they are well managed, there's insecurity, there is, the economy, they manage it well within their own capacity. They are developing at their own pace. Then you people will rush in there, bring huge sum of money, and then you bring in, hyperinflation. So the people there cannot buy houses anymore.
And work. Just like you said, they voted liberal way.
Though, if you want to say the truth to ourselves, they're good for business. So when they come in,
so why are you blaming them?
No. But the most important thing that Babati is saying, I think everybody should listen. That why did you leave this state? The state that stands for the ideology you stand for, and run to another state only to start voting against what that state stands for. Why did you leave the state? Why did you leave the state? Yes.
Well, hold on, Remy. It's the same way. Hold on. It's the same way that Rational Mind ran away from Nigeria and came to America, and it's thinking like a
Prince
Nigerian.
Daddy, but Prince Daddy, your friend, maybe we should call it your political adversary, Prince Daddy, are you ready to offer him SOS to move to your own state?
To Rational Mind?
No. I mean, to Prince Daddy, are you ready to offer SOS to what's the name of this guy? Your political adversary, Adewale and man of prestige. Man of prestige to move to your state.
No. You know the man is not living in Florida now. The man left California.
What is that?
And he's
Republican state.
He ran away from California. He's not in Florida now.
Those people are very funny, man.
They're very funny. Very funny.
They're funny.
Mr. 3% inflation. 3% inflation. He ran away from California.
Hold on. These people don't understand how business works.
He has taken hyperinflation to Florida now. When they destroy that place, then they will run to Alabama. They destroy everywhere.
No. Let me lecture us on this. Let us.
NS is
next. I bought a
no. What about Tennessee? Yeah. What is
Exactly. I bought a home. I bought a home in California, say like 20 years ago or 10 years ago. I bought it for like $500,000, and now it's worth $1.5 million, or let's say $1 million. Then I carried out. I sold it for let's say $1.2 million, and I come to Tennessee where I can buy that same house that I sold for $1.2 million. I can buy it for $500,000 or $600,000 in Tennessee, and I keep the money $500,000 or $700,000 in my pocket, or I invest, or I bought a store, or start a business. It's not a business to Tennessee.
No, that's for you. Not we see that for the locals. It's with the
Rational doesn't understand. I just explained earlier.
It's not you. It's the local making a small amount of money per hour that will affect because the value goes up. Not you.
Not only that. Not only properties. The rent goes up. Hold on. The rent goes up also. Rational Mind. You can't be paid if you pay $600. Let's say $1,000 a month for rent. Then with your scenario. Now, someone that's making or just barely over minimum wage or whatever is not paying $2,000 a month for rent. You think that is good on their pocket? Because you see, because it improves the economy. No, it doesn't improve the economy.
It shows how shitty you people are in your red states. Because I don't know what
are you talking about.
Yeah.
Then don't go there now. Trying to share on your knee. Then don't go there.
We want to transform you people's life. That you
look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Look at Memphis.
I know you live in chat in
look
chat,
at Alabama.
Right?
Look at Alabama. Look at
I want transformer. And you transformer.
Look at Alabama. Look at those southern states that are very poor, and they're all red states. And you people just don't get out of this your misery, the kind of life that you live in over there. What's going on? And then you come to Washington State, you come to Oregon, you come to California, and you see how we're thriving well, we're doing well. Businesses are going, they're booming here.
In Oregon, really?
You say what?
How the taxes in Oregon?
Well, not bad. Property taxes.
If you're making,
but you still make the money. You make the money, right?
Not everybody is making that money. Stop looking at you. You are the
For example, in the Seattle area, you can hardly get like a 2-bedroom apartment for nothing less than, hardly you can get it for like $3,000.
And who can the average person afford that a month?
Well, you make more money here. You still make the
No, don't dodge the question. No, somebody's making at an hour.
3,000 for 2 bedrooms. Come on, son. Mortgage.
And you know,
Rational Mind. what we call it the Pacific Northwest. We call it the Pacific Northwest, right?
Okay.
It is expensive here. It is expensive here. Okay, it's
come
not.
on, don't give it easy. Are you in the Pacific Northwest? You're talking about it's very expensive here. You're not in Pacific Northwest.
It is now. Actually, did you know that?
He doesn't want to tell me. I know he's in Oregon.
I know where.
I know he lives in Oregon. Because
really?
I know he lives in Oregon.
I didn't know that.
Idaho, the president.
No. See, no. Babati, you don't understand. Listen. If I show you, Remy would appreciate if I send you guys some pictures. Remy would appreciate it because not that village. I mean, Boston is kind of run down, but the Pacific Northwest is the beauty.
Boston.
But the Pacific Northwest is the beauty of America. I think the only thing me and Russian can agree to is the Pacific Northwest. The water is clean. The mountains are beautiful. The greenery is superb. I mean, are you kidding yourself? I've been to other parts. I mean, you want to go live in a concrete jungle like Houston or New York? I don't think so. And by the way, Ajala Coco, I like Tennessee. I was there not too long ago. It's a nice little city.
I hate the place. I hate Tennessee. Murfreesboro, Memphis. I don't know.
No.
I don't know deeply about those places. I don't know deeply, but
it's getting more populated now because all these California people who are moving down here in their thousands.
And the crime rate will go up, Abby. That crime.
It's traffic all over the place.
You see the illegal immigrants in your states taking over people's properties. Please, they are taking over housing complexes. Illegal immigrants and their drug laws
that's what I was telling Rashomon earlier, and he doesn't know about it. In Colorado, right? The gangs are taking over.
Colorado, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even the governor came out to talk about it. Initially, when I heard about it, I thought it was like some kind of funny news. But the governor came out and talked about it. The illegal immigrants carrying guns, threatening people in their home, in their apartments, extorting people. This is Biden's America that Russian mind wants to repeat. This is crazy.
See?
And when they say build the wall and prevent these illegals from coming in, they say, oh no, it's a nation of immigrants. So anybody can cross.
Prince, people that are coming in, they're not even Mexicans. Mexicans don't even come in like that anymore. They don't come in.
That's what I said. It's not Mexicans.
It's people from Nicaragua. It's from all those countries just going past the country coming over here. They're the problem, not Mexicans.
That's what I'm saying. Even some Mexicans, they come here daily and go back home. They don't want to live in America. They just come and make the money and go back home. But this illegal immigrant, the presidents of these nations from Venezuela, Nicaragua, Honduras, Ecuador, they open the prisons and let out their criminals. They literally let them out. They let them out, and those are the people. Look at the picture of those people. They have tattoos all over their body. Are you telling me that they just got those tattoos when they got to America? Of course not. These people they've been in gangs. They've been in prison. They were in prison. They let them out. And now these people are terrorizing our neighborhoods. This is crazy.
I don't know why anybody would want to vote for Kamala. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But this is the way.
Prince, that are you a little bit scared that Kamala will win?
I mean, not for me. I know what I will do, but there's some stupid people out there that do dumb stuff. I can't control how they vote. I don't, that's the way they reason. That's my concern. I'm not scared, but that's just the reality.
But are you blaming people from moving around to?
No, Remy, I'm saying that if you live in a place and they have a particular policy that is not working and has destroyed where you live, that you've always supported, when you go to somewhere else that don't believe in the same thing and you start voting for the same policy that you are voting for before where you left, to change the way they are raising in that area, that will eventually lead to what you left in the first place. Isn't that not dumb?
Right. It is really dumb. And that's what I tell people.
I practically say that because apart from that, it doesn't mean if I move my apartment, my ideology should change.
No, people.
Maybe, maybe if they go
They
to
are no, you know what I mean. They track people's voting pattern. I'm telling you what is on record. A Democrat lives in Chicago, for instance. If you know where part of Chicago, the south side of Chicago, with gun issues and all that, blah blah blah, comes down south and is voting for the same BS again. Oh, no guns in Chicago. They have some of the most guns in Chicago. Yes, you not say, okay, in my own area, I no guns, so gun free zone. No, what are you doing? Because you move somewhere.
If your ideology, if you move, it is true. Because you move doesn't mean your ideology should change. But so if you move to a new place, keep the same ideology, and what you rent from, you trying to repeat it in the new place that you've come to. So what is the benefit for that? I mean, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?
I don't think you should fret about it. No matter what happens, you guys, the proprietors, you still have an upper hand because it's just an electoral college. So the INC.
No. It's.
So you think it will affect the overall?
Yeah, in the next decade, you bet it absolutely. Absolutely.
Remy, look at what happened to Arizona. Arizona used to be a red state. Now it's not a purple state because people moved in mass from California into it.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. You just changed the whole thing.
It used to be. Let me tell you, Remy, it's almost unimaginable to say Texas is a purple state. It's going to be a purple state because Texas has always been like solid red. It's like he's saying, California is turning Republican. It's not going to happen overnight. But the movement of people across this country is changing the political dynamic of this country. It is a real problem. It is real.
Okay.
And when they move,
you don't want people moving around. Is that what it is?
I asked you a question about the ID card. Sorry,
they can move around, but not to come and bring a bad ideology. But see, during the George Floyd, where Spinner lives, those fools, some thugs, they took over downtown of that city.
Do you know what
they created a mini city called Chaz?
I was in Milwaukee, so I used to back to Kenosha, right? Between Kenosha and Milwaukee, I was covering 2 hospitals at the time, Aurora Health. They told us, like in the hospitals and email, don't walk to the parking lot by yourself during the protest. Don't walk by yourself. Don't walk alone. It was that tense. And that's the kind of stuff you want to replicate in other places. Those violence, useless, killing, destroying properties of people. That's what you want to start putting around the place. No, it was a tough time. And Milwaukee is already a dangerous place anyway. You know how that place.
Again, there's context to everything.
Context
to that. There was. Hold on.
Everything context mangwa for national bank.
What all in now context? People just come in and just break things up,
No, Spinner. I can't live in
rational mind.
Remy, hold on. I used to love Houston, but once these people from Louisiana moved into Houston, look at what it is today. I can't go down there anymore. Hell no.
So are Louisianans, are they Democrats? Are they liberals?
Yeah, the ones that moved after Hurricane Katrina, they are.
No, I mean for the most part they are conservative. They are red.
No, they're not. No, because it was mostly black.
Their governor is
the blacks. No, I'm saying the one that moved. The part of Louisiana that moved were mostly Democrats, and they moved into third world. They only can tell you now. Okay, it may not be that honest, but I know for a fact.
Well, I don't know about the southern politics. I saw besides Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado down to this way. Yeah, so. Well, anything about buying law in Midwest, or more. I don't know much about your politics over there.
Yeah, but, we are intellectuals here. We are more reasonable. Even the liberals are still well, they are crazy now, but they used to be normal.
Yeah,
before
there was nothing. In the past, listen, guys. liberalism or being a Democrat was not a bad thing. It was never a bad thing at all. The reason back in the time of Clinton, it was just an issue of ideology, really. But those two parties were same in a lot of ways. In fact, we can blame the Bush's Republican being warmongers, right? We can do that. The Democrat was not a crazy party, not at all. The Democrat became a crazy lunatic party when Barack Obama came onto the scene. Really, prior to that, it was okay. It was totally okay. I live in. By the way, I live in which I still do in a liberal city. That the mayors were fantastic mayors. They were Democrats. I mean, their policies were just like normal policies. What are we disagreeing about? I'm telling you, for the most part, it's red and blue. That's just the main difference. In terms of the policy, you want safe streets. You want clean roads. Good water. And I mean, we all wanted the same thing. So it was not a big deal. It was just like preference.
So what you just said now, I think to me, if a lot of these guys are moving to your red nest state or whatever you say, if you said the mayor and the governor are good in where you are living, which is the liberal community, the same thing can be applied to all these places they are moving to. It doesn't mean they are bringing.
No, Remy. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said it used to. Past tense. It used to be good. Now it's crazy governor. Now it's crazy.
The way you guys just make people like us that live in a very peaceful environment, there is no gun, there is nothing, everything is, although the population is compared to you guys. But the way you guys talk, you are trying to say, apart from bringing their own ideology, they are also bringing crime. That's what you are trying to say, right?
Of course, they bring crime. Of course, they bring crime. See, that's why when you move to a country, that's why when you go to a country, that's why this is one thing about Africans also. I don't like Africans, especially when they move to the West, when it comes to America, and they tend to look down on the locals or the way, or the Americans decide to do things. No, you go to a place, you learn their culture, and you try to assimilate. But the beautiful thing about America is that, look, you don't have to be, America allows you to be yourself. Seriously, you can come to America and practice your culture or do whatever you do. But it's always nice to respect the local culture and try to assimilate, at least know what is going on the other side, not just isolate yourself and condemn them for whatever they do. Oh, the American kids are sport, this and that, and just complain all the time. But if where you're coming from is so great, why don't you go back there? If it's so beautiful, I tell the African people all the time, why don't you go back? You make it sound like where you're coming from is an El Dorado. The same thing happens here with Rational Mind and his people. They go to this red state and they want to tell them what to do.
But if I can jump in there.
I mean, Prince Daddy. Yeah, go on, please. I mean, go on.
If I can jump in there, to defend the African immigrants in the United States, we assimilate more than any other group that immigrates in the United States. Number one. Number two, if you want to go back about crimes between blue state and red state, if you look at the crime rates today, majority of it happen in red states. And if you want to dig even deep down into that, because part of what I'm hearing
sorry. Even not to give example when you're talking, like mention the cities that are you talking about Chicago, the red state? Are you talking about Houston, the red state? Are you talking about New York, the red state?
Hold on, my brother. Okay, Chicago is not a red state.
Oh, thank you for saying that.
Go to St. Louis. But if you look at Chicago, Chicago is a blue state. Chicago banned guns. Guess where the guns are coming from? They're coming from the
it's a city. No, Chicago is not a state. It's a city in Illinois. Let's clarify.
Illinois, the state of Illinois itself banned guns, like especially high capacity guns, but still that had no effect because the guns come from the states surrounding them. Same in like New York. New York banned guns, but guns are coming from all the way from Virginia and Georgia, transported up into New York City. So if you look at the crime rates, I dare you right now, challenge you right now, go into statistics and look at the crime rate. You will see mostly right now is higher in red states, major cities in red states, than it is in blue states. But you can go even deeper than that. You will say those red states are where more black people are. Yes, you can attribute some of that, whatever, into that if you want to go into that long, nasty history of it. You can go into that and say the systematic racism and bringing that back up to you were talking about the Floyd movement, Black Lives Movement. The Black Lives Movement is a tool. It's a real
No,
thing in
I
America.
think sure. Sorry, I think you're trying to distort the data. The state can be red, but the city we're talking about, the state can be red, but the city, the major cities, who are the
It's run
main
by the governor.
inhabitants?
It's run by a red state governor, a red
No.
legislator, red legislative, both in the south, New Orleans, the state of New Orleans. Go there. Who's the legislator? It's completely.
What is the mixture of New Orleans? By the way, your connection is not that good. But what is the mixture? What is the mixture of the population in New Orleans?
The population in New Orleans.
What is the composition of the population? Black, white, Hispanics.
I mean, you have certain section. I mean, you have black groups throughout the South, but I don't think black is the majority in New Orleans at all. I don't believe so. It was never like that in history. Well, maybe after in the early 1900s, that demographic changed. In the late 1800s, yes, there were more black in New Orleans or in the South than white people.
Okay. At least I have one statistics here. 59% of the population in New Orleans is black, while 31% are white, non-Latino, AX. 4% are white Latino. So majority, at least as of 2021, the majority of the population in New Orleans is black. Just like in Chicago.
What is the population? Okay. Wait.
59.
What is the population? What was the population again?
It says 59% of the population in New Orleans is black.
It's a
59.
59. Okay, my brother, let me prove the point to you quickly. Look at the New Orleans congressional delegation in Congress and see how many black people are in it. I dare you to check that.
But you were asking about the population of the city, not their representative.
No, it is not 59%. If it was 59% of black population in New Orleans, they will have more black representation in New Orleans, but they do not. Not in the legislature, not in the federal level, not in the state level.
Sure. Let's have a conversation. Hold on. So right. You really think that having more population translates to having more representation? You can have a minority that wins in the majority predominant space. So that why do you think there's some kind of racism as the reason why they don't have enough there? No.
No. Based on the demographic in American political system in America and congressional, the way they draw maps. Just look at the maps, the way they draw maps in American congressional.
So you mean like so they cut them off through by changing the map by redistricting, right?
Yes, they use race, they use population wise based on, if you look at go into the South, look at in Virginia, look at every part of the country. They use race to the map.
By the way, guys, remind me, what county was trying to break away from? Was it a white dominated county that wanted to have their own city in Louisiana? Is it St. Thomas in Louisiana? They wanted to break away from that. No, that is there, but I'm saying that Okay, go ahead. Don't let me start suggesting anything on the platform. But go ahead, sure. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that if you look at congressional maps in the United States, especially in it's drawn up by population. If you look at the population demographic that is drawn by, you look at the number of representatives of black representation in Congress, you see where they come. You will see have quite a few more black people, black congressmen. You see what I'm saying? You will see states where there's a lot of black demographic where it is. But like, for example, like in New Orleans, if my memory serves me right, I believe it was one black person. Right now, there was even a case in the Supreme Court whereby the Supreme Court challenged the last map that was drawn to give black two representation in New Orleans instead of one. You see what I'm saying? So
you mean black dominated counties, not like black people.
Black majority count where there were more black people.
So we get clear, like it's like some like targeting people necessarily, just the districting, the remapping of the. Yeah. But if you have people in the state assemblies, but this is the saddest part of it. They've actually bought up some black liberals to betray their own people in courts. That's why it's always a walk down there. There are black people that are working against themselves down there. Easy.
100% have seen that sense that
you can't blame white people. You have to blame, but it is true the Democratic Party too. You remember the guy that was trying to run for office in the Democratic Party? This guy went door to door by himself trying to get vote. They said the guy couldn't raise enough funds. They kicked him out. They couldn't get him in because he did not follow party lines. I mean, they've already had deals with the other side to keep the map that same way. So that's like, so they have their own side deal too in that state. So you can't blame the white people in Louisiana. It's the black people they're doing it to themselves now.
I won't go as to say, because if you look at American history.
Let's first go that far. The mayor of New Orleans, Latoya Cantrell, she's black. Go ahead.
Prince Daddy, I'm calling to ask you a question. Actually.
Yeah. What's up?
Okay, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're saying when people come here, they should assimilate. I'm trying to understand what is it that you are assimilating to.
What I meant was that look, when people go to a new place,
you mentioned you say assimilate to a culture. Which culture?
Bible. I know where it's going with that. I know where Mike is going.
No, I'm not actually going anywhere. I'm just trying to know what we are.
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, because let me answer. You continue. If you go to a place, my point here is that instead of condemning the culture of the place, why don't you try to assimilate? Assimilation means learn about them.
Yeah, you have a good point. Yeah, you have a good point. If you go to a place where they have a culture, where they have an actual culture, specific culture, you assimilate to the culture.
No,
but in America, there is no American culture. That's the thing.
Oh, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
Really?
I can say, Mike, your perception of America and mine is
the Irish American culture, or the Italian American culture, or is it the Jamaican American culture? Is it the America is not a country of indigenous people where there's one indigenous culture. America is a country of immigrants where people brought different cultures from all over the world. So which one am I assimilating to?
Exactly. Good point. See, for example, if you live in New York, I believe. In New York, they have the Jewish culture. They have the Italian, they have the Irish culture. So wherever neighborhood, even the African American culture is there.
So which one should I pick?
Whichever one that fits the neighborhood or that you like. Personally,
so I should pick the Irish culture, right? And then I become American. Or now, if I become American, I become Irish. Which one?
No, you don't become an Irish person.
So you told me to pick the Irish culture.
No, you can appreciate the Irish culture in your community.
No,
for
you told me to
example.
assimilate into the Irish culture
What?
because
No,
I live because I moved to an Irish neighborhood in America. So I had to abandon. So what about those of us that moved to Nigerian neighborhood? So which one should we pick?
The Black African culture. You can do that also if that's what's your neighborhood.
So there is no American culture. So you're making my point. You're telling me to come to America and assimilate to some culture that doesn't exist.
You know, we have what we call, I guess, universal American culture, like
Really?
Thanksgiving, for example, like Thanksgiving, like
Thanksgiving is a culture. And who doesn't celebrate? Well, of course. So everybody. So are we here condemning Thanksgiving? Because your claim is that we come here to condemn.
No. What I'm saying, you're actually proving my point, Mike. Because people like you think America is cultureless. You come here, you think they don't have any culture.
No, there is culture, but it's cultures from all over the world brought into one place.
That is America. It's a nation of immigrants.
Okay, cool. So, so what am I assimilating to when I'm already coming with American culture? There are the Yoruba Americans, the Nigerian Americans. So if I get here, I become a member of the Yoruba American culture, which I already had in me from Nigeria already. So why?
No, but the Italian, the Jewish culture, the Irish culture, the German culture, actually, they've been around here for a very long time. You know.
Okay, so because the German, I've been here before the Nigerians. So when I come here, I should pick the German culture and ignore the Nigerian American culture. Pick the German American culture and live the Nigerian American culture.
No, Mike, but you know very well, America is the only country perhaps that allows you to be free and practice your own culture.
Exactly. So what's the fight?
No. My point I was trying to make is that some people come to this country and they look down on American culture, just like you said.
What is the American culture?
America has a conglomeration of different cultures. It's all.
Lord have mercy. So who's looking down? Okay, which one are we looking down? Am I here looking down at the Nigerian American culture? Which one?
No, not you specifically, but people that do. I'm telling you from experience.
Give me an example. Give us a specific example of how someone looked down on American culture.
Well, a good example would be someone like you that says America doesn't have any culture. And I
my God, man! I cannot look down on something I don't believe exists.
You don't believe it exists.
I cannot look down on something I can't see.
If you look closely, it does exist, and I'm telling you.
If I don't see it, I'm not looking down on it because I see. I just told you what I see. I see cultures from all over the world, different community, different people from all over the world with their own cultures. So what am I looking down on? All of them?
No. It's the way people talk about it. It's the way people talk about it. Like, oh, the Americans don't have any culture. But rather, instead of them trying to
what they're saying is that America doesn't have a specific indigenous culture, is what people are saying.
Mike,
which is true because the indigenous American were the Red Indians. They were wiped out. They kicked out. Actually, you're right. They live in a reservation, so maybe they have a culture over there.
You are trying to bully Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy is a gentleman, okay? So please let it slide and let's move ahead. Why not?
Am I bullying? Prince Daddy, am I bullying you? I'm winning debate. We are debating now. Which of your own, Remy? Because we're not talking about Finland. It's the reason that you agree, I'm cooking it on this debate. No, the guy said it over and over and over. And I'm asking the same question over and over. What is this American culture, Prince Daddy? Please explain to me.
America, I just told America. Okay, I'll come when I hang out with my Jewish American friends. I enjoy their culture because it's become part of American culture. Also, the Greek American culture, it's a beautiful culture. That's why I'm trying to make the point.
What about the Nigerian American culture?
Owambe, yeah, we go to Owambe too. If you call that as a Nigerian American culture, that is part of it also. I mean, after all, in Houston,
so who's looking down on the Owambe? Who's looking down?
Mike,
so if you come here and look down on my Nigerian culture, I'll tell you to go back to your place where you come from.
Okay. Well,
if you come to America, you don't want to do Owambe, I'll tell you to go back to Nigeria, you know.
some people do. Maybe not you, but I know some people,
Is that the
especially some
point is you
African.
don't know what you're talking about. That's the whole point here, man.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you from experience.
And Prince, I just wanted to part of the reason I came into this conversation, you were talking about immigration. I truly believe that the immigration problem we have in the United States is something the United States create. If you look at this illegal immigration, especially in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, this was something that was set off during the Trump administration by the killing sanction against Venezuela, cripple the economy.
Sure. Do you want me to be honest with you?
Hold on. You said Trump crippled the Venezuelan economy. How?
And the sanctions that were put on them on 2017 during when we recognized a government that no one voted for.
You're talking about the one Guaido's government. Well, the sanction on Venezuela is not a new thing, and America is not the one that created it. Venezuelan economy is going down in the tank. Okay, it's been mismanaged because why?
Sanction or no sanction, the Venezuelans still want to come here. So it's not really about sanction.
No,
People will still come in. The fact that the U.S. currency is number one and it's the number one economy. Even if you're Venezuela, even when Venezuela was good, they were still coming here under Chavez when they had socialism going on, social welfare. They were still coming.
But they didn't come in 12 million zone. It's this sanction starting with
These
President
so-called
Obama.
millions they are talking about. It's not
President
exaggeration. It's the same way they've been coming that they are coming right now. People are just doing propaganda with these millions.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. And if you look at not just Venezuela, forget Venezuela. Go back from 2012, the immigrations that we get from the Middle East that the United States allowed to come in, not just the United States, the whole of Europe, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, all this is created by who? By the West. We create the problems. The people show up at our door, we have a problem.
But sure. There's never been a time in America since America was created where they didn't allow immigrants, where they didn't open door for immigrants, even illegal immigrants, from day one. And there was a time, this thing you are talking about, is always, there will be a moment where they need more population, they will open the door, like, okay, more of you rushing. There was a time when the Italians were rushing like that, people were complaining. Oh, illegal immigrant, Italians, they bring in crimes. There was the time of Al Capone. They even make movies about those Italians back then, Italian mafias. They were all coming in back then. So America has always been open to illegal immigrant, because America needs that population and they need to increase their workforce and things like that. They've always needed that because the economy constantly grows because they control the world and they need the workforce. So they've always opened their door for people to come in, and then when the people they don't need, they will deport. The one that they need, they're hard working and they keep. That's the game they play. So it's not all this politics. It's not new. There's never been a year that go by in America where immigrants can come in. So all these politics just Democrat, Republican. Why didn't Trump ban immigration then? When he was there, why didn't he ban it? The way he was talking, why didn't he just ban it? Impossible.
The president cannot ban immigration. Don't have the power.
Exactly. He did all that talking, but he didn't ban anything. Illegal immigrants, he came in. He just talk. He didn't ban it. He didn't stop anything. He just politics, man.
No. You have to use number to back it. It's not true what you're saying. You can't just say what you're saying.
Do you know that more people were deported under Obama than under Trump? The only difference is that Trump was putting his own on
because under Trump, if you look you can Google it right now. Trump had the lowest illegal immigration in this country in 30 or 15 years.
I got a lot of Mexican friends. I asked them, when did you come in? They will tell you what during Trump's time.
Sure, trying to make an excuse.
Trump was just putting things on camera, lying. Like, oh, look, I'm deporting them, I'm putting them in cages. It was actually Obama would have built the cages. So they just play game. Trump just put it, he put the deportation on camera. But they all do the same thing.
Actually, the time that the immigration release under Trump is when he implemented for the COVID that restriction where no one can challenge it. That's when it completely stopped because you're using
It's not true.
federal
It's not true.
COVID
That's
guidelines.
not.
I've got to check the
What
paper.
was
And in
the remain in Mexico? What was remain in Mexico for? What was the remain in Mexico for?
the remain in Mexico was to hold them. That Biden still implement that. Biden still today that is still
No,
implemented by Biden.
no. What you guys
Yes,
spreading
it
fake
is.
news? Okay. If that's the case, how come we have over close to 20 million illegal immigrants across the border? Is that called
There's no
remain in
20
Mexico?
million now. I can't 20 million people cross the border. Are you kidding me?
How many?
You know what?
20
My
million people cross
brother,
the
you know
border.
what?
What's the
How
population
many?
of Mexico?
The official report, the official number is about 10 to
20
12
million
million.
people cross one single border. Come on.
No, what are you talking about?
My
One
brother.
single
So
border.
they were counting them as they were
Hold
crossing,
on.
right? Now they know the number.
Do you
They were
know?
counting
Do you
them
know
one
how
by
wide? Do you know the extent of America's borders? What are you talking about? One
who
single
did the
border.
counting? Prince Daddy, who's counting?
Okay, what number do you have? Tell us your number.
How can I have number? Was I counting? No one was counting. So all these things is just propaganda, man. People make us talk. It's
Prince
just
Daddy.
politics.
No, Prince Daddy, I will agree with you with this. During Trump administration, the first Trump administration to grant temporary stay to the Venezuelan immigrants that they were coming, Trump refused. Biden did. That's when the immigration surged even more. That I give you that point. I agree with you on that, 100%.
Okay, good. I think I agree on something. See, the border is open. There are millions of illegal immigrants crossing the borders since Biden became they simply opened the border. It's free for all. So I'm not sure why you're shocked that millions of people cross the border. The official number is about 10 to 12 million, but we all know that they have this catch and release program. They don't even count them anymore. They just come into this country and they go about and go everywhere they want to go to. It's close to the unofficial number. I'll tell you is close to 20 million. Do you know where the immigrants are coming from? Go look at the video. They just showed like last week or so. I was watching the Chinese immigrants at the border. It's become
You watch too much TV, man.
it's become a what you say? Mike, you think you have the? You think? Well, I wasn't even television. It was just a video clip that they
The American
interviewed.
population has increased from 350 million to 370 million in 1 year. Wow, 20 million more.
What is shocking about that? Say, you know, you don't have.
How did Mexico allow 20 million people to cross into their country and then come into America?
Because you don't pay attention to what is going on. So the time when they had the caravan, and did you hear about the caravan that was coming from South America that people were trooping in? They were Mexico.
It's not the first time. Go Google the news. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you see caravan carrying people, illegals. It's always been there.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that it's not being there, but this Biden administration was the worst ever. Was the worst ever. And back then we had immigration services. We actually did. They checked people. Some people, of course, crossed the border illegally, but now those guards at the border, they are disarmed. They don't even have a job anymore because they're not allowed to send them back. They're not allowed to tell them to do anything. They just come in.
America has a law. Hold on. They've never allowed them to send them back for any time. I've seen, even when under Trump, I've seen people without papers. The law in America is once you are on this soil, your liberty is guaranteed until you commit an offense. That's when your liberty is not taken. They cannot deport you. So if they see someone that is illegal in this country is walking on the streets, if you tell American police that person is illegal, go and arrest him. He will tell you straight up, the law is, my hand is tied because it's a law that says the liberty is guaranteed. I'm telling you.
Mike, don't tell me what I know too. We're not talking about that.
Why? Okay, so what's the difference? Did it change under Trump? Did that liberty law change under Trump? No.
it's not the police job to go look for illegal immigrants. Police don't
No,
do
no,
that.
even immigration.
No, back in the day, you see, the ICE immigration services, they have the right to arrest you illegally. In fact,
No,
don't tell me what I know. Hold on, the police can, if police
only when they
arrest
have
you, and
warrants.
hold on, police can pull you over maybe for drunk driving for whatever reason, and they ask for your particulars. If you don't have any, and they determine that you're legal, they can't do nothing to you but contact ICE. ICE will come and vet you, check you out. If you're undocumented or illegal, they can put you in their prison and send you back. So what are you talking about?
That's not true.
Okay, of course it's not true.
That is true. That is true.
That's hold on.
Mike say what Mike doesn't agree to say is not true. And
No,
also the Remain in Mexico
there has
program.
to be an offense, a crime, or something tied to them coming to you.
Well, the offense they break the law by coming in illegally. Number one already.
No,
exactly. It is illegal to come to this country now without papers.
No, I'm talking about an actual offense, like within the soil.
Well,
It doesn't have to be to that extent.
The process that Prince talked about is completely correct. That's usually how the process works. Local police cannot arrest you for immigration. They will call ICE, and ICE will come do the investigation. And if you're deemed to be illegal, ICE will take action from that point on. But local police are not allowed. They don't have the jurisdiction at all under the federal law. Immigration is a federal thing. It's not a state thing. That's why you look at every case that goes to the Supreme Court, the president usually always wins. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. They usually always win because that is all the way up to the, not just to the federal level, but mostly so with the presidents. The president have a lot of leeway in immigration.
Oh, that is true. So the president has a lot. So Trump's executive policy that instructed the Remain in Mexico program was removed by Biden. It was removed.
Yes, President Biden removed it, but he ended up enforcing it. Right now, President Biden, as you can see, is the executive order that he put down a couple months back that is already implemented.
Couple months when his presidency is almost over, when they kick him out, when they put him out. That's when they put it back.
I'm not here to defend President Biden on immigration at all. I think he has failed completely. I 100% agree with you on that one. He has failed completely, and it's not just President Biden. This is every Western country in the Western Hemisphere. They all have failed. You've seen the problem that's arising in their countries. Look at Germany. Look at the far right just won an election in the East. And immigration and anti Ukraine, that's the only thing they run on, and they were able to win. We see populace in that far right growing everywhere in the Western Hemisphere, and they're winning, and they will continue to win because the immigration process in the Western frame right now is not working. They will have to go back to the border and rechange it. It's not working at all. We're seeing problems all over the world. For those of you that live in the West like me, you guys are seeing it everywhere. In Britain, in France, in Germany, in the Netherlands, in the United States, everywhere. And any bright politician, the United States, is happening in the United States. That's the rise of Trump. In Britain, we see what happened in Britain, the Brexit, the whole Brexit thing. We see it happen in France. We see the far right in Germany. We see what's happening in I mean, you pick your pick. Italy, you go anywhere. You see that rising and they're winning based on immigration alone.
Because immigration costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money. If you don't plan for it, it's not a good thing.
Well, actually, the argument there to me, it's not about money. Immigration is it's an easy fight. It's something that if you want to do fear mongering, if you want to use it as your path to blame, is the easiest target. This has worked in Western democracy for the last 100 years. That's the easiest target that you can wrap up the base really quick. That has worked on any. I've lived in the United States for 36 years. This has
You
worked
see,
in every
what you guys are
election in
refusing,
America.
what you guys are refusing to understand is that the world is changing. The world is becoming a global village. Economics are getting more. Countries are getting more. Economics are getting more. What's the word? Tied together. Countries, nations, economies, and most countries in the world are realizing, for them to grow their economy, for them to tie their market to another country's market, they have to have people from there, all those kind of things. So, just as you complain about immigration in people going to European countries, Europeans, Asians, they're also going to other people's countries. Before,
But
they
not
used to
at
see that many. Hold on, if you go to Nigeria today, they used to see that many Indians before. Or even I went to Nigeria, I saw Mexican there. I'm like, now they come here too. So the world is changing. It's not only Western countries. Oh my God, look.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's not the same. No, we're not talking about traveling. Mike is mixing up traveling
What is immigration? It's not traveling.
and mass immigration.
Oh, when
We're
we both
talking about
travel,
mass.
it's different from when black man travel.
Well,
When you both
are they
traveling,
going?
it's just when you both when it's traveling, everybody owns is immigration. Come on, get out of here, man. You worship white people too much.
Yeah, because we Africans were not really counting as a whole the immigration that's happening in our land. We have a huge, as what my brother was just talking about, Indian and Chinese and Lebanese and Arab influx in our land, immigration in the African continent. But because we count them separately in separate countries, it does not seem big. But if you put all together,
No,
it's huge.
say it's always good when you talk about a subject matter to have a robust, view of it. People have always traveled. Okay, people migrate all the time, but that's not considered illegal immigration or mass migration. If Mike can understand the simple difference between mass migration illegally and people traveling or migrating to other places, are you telling me who travels? A lot of Americans travel. Yeah, they travel to other countries, but how many Americans really do travel to go live in other people's country? And when they do they go on their welfare program? Do they go dependent on the government or what? So you have to distinguish. Inability to distinguish in a conversation is is terrible. You have to make the distinction. Okay,
But
when
Prince,
people.
but Prince, but Prince, if you're illegal in America, you don't get any benefit, not from the federal government. Under the law, you don't get benefit. You're not entitled to whatever the food thing or whatever. No, you're not entitled to it. If you're illegal, you don't have documents in America until
If you are,
America
if
gives
you
you
are,
some kind.
you say if you are illegal.
Yes, if you're illegal in America, you're not entitled to any of the welfare program until the American government
No,
gives you
well,
some kind of
no,
temporary.
that's totally incorrect. That's totally incorrect in today's um um government. It's not true. I guess you've not been paying
No, it is.
attention. The people crossing the freaking border. What are they eating? Where they getting the money from? What about accommodation? Are you paying attention to what's going on in the news? It's even. I'm not even talking about conservative news. I'm talking about liberal news media. They house these people. They even give them hotels to stay in. They even tell in Chicago, the black people in Chicago are complaining. Why? Because they push them out of their neighborhood. The
But that is
schools are being
but
used
that
for
is
illegal
because
immigrants.
but that is because the United States government give them some kind of temporary thing to enter in the country. That's the only reason why. If you don't have that, you do not get any of that benefit. This is the law. This is a federal law.
Okay, they cross the border illegally.
City,
They
city
they
and
issue
state,
them.
city and states can do whatever they want, but the federal government itself, the federal government itself, except they give you some kind of temporary thing for the most part, after they did this process, because I know about this. I have cousins that came from Guinea through this process right now that I'm dealing with. I know the process that you're talking about right now, completely in and out, right? Except when you enter into the country, you come in illegally.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Shaw. What is that? Where is the point of entry?
The point of entry, the ones that do the illegal crossing in the southern border.
No, your cousin or your family member you're talking about. Where is that point of entry?
The point of entry is they went through the Mexico border after going through whatever nonsense that went throughout South America to enter.
Okay, so they crossed the border and they came in. Okay.
Yes.
They crossed the border and they came in. And they declare asylum. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the government held them for temporary for like a month or so until they release them.
Correct. Well, if you come and declare asylum, you will be documented until they determine your case as being legitimate or not. Correct.
Right. Right.
So that's one process. But a lot of people that come into the border, of course, they can declare asylum and declare whatever they want to declare. The point is that when you come through a country without prior documentation or record, you've come in illegally. Okay, then you can declare yourself because by American law, you can declare yourself in whatever status or category that you fall into, and they're going to give you documentation from there. It doesn't make you a citizen or a qualified person in America. All it gives you is a status, be it an asylum status or whatever the status that they have.
Indeed.
Let me ask you.
Indeed.
If somebody crosses into a country and that country doesn't need you, they don't need you at all, they don't want you there, they will not keep you, they will kick you out, right?
Yes.
Now, the only reason why, because you gave an example about the government welcoming, putting them in and accommodating them, I don't think they're doing it for free. I think they're doing it for free, but technically, yeah, they give something. They want to use them for something. I don't think they just don't need them. So they need them for something. We all know that. It's a fact. They are not just being generous. They need them for something. So
you're right about that. The Democrats need them. They need them for illegal voting.
Hold on. Legal or no legal? You are not the government. The government they are the supreme. They make national decision. If they want to go bomb another country, it's none of your goddamn business. Whether it's legal or not legal. You understand? You are just a person here. So what I'm saying is, if the illegals need the government and the government need the illegals, what is your business, man? Why are you crying now?
Well, I mean, the government bring them in for businesses. Where I'm at in Washington, D.C., it's a perfect example of that. We see all the illegal, the ones illegals, especially from the Venezuela. We got tons of them that come into the Washington, D.C. area. The D.C. government help them with jobs. Majority of them are doing Uber, doing delivery Uber. The D.C. government even help them with motorbikes, doing all kind of different hard jobs. But this is the same government. I've lived in this city for over 40 years, never helped the black folks in this city with that same kind of opportunity.
Okay, it sound like you're complaining. Why are you complaining? I thought
No, my brother, I'm not here to complain to take either side. I'm just pointing out the facts. That's all. That's why I'm not in either side. I'm just pointing out the facts as I see them. I'm saying that the illegal immigration, especially the Venezuela illegal immigration, the United States government itself has a lot to blame with that. We crush the economy. Obama himself stated is to crumble the economy. when they put the first sanction on Venezuela economy. He said, where do you think those people are going to go? They're not going to go to Brazil. They're not going to go anywhere else. They're going to run to the United States border. It's that simple. We see that throughout Central America. We see everything that happened there. All run to the border. Where are they going to go? To the United States. We cause majority of those problems in that area. We do. Our policy, the United States policy. Same with Syria. Same with Libya. Same with Afghanistan. Same with Palestine. I can go down the list.
Well, I agree with you that the foreign policy it's caused a lot of destruction to different parts of the world. One of the worst cases, of course, is Libya, right? Libya, what Hillary Clinton did, and Barack Obama. They destroyed a prosperous nation overnight, literally destroyed that country.
And my brother Prince, and that was by design, because by destroying Libya, it destabilized the whole region from that coast all the way to the western coast, all the way to Mauritania. It just destabilized Chad, Sudan, go down the list, the whole Sahel region.
Yeah.
To benefit them, not to benefit Africa. Look at the problem it has caused. How many million people displaced in Sudan? Look at what Sudan is today. A failed state. Libya, a failed state. A Chad, borderline failed state. To the church all the way to Nigeria today.
But
You know?
what role do we have to play in it, though?
Well, and this is why my politics is Pan-Africanism. This is why I believe African Union. We need to strengthen African Union. We need to strengthen. We Africans should be able to stabilize our own region. To see United Arab Emirates destroying Sudan, and African can do nothing about it. That is a shame on all of us in Africa. Tiny United Arab Emirates sponsoring the other side of the military, destroying the whole of Sudan, and nothing we can do about it.
But Sudanese believe they are Arab.
Huh?
The Sudanese believe not Sudan, right?
Sudan. Yeah. The country Sudan.
Oh, you said they conquer them?
What about it? Huh?
Oh, you're talking about the war going on there? The war that's going on there, right?
The war that's going on there is sponsored by United Arab Emirates.
But Sudan, they believe they are Arabs. They don't believe they are African. They believe they are Arabs. They're members of the Arab League.
Part of Sudan, but we also have the Black Sudan that it's been affected by this war big time.
But that's South Sudan, though. This is South Sudan. I believe they are Africans. The North Sudan, they believe they are Arabs.
Yeah, people have been affected.
All these, these Pan-Africanism. You guys need to understand that it's not in Africa. It's not everyone that see themselves as black because their skin is, that thing is American where everybody is black. In the real world, people who don't see themselves as black. This black thing doesn't exist. It's just a race of people. It's just melanin in the skin. People don't see themselves as the same.
No, the Pan-Africanism idea is not about our blackness. It's about having control of our land, having control, sovereignty over our land, while we don't have tiny country like United Arab Emirates and destabilizing a country like Sudan with millions of people being displaced and killed. I mean, that is crazy.
But when you say our land, right? So are you saying our land means everybody in Africa, the whole Africa belongs to that person? Is that what you mean by that?
100%. I believe everywhere in Africa.
So you're saying, sure, I believe you're from Sierra Leone, right?
Yes, sir.
So are you saying you can go to any African country and claim that it's your land?
100%. I truly believe right now you can come to Sierra Leone and declare yourself Sierra Leonean. You should be Sierra Leonean.
So you can go to South
Me,
Africa
I have
and
no.
go and tell them yeah, it's your land. Or you go,
Yeah, I
or you
know.
go,
I
you
know
go to
you have that.
Somalia, go tell them it's your land.
No. But the bigger point that I'm looking at, that we should not have an outside country, an outside influencer, destabilizing our continent. Because if Sudan is destabilized, it affects you in Nigeria. It will come to you, my
I
brother.
know. Yeah, even just like when Ukraine, when it was started in Ukraine, it affected Africa, it affected us, like the price of grain went up and it affected everyone's economy. So anything
Well,
anywhere
this
we
one
can
is
affect.
no. This one is not just about economically affect you, security wise. It will affect you yourself in Nigeria. It will destabilize the country if Sudan is
I get
destabilized.
that. What I'm saying is anything can happen. The apple somewhere can affect anywhere else. I get that. That's the general point. I get it. But the wider point is, I don't think people just come together simply because they look alike or they share the same land, tectonic plates, whatever they call it. I think people come together when they see interest. You understand? Like people take each other seriously when they share common interests where there's mutually beneficial, beneficial. That's when people come together. You see, this idea that Togo next to me in Nigeria is my brother because we're both black and we're neighbors means Togo, if we kumbaya, we say let's come together against a white man, a white country, let's say. And of course, it's sweet when we sit in the room. Yeah, it's sweet. We tell each other, yeah, we agree. But when it comes down to the greedy, the moment the white man start presenting good deal to Togo, and Nigeria can match the same deal, Togo will look at Nigeria and say, man, my brother, I'm sorry, I can't resist that deal France is offering me. So it always comes down to that sustenance, the resources,
I agree.
Exactly. So
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But I think hopefully, as brothers, as people from the same land, we should look at this that if Sudan's security is a threat,
but the solution to it
we are not far behind. So that should unite us.
You see, I don't think when I listen to people that Pan-Africans saying the first step we need to do is unite. That's the only thing I always hear from them. Let's unite. Yeah, that's a sweet word, and that's not a bad word to mention. But realistically, I don't think that's where you want to start.
No,
you understand?
No, I agree with you. I mean, like what we can do with Pan Africanism, like what I'm talking to you about right now, is having Nigeria lead in the ECOWAS region. Like Nigeria pushing for open borders in the ECOWAS region.
Open border?
Especially economically.
I don't think we want to start opening borders, man. We start coming into each other's territory. We'll start fighting, man. I don't see that's another wrong approach. See, South Africa did this, at the end of the day, they started xenophobic.
Hold on, Mike. How come you don't like the idea of opening borders in Africa? Why?
Because we're not immigrant nations.
Okay.
Unless there's a country in Africa that need immigrants to come and do work for them. Yeah, of course. But United States needs. I'm not telling you whether open border or no open border is good or bad. What I'm saying is, if the government of a country feel like they need this, then that's their interest. But you are fighting against interest of a government. American government knows their interest to allow those guys to come in and come and do they know what they want to use them for. That's what I'm telling you. What is your business? Now, if America doesn't need them, there's no way they will let them in. I know that for a fact. Just like other countries in the world, like they don't need immigrants. They don't need you to come. They don't need you to use it for anything. They already got anything you come in to do. They already have people that can do in their country, and they don't need you. They already have all their poor people. So it's not a debate of whether open border is good or closed border is good. It's a debate of the occasion, like that circumstance. Is if something that people want or what they don't, what that government want or what they don't want. So in Africa, we know that we're a bunch of poor countries, and if you open our border, it's just a bunch of poor people from one country going to poor neighborhood in another country. And when you bring poor people together, they don't understand each other's language. You know, poor man is a frustrated man. They will start blaming each other for their condition, and they'll start killing each other. That's what you see in the case of South Africa, where the poor people from other African countries are moving to the slums in South Africa, and they start rubbing feathers with the poor South Africans. And the poor South Africans begin to accuse them that they are the reason why they are poor, as if they were not poor before those people came. So poor man will always have poor mentality, and he don't want to be around poor man. You understand? Unless maybe you have bond with him, you grew up with him. Poor man is very territorial and is quick to blame somebody else for his condition. So poor people don't want to be around poor people. You understand? Even rich people don't want to be around poor people. So if you open border, it's just going to be poor Nigerian, poor Sierra Leoneans. They'll be flooding. They will think it's greener on the other side, which is not true. So they will rush there, and they will all end up in poor neighborhoods with the poor people in their new country. And those ones will be like, I've been poor for a while. Maybe it's because of this poor guy that came from another country. That's why I'm poor. And they will start fighting. You put poor people in the room, they will fight, no matter what. When you put rich people in the room, they will celebrate, they will throw parties, So it's not the rich Africans that will start migrating, it's the poor ones,
No, I'm talking about not migrating in a sense as people migrating. I'm talking about goods and services moving across borders without all the craziness. I don't know if you've traveled in Africa and rode from one country to another. I don't know if you've ever experienced that. I have done it from Gambia to Sierra Leone.
But the government already they already create trade deals now. They already make it that goods and services movement. They kind of, if you're doing it formally, they already made that deal. Of course, every country they know, there's an interest. We all import our foods from neighboring countries and things like that now. So goods and services already make that arrangement. So that's not really a problem. But what people are doing is they control just people crossing in and out. They want to put control on that. So. Yeah, to me, if you ask me, if you want to solve Africa's problem, the first thing you want to do is focus on how do you educate the population, invest in education and invest in productivity, invest in innovations. Those are the first step we have to take. Because if the continent, we all begin to make everything we want to consume, we don't depend on outside world to give us something, that's where we start from. So if for example, Nigeria can make everything France can make, and then I look to Togo next to me like, hey, you need to team up with me against France. So when France come and say, hey, I want to offer you this, I can look at them and say, hey, I can offer you the same. And that's when he's going to look at France and look at me and say, France, you offering me the same thing. Nigeria can offer me, can match your offer. Guess what? Now it's going to come down to Nigeria is my brother. I'll pick Nigeria over you. You understand? That's where you want to stop Pan-Africanism. When you got power, you can match the opponent. You don't want to do Pan-Africanism when you're broke, when you don't make anything.
Hence, my brother, I believe Pan-Africanism is not a unity in the whole African continent. I think country by country, like Sierra Leone for us, my Pan-Africanism, what I advocate for in our politics is to nationalize our mining resources. Start there. That's what I advocate.
See, before you want to, you see, even before you get there.
Nationalize our whole mining resources. I believe it's a country by country. You start with country by country. After you take care of what you can take care of your land, then you go to the next door neighbor and bring them together. But I think you have to put your own country in order.
We're saying the same thing. Technically, basically, people, you got to put yourself in order first, and once you fix yourself, that's when you cannot look to the next guy and say, "Hey, look at me, I'm fixed. Now follow me," and you can follow me. And that's the way. But we can't see here when none of us is looking good, and we're talking about leading each other. I mean, come on. If you even try to make that move, the enemy will turn the people you're trying to lead against you, quick.
But my brother, what I mean by that, you can still lead. Nigeria have more manufacturing base than any other country in West Africa. Nigeria should be able to sell a lot more to our neighbors in West Africa. We should not be going to China and America importing stuff. We should be importing that from Nigeria. That's the
I don't think we make it. I don't think we're there yet. Yeah, maybe we've manufactured a few things, but I don't think we are on the level of China in terms of manufacturing. So I don't think we can make everything China makes.
The little. No, I'm talking about
the little we make is not enough to start taking you away from China, to make you use fight with me over China. It's not enough. I gotta be able to make everything China makes.
But we have to start somewhere.
But you can't start leading from
my brother. Do you guys grow rice right now? Do you have manufacturing base of rice in Nigeria?
Yeah,
you do, right?
Yeah, but we can't even make it. We are not making enough to even feed ourselves completely. We still kind of importing some. So we're not there. We're not there. Nigeria cannot lead you right now. You know, or no one can lead anyone in Africa right now. To be honest, one person can be looking a little better than the other one, but you're not there. None of us is there, man. You know, we can't lead right now. What we can do is just encourage each other to do good, to do better. We can just, you know, you can look at Nigeria and say, okay, you guys, you trying to step up, you know, and then I can look at Sierra Leone and say, hey, Sierra Leone, come on, pick it up, until one of us pick it up to the point where you've arrived, and then we can now say, okay, now we cannot cut all these other people loose. We can cut ties with the rest of the world because we don't need anything from them anymore. But there's no way I can tell you to cut ties with anybody when whatever you depending on that person for, or whatever you need from them, I can't provide it for you. I can't supply you, so I can't tell you to cut them off. I cannot tell you to cut France or England or US. I can't give you that advice because you're gonna look at me and like, dude, I depend on United States for this. If I cut them off, if I cut them loose, then where am I gonna get it from? You can't provide it for me. So I think we're starting this Pan-African thing from the wrong angle, man. Like, we need to learn. Africa just needs to understand how to produce, make things, make what you need. Learn. Send our people to science labs to start doing research on how to make basic things, man. You know, that's real Pan-Africanism, not the I love you, let's hug, let's drum, let's smoke weed together and talk sweet. No, that's not reality, man.
Well, I just know that individually we're not gonna go nowhere.
Really?
because my friend, no man is an island.
Do you know the danger? Do you know the danger of African countries talking unity and trying to force this unity right now? Do you know the danger of it? There's going to be a lot of civil wars. It's not even civil war. There's going to be a lot of wars, cross-country wars. That's what's going to happen. It's coming from the principle of you can put poor people in the same room. They're going to fight. So these African countries, the fact that they're not dealing with each other right now, that's why they're at peace. The moment they start dealing with each other, they will start blaming each other for each other's problem. That's what will happen. It's the same reason why within these same countries, they just created by the colonialists, they are different ethnic nations, right? Before they came together, were they fighting? Were they doing these civil wars, blaming each other for each other's problem? No. They were next door tribe. Yeah, you fight over land sometime. Maybe whose land is this? Maybe that kind of fight. But they were not blaming each other for each other's problem. They just were within their kingdom trying to survive, right? But European white people came and bring all these ethnic groups together, right? And now because they're all poor, now they're now blaming each other for each other's poverty. Guess what? They're fighting. Civil war. So it's going to be the same thing. We're trying to force this kumbaya, everybody, the whole country to start uniting, doing this, let's come together as brothers. They will start fighting. Poor people don't get along. That's just the fact. Poor countries will not get along. It's only rich countries that will get along. You know, the only, because rich people get along. You know, a rich person, for you to be rich means you have rich mentality. It means You understand what it takes to be rich, so you can't find reason to blame somebody for not being rich. For you don't have problems like that to blame somebody for. So let's become rich countries before we start trying to do unity. You know. Now, I'm not saying we should hate each other, but we can. Yeah, we respect each other, love each other. But the idea of coming together to we will start fighting, man. Trust me. Even even West Africa. Remember when we were trying to do the eco currency? Remember?
Yeah, because
Exactly.
Nigeria and Ghana because
Exactly. So
Ghana and
what happened?
Nigeria.
That stuff could have led to a war. You know that, right? Between countries.
No, because the problem in West Africa, the problem of this unity in West Africa is Ghana and Nigeria. You guys are the problem. You guys do not want it. Why? I don't understand it. It's you guys. It's those two countries that have been the problem since the inception of ECOWAS.
Who?
Ghana and Nigeria. You guys have been the problem in ECOWAS since the inception of ECOWAS.
Can you explain that to me? I don't understand.
Meaning, everything that ECOWAS was set up for, put out to do, Ghana and Nigeria have been the stumble block. They always block the shit.
Always block what?
They always block unity, open borders, open trade borders, and currency. Anything you talk about.
Wait, hold on.
Ghana and Nigeria always block it.
I'm confused, man. So, okay, so wait, let me sure I understand. So the only time we ever come with the idea of one currency in ECOWAS was when we were trying to create the eco currency. Remember, right? Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
So who blocked that?
The obstacle is Nigeria and Ghana. You two.
The eco currency?
Yep.
It wasn't France?
It was France.
Are you kidding me?
What is France have? Really?
Am I the only one here?
Do you really think that France would have stopped the ECOWAS from coming up with their own currency? Then you give France.
Are you aware of the eco currency, Remy? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you remember when we were trying to do that eco currency with West Africa?
It is because they want the deposit to be in France. That is the major reason.
This guy said it was Nigeria that blocked it.
No, Nigeria is not. Okay, it's because most of the Francophone countries want the deposit to be in France. There must be a country to domicile a lot of the money or whatever, and they want it to be in France, which is not good for Nigeria. Okay, so that if you have domiciled it in Nigeria, that would have been better as a big brother of West Africa. But you guys don't want it. The French countries in Africa, they want it. French colonized country, they want it to be in France. Come on, nobody is going to accept that. The way France treat them, no. That is the major reason. And moreover, when you are talking about Nigeria, say that we don't allow other West African countries to trade. No, that is totally untrue. If they have good commodity, they can trade in Nigeria. And if you go to all these West African countries, you will see a lot of Nigerian investment. Nigerian banks, insurance, IT companies, all over West Africa. I think we have done our part, but what do we get in return? Nothing.
My brother, I would say from the outside.
You notice a lot of anti-Nigerian sentiment going on all over Africa now.
No, I'm not anti-Nigeria at all.
No, not you. But that's the example of coming together. You know, anti-Nigeria everywhere.
I want Nigeria to lead, and I think Nigeria to lead, and I think Nigeria is in a position to lead. I think part of the problem is
lead to where? Lead you to where? Where are we leading you to?
In the region. There could be a powerhouse in the region and lead the region from economic to security to international. Nigeria can do quite a bit.
So we're leading you against who? Against France? Against the United States? What? We can't lead you anywhere, man.
Not against anyone. Lead in our region to bring our region closer together that will benefit all of us, from security to economics, my brother. Forget outsider. I'm talking about the ECOWAS region. Forget
But
anyone
Nigeria
else.
doesn't have the means right now. Nigeria doesn't have the means. Just take it. Trust me. We don't have the means, man. We can barely defeat Boko Haram in Nigeria. You telling me to come on now. I mean, I don't know.
And if Nigeria will play the leadership, it will be all of West Africa, ECOWAS, ECOMOG fighting Boko Haram. It won't just be Nigeria. It's that kind of leadership I'm talking about. No, brother, come on, man. If Nigeria will lead, it won't be just Nigeria fighting
You know the mistake Nigeria will make by doing that?
Huh?
You know the mistake. You know the mistake Nigeria will make by doing that.
What is the mistake?
France, US, they will find a way to turn those countries against Nigeria.
Fuck them. If we
they will, trust me,
Nigeria,
they will. All they have to do is offer you some good deals.
My brother, if ECOWAS is with Nigeria, we give a fuck what France and other people think.
That's not true. That it's easy to say that, but once they offer you some deals, some fresh deals, you won't resist it. When they start dangling that thing to you, man, you won't resist it.
No.
All they need is to find. All they need is to find a puppet, overthrow your leader, and put a puppet there and tell him what to do, and tell him to turn against Nigeria, and he will do it. Bro, come on, man. You've been around long enough, man. You know.
Let me give you an example. I grew up in Sierra Leone during the war. Part of the ECOMOG troop that came in to rescue Sierra Leone from hell, the lead force was Nigeria. That helped bring peace to Sierra Leone.
Yeah, we can do little things like that, but it doesn't mean we can lead you anywhere.
We can play this one and make this stronger. Can you imagine if we had from that 1990s and build up on ECOMOG forces and train our own ECOMOG forces and invest in them, all the countries, make everyone invest equally on it. It will protect our region. It will protect our region from this nonsense so-called Islamic terrorism. It will protect our region not just from Islamic terrorism, from piracy in the water. In our country today, we have Chinese vessels all over our water taking all our fish. You see what I'm saying? So there's some things that Nigeria can do. I'm not saying Nigeria has it. It doesn't have any, but it can do what it can. Look at Iran. Iran, with all the sanctions in the last 40, 50 years, Iran is doing what
who's gonna pay for all this? Who's gonna pay for it? So Nigeria start. First of all, that civil war that thing cost us a lot of money, man. I don't know, like we all that stuff we did in the 90s and 80s for doing this leading Africa. It's like many Nigerians regret it because we wasted a lot of money, man. With South Africa, we spent hold on. In South Africa, for the apartheid regime, we were spending billions. To stop the war in Liberia, we spent billions. Yeah, Sierra Leone, we spent so much money, but at the end of the day, man, like damn, what did we get, man? So the thing is, we don't have the money, the means to be. I mean, well. We haven't even secured. It costs money, so who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? Because we were paying for it before. I mean, like I don't know what those leaders were thinking, man. So who's going to pay for this security all over the place?
Well, the way you pay for it is having those countries pay back. Like for example, during all that economic force that Nigeria put in after the war, Nigeria could have put the bill to Sierra Leone to pay it back, or demand that Sierra Leone start paying its own share into ECOMOG. Demand that every country in ECOMOG that participate in ECOMOG pay their own share, so it won't be the burden alone on Nigeria.
Well, those countries don't have money.
How would they pay back a one-ton country that need a lot of financial?
Exactly, they don't have anything.
All of the.
Mostly they depend on aid.
We're not talking about it, right? My brother, you're not talking about it right away. You can make it a process 15, 20, 25, 30 years.
It's not easy because there's so many big players that control Liberia and Sierra Leone, especially from the United States. Do you want Nigeria to go head to head with US? Come on, man. No, it's not gonna happen.
Well, I would prefer Nigeria playing influence in Sierra Leone than those two countries that you just mentioned. That's my
You are
point
right.
that I'm
You are
trying.
right. In terms of that particular one, when you guys are in war, but after the war, who are those countries that are giving you aid, borrow money from the IMF, from the World Bank? Is it not the so-called Western world? Can Nigeria
Yeah,
borrow
the
such?
Western world. Because the void, Nigeria is not there. Nigeria can fit the void. Nigeria is not there.
Nigerian
No other African
people,
country is there.
do you know our budget this year is about 20 trillion, which is just roughly 20 billion. That is just a ministry budget in another country. So we are in deep trouble too. When we talk about the Islamic insurgent, we are not cooperating together as West African brothers to fight them. And of course, you are right. The Western nations, they turn a blind eye. We wish they should have helped us, but they turn a blind eye because they are not disturbing them like before. It's like we push them out of the Western country and then push them to third world country, and that's exactly what they are doing. And unfortunately, for most of our West African citizens, too, they are blinded by religion too. So it's an easy ground for you to recruit.
But
a lot of people, and so many other EUs. So it's a fertile ground to recruit. Just dangle as little as even $10 when you convert it to local currency. They just join, carry gun, and do whatever they want. It's not a pathetic story, to be frank.
It is a pathetic story, and the Boko Haram is you better believe it's a foreign entity that is sponsoring them.
Yeah, of course we know. That is what we are telling you. You go ahead and they'll just turn your country upside down for you. And what can you do? You can't fight them. So it's only the big boys that can fight one another. So small boys,
My brother, but 16 is better than 1. That's my point that I'm trying to make.
That's where lies the trouble. Even Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Gambia, and Ghana, all these 5 countries, West Africa, we both speak English. We should have cooperated better, but no, that is not the case.
Yes. But you need a leadership to make that happen, though, my brother. Right? You need someone to make that happen. It's not just going to make itself.
And then, like, I don't know, but like Nigeria with various ethnic group, and everybody is fighting for that stiff competition, fighting among themselves, especially among the 3 major tribes. I don't know your country, but if you look at, for example, they have one tribe, which is Han nationality, which constitutes about 90% of the population. So it's easier for everybody to speak in one voice. And there they are more patriotic, and there they are able to severe the pain. I mean, they know this is their country. They have to absorb the pain. But what can you tell about an African man? Can he do that? He's only interested in making babies and putting on beautiful clothes. That's all. So, no pain, no gain.
I think, my brother, if you challenge Africa, you'll be surprised.
Surprised about what?
I think today our region is looking for leadership. Our region is looking for vision, especially the young people.
I don't normally talk about everybody say bad leadership. I don't think so. What I think is a totally new orientation from the beginning. Because if this set of leaders goes away, another new set of leaders comes. Look at Nigeria now. We started this democracy in 1999. Those that are around 20 years old that time, they are the one ruling now. They are the one that are state governors, representatives. Some are even senators. So only the leadership of the president will see people that are over the age of 60 or 70. So what are we telling us? Are we saying that those ones that are 20 years old in 1999, they should have become a better leader by now? But what are we getting from them? They're even worse than those ones that are older than them. So it's not all about leadership problem. I think the whole Africa need to do a total reevaluation and total reorientation. And we must tell ourselves the truth. Before we can develop, we must maybe some generation after like we sacrifice for ourselves, go to the land, till the land, work for generations unborn. So it's not all about people coming here every time it's bad leadership. And sometimes the leadership themselves, it's not easy to rule an African country. You have to balance the interest of your country and the balance the interest of the big boys, because they are the one that they control everything. Even if you are doing something in your country, they don't buy from you. What happened? You can't eat everything, so you have to. Yeah. Good morning.
Can I speak? Good morning, sir.
Please,
Good morning, everyone.
go ahead, sir.
Just like what you are saying, that was the engagement I had with one of my friends yesterday. In his place of work, I remembered very well when we were still together. We were young, when we were young together, you know. And we have a friend of ours that was running a business, and he was complaining that some people are leaving his job, and they are leaving, and he felt like, okay, probably he should join the fray of those that will not pay salary on time, or use some different means to oppress them. You get it? So they came to my house, and I told them, I said, bro, we are young now. We are young graduate, and you are a young entrepreneur. That if you continue in that line, you are not going to be better than the leaders. Right now, we are just followers. Today, we have started finding ourselves. We started finding ourselves in leadership positions now. And I said, I told my friend yesterday that we are all leaders. Every one of us are leaders. So we have to understand that in our various homes, in our church, in our mosque, in our traditional worship place, in our community, in our families, we are all leaders. So, but if we all strive through better orientation, strive to do what is needful, I think the world will be a better place, because that's what I see. I see some element of that also, like an element of that in Europe and in Asia, where you see the way they train their people. Now, you know what? Yesterday, there was a particular decision that was taken. You know, yeah, we happen to be together in a particular organization right now, and we took a decision yesterday, and we were happy about it. And I took him down. We didn't know that we were going to have that conversation actually yesterday. And I took him down. I said, do you remember what I told you over 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago? 15 years ago, I told you this. When you came to about 12 years ago, you came to my house and I told you this. Did you know that? Notice that what I told you about then, that is the right thing that we are doing right now. You and I, we did the right thing. The reason why we did the right thing was that our mind has been molded. We were molded. Our parents taught us. The society taught us. You know, and also probably from our religious background, our faith background also, that taught us that you must not muster the us that trade the corn. You have to give what is due to people at the right time. Said that is what we are talking about. If somebody else, and that our friend now is doing well in his business and he's doing fine. Said if we had a bad orientation, in fact, you know, Nigerians also, you know what they do in Nigeria, you know, they normally do it outside of the country. I hope you know that. You know that it's not limited to what they do. Anywhere you see the Nigerian community, go into their community and you ask a few questions. You see them doing that thing that they were complaining about at home. They still do it amongst themselves. But when they go out of their community in the US or whatever, they make it look like, we don't do it. But when you are in their community, you understand what I'm talking about, sir. So I said it's about actually us. Because there were 20, were young graduates some 15, 20 years ago. I mean, we are the ones that are moving into leadership now. And what we have been fed, our experiences then, it will be one of the things that will shape our decisions now. We went through the right orientation.
So the beauty of everything is that Nigerians are more politically aware now. But the only thing that is left for them to do is to start holding their direct leadership. I mean, local government chairman, state assembly representatives, and their governor accountable. Because before you can go to the shouting about the president, you have to look at the constitution of the country. Is the president, or sorry, the federal government, are they giving what is due to the state? Are they giving them? If the answer is yes, and there's a lot of money they are collecting for the last 1 or 2 years, or one and a half years, you should hold them more accountable because they are your direct leaders. We should look at Lagos State, for example. As we are talking today, Lagos State have signed an agreement to start green light rail project in Lagos soon.
Yes,
look,
I heard that.
This is the state that is moving forward. Like I always said, when you arrive Lagos and you see Lagos, you are very happy. You are happy. But the moment you step out of Lagos, like go to Ibadan, especially that Ibadan, it's a total mess. You will ask yourself, what is going on here? At least if our Lagos State cannot be up to 100% of Lagos, they should be at this moment 50% of Lagos State development. That is how it's supposed to be. And I always say this, I will repeat it again. Leadership, people that are leaders today, they are followers before. So if you are telling me all your leaders are terrible, I don't agree that way. We have some governors that are performing very well. Look at what Wike has done under 1 year in Abuja. What about other ones that have been ministered before then? What have they been doing? Look at the interior minister. Look at what he has done. What about those ministers that have been there before him? So people should not just generalize everything. Today is your leader. How come? Even here in Europe, nobody even cares who is your governor. So why they need the community leader or the local government leader? It's enough for them. And is doing the right thing. Some people does not even care what the president is doing. So far that
I want to quickly chip in that you are continuing. I watched a video sometimes ago. The lady lives in Germany. She said in Germany that if you drop a paper on the floor or you do some nasty things, said the way the people will even give you, Nigerians do, one of the reasons why Nigerians misbehave and the reason why Nigeria is like that is because we don't hold ourselves accountable. Even at the workplace, we don't, even amongst we that we are the followers. He said the lady said, the way they will give you one bad look, who is this savage? Who is this? I mean, I'm sorry for using that kind of word. I mean, like, who is this uncultured human being or uneducated human being that's just dropping things on the floor? So he said, by the time 3, 4, 5 places give you some bad look, and that somebody can even call security or something. Just like you see, even in the housing system, there, once they discover smoke alarm is there, another alarm systems are there. There are people who used to say, okay, come, I think something is happening in the next house. But over here, nobody even talks about anything. So far, it's not affecting him or her. So, and they will be the one that will alert the police, and the police will take over. And you will not even know it was your neighbor that even called the police. But over here, you look at it, is he my tribe man? Is he my what's it called, my religious or faith person or whatever before we act? That's what we do now. That's what we do. Let's talk to ourselves. But we will never own up. When I see them in the comment section on social media, they will never own. I see somebody said they started selling for 1,500 in some places. And I look at the comment. I said somebody else said they sold it 950 in Lagos. And I said, did anybody condemn any of those people that sold for 1,500 in the comment section? Nobody condemned them. Nobody condemned them. They will say more than that.
Can supply this Dangote the crude as they sign agreement. At least for the first time, we'll be able to know exactly how many liters of petrol, because they have stopped import already. No more importation of PMS anymore. So, and then Dangote being one of the a good refinery with modern facilities, they will be able to tell us that this month or today we send out 25 million liters of petrol or whatever. So no more magu. That is over.
Exactly.
that unnecessary way of making money is over. And of course, when I was telling people that time that it's fight among elite and rich people. At the end of the day, the president cannot just jump in. He has to take his time. And at the end of the day, I know Dangote will win because no matter what happens, the Nigerian government have a stake in it. They also help him a lot. So at the end of the day, Nigerian people win. But the question now is, let's see how much they are going to be selling the petrol in the next 48 hours. At least that's.
But they're saying that they have jacked up the price now.
Yeah, if they are going to be selling at 800 or 800 naira per liter, then that means no more subsidy. Or maybe government is subsidizing Dangote a little bit. Okay, that is going to be so. What you are going to be seeing is that most of the petrol station, the differential will not be more than 50 naira. You go to petrol A, can sell for 820, another one can sell for 830, another one can sell for 850, depending on the location at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, it's a win-win situation. And at 850 naira per liter for gas, and I think the government should push out more gas-driven buses. Just yesterday, Oyo State received 20 CNG buses. Oyo State, and today
I just read that.
I know it's not enough. I know it's not enough, but it's the right direction. And they are following all Nigerians. If you are driving any commercial vehicle, it's free of charge. Take use of the opportunity. Go and get it. The CNG gases. It's more economically. It's more environmentally friendly. It's not easy to burn. You even make more money through that way. So I don't know why a lot of Nigerians are waiting. What are they waiting for? If you are driving your car down for whatever, go there. It's cheaper. It's cheap. You don't need to pay any dime, and it saves you a lot of money. So I think that is another alternative. So we should support government. Just criticizing for just criticizing negatively every time. Because no matter what you say, government is a continuum. Before you know it, if this guy is going to spend 8 years, he's going to spend 8 years. He will go away. Another person will come in. But what are we, citizens, what are we doing to help our country? Not just criticizing for criticizing.
We are not doing much. That's one problem about us. We are not really doing much. That's just it. We prefer to, like for example, somebody that I know, is into venture capital, and it was one of the guys. It was one of the guys that spoke to me when I was graduating, and as an undergraduate. We invited him naturally. So I remember he was saying that diaspora, even the diaspora, has a whole lot of role to play. And I always say it that if any good thing is going to come out of that country, the diaspora will have a lot of role to play.
Some diaspora, they will tell you they are done with Nigeria. They don't want to invest in Nigeria. I don't like that country. I cannot go back again. You know what? At the end of the day, when they also stay in abroad for a long time, they see it's a triangle lifestyle. They are bored. They think about home every time. Home you do not invest in. What are you going to do there? And then you stay wherever you find yourself. You continue to pay all those bills year in, year out. It's the same thing. So some of your friends that invested will continue to come back from their Nigerian, telling you their success stories, something like this. But at the end of the day, some of these diaspora people, they poison our people at home.
Exactly.
And they are the ones that will be telling you, Nigeria is so terrible. People are so hungry. They are dying on the road. It's so terrible. It's so bad. It's so blah, 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 blah. But when you talk to the people on ground, they say, no, it's not like that. We know that we're in economic trouble or mess, but when they paint it for you, people in the diaspora, you will think that when you walk in the road, people are just dropping dead every now and then.
Remy, good morning. Dorothy, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Zima.
Yeah, you ask yourself, why are the diaspora people behaving like that?
I don't even know.
No, I think the main reason is that if you look at it,
I know one of it.
What is it?
One of it is that some of them wants to justify the reason why they left the country, and also, like, the country is not still good, so I don't think I can come around. I don't think I can even do anything here. Let me still be here, and also to be feeling pompous about the stuff, like, there are also so many other reasons. Some will say for their children and stuff, but one of the reasons is that, just that. So I will leave you to if I talk about. I know one of the reasons is just to make sure that they look good.
You have gotten it. You know, some people were actually doing well when they were in Nigeria, but because of the bad dragon effect, do you understand? They took the decision, probably sold most of their properties and relocate. When they got there, it was not as rosy as they were expecting. Do you understand? So, as you said, they want to justify their stay and make it to look at, we are taking the best decision. It's only you people that are there but to me, I just see it as being unpatriotic. I think one of the problems that we have is that we don't have that common spirit of Nigerian spirit. Everybody is just being selfish, everybody just want, and that's why an average Nigerian, the only solution we see to instead of us to sit down and say, okay, what are the solutions to our problem? Is the only thing that we see is Japa. And when somebody leave the country, you see some other people congratulating. It can see it's as bad as that. They will be congratulating you. Congratulations. For what? For you to leave your country, they are congratulating you. You understand? And that is the trend. That is the trend in Nigeria today. People will see they see you going out of the country as if you are going to paradise, as if you have escaped. You have made it. You understand? They see it as a success. So it's a big problem. We don't have a common goal, and that's why we fight ourselves. We see everything. You look at it, there's a trend now that is going on. You see that every time they want to make comparison, they always refer to good luck Jonathan time. We're doing good luck Jonathan time, as if we were not there during the good luck Jonathan time in Nigeria, as if Nigeria was rosy, everybody was just, you understand? So good luck Jonathan time in Nigeria has now become like good luck was the best president that we have ever had in the history of that country. That's what they are trying. Any comparison they are making in Nigeria now is good luck Jonathan time, good luck Jonathan time, good luck. Are you people kidding me?
Nobody can tell me that nonsense, sir.
Are people kidding me?
The fact is that
you see it on social media, you talk to when you are talking to them. You see some of people could have come on this platform, like I will mention the Ekene will come here and be telling us that this is a bag of rice during good luck Jonathan. Good luck Jonathan. And you see, it's not. But let me tell you that comparison is not actually born out of performance. It's not born out of sincerity. It's just born out of when my own tribe man. It was there. It was better. It was when your tribe person was there that he got worse. That was what he is not based on either on any sincerity. It's not based on performance. It's not based on anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's what we do to ourselves. In as much as we don't have that common goal, that is what we want to achieve, all our criticism, our sentiment is based on, it's my person that is there. So whatever he does is good. Well, if your person is there, whatever he does is bad, then we have nowhere to go. So, but earlier on, when Remy was talking about the pump price and was talking about, the difference should not be more than 15 naira. How can you be saying this kind of thing? Look at this. Look at the size of Nigeria now. You want to tell me that if somebody buys petrol from Dangote refinery in Lagos and were to go and sell in maybe somewhere in Sokoto or somewhere in Maiduguri, the price difference will be 15 naira from Lagos. It cannot be. You know, there are a lot of money that government used to pay those days to make sure that the price of petrol is uniform all over the country. That's what they call the Petroleum Equalization Fund. what they used to do is that whatever you use to transport it from Lagos to anywhere in the country, the government will still pay you that money so that you can sell at the same price with somebody in Ikeja in Lagos or somebody in Apapa in Lagos. You understand what I'm saying, Dorothy?
That time that you are talking about, do they still sell at the same price? You know that's what we are talking about. Do you see them still sell at the same price?
Those are the problem with the subsidy that we are talking about. You understand what I'm saying?
They collected fund. They collected it. They will still not. I don't know. I don't understand this.
They will collect that money. You understand? Saying that okay, they are taking it to Kafacha. Now, then they will also sell that petrol to them as a subsidized price, probably by 500 naira or 600 or 700 naira subsidy. Now, instead of these people now to even sell this product in Kafacha, they will not sell at their filling station. They would rather go and sell to all those people along the streets that uses all these small gallons that use their can, or take it out of the country. You understand? You can see, and that's why when we say the problem that that country has, some people will say, maybe we are petroleum producing country. Why will not enjoy? Let me tell you, in the Middle East here, you cannot take 1 liter out of the country. Even if they are subsidizing it, you can't take it out of that country. If they get you, you are gone. You are gone. You understand? The kind of law that they have that is making their people to behave well, to obey their law, we cannot institute it in our own domain. You understand? It's like what we want to eat our cake and still have it. You understand? You will be talking about freedom of this, freedom of that, freedom. You cannot have all this freedom and still be developing. You need some restriction. You need some control. But our people will not agree to that. They will not agree to that. Our border, let me tell you, the kind of border that we have is look at our border. Can we secure our border? Do we even have the fund to secure it? Even US that has all the means, they put up fence, they put up camera, they put up barbed wire and everything. People are still crossing.
They could not even finish it. They couldn't finish it. America could not finish itself. America could not see finish.
So sometimes, even in our criticism, we are not being fair to that country. We just make everything to look as if our government can do everything for the citizen. There is money there. Everything is supposed to be rosy and all those things. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with a lady, and I was saying, Nigerians are not producing country, and so we should not be suffering. I said, okay, we are fine. We are producing oil. This person stays in Saudi Arabia. I said, okay, come. Do you know the population of Saudi Arabia? Even ordinary population of Saudi Arabia, she doesn't know. And he was busy arguing with me. He was saying, hey, Saudi Arabia not bigger than Nigeria. I said, are you kidding me?
Doesn't know anything.
She doesn't know. I said, okay. You said, okay. I even asked her. I said, you said that Nigeria is the oil producing country. Do you know how much oil Saudi Arabia is pumping out daily? She said she doesn't know. I said 12 million barrel. 12 million barrel every day. And Nigeria we are pumping 1.2, 1.3 for a population of 200 million people. And you want to expect the same kind of treatment? But he said, hey, look at the way we are enjoying here. We enjoy 24 hours light. And we do it. I said, it's your money. It's your money. You are living in the hostel where they are feeding you and they are taking out of your salary to do all these things for you. If you have that kind of money in Nigeria, you can also provide electricity for yourself 24/7. You understand? So we need, as Mike was saying, we need a lot of reorientation of our people. Our expectation is too high for the kind of resources that we have now. I'm talking about money in terms of, I'm not talking about resources that are under the ground. I'm talking about what we have now. We cannot, that resources that we have now cannot meet up with our expectation. The Dangote refinery that we have now, I don't know what kind of arrangement government want to have with him. You understand? Because even with the new pump price, I don't think he can produce at that price and make profit. And the issue is now is that with the jack up in the pump price, the hardship on Nigerians is going to increase. The price of food and commodity, people will still jack it up. Because we're always looking for, even the ones that is not directly affected, people will look for that opportunity to exploit. And so some people will deliberately do that to give a dog a bad name.
Bad name. Prepare for the next election.
Yes.
Prepare for the next election.
So let's wait, as Remy said, let's wait and see how it's going to work out, the arrangement that they have with Dangote. I don't know, because is it a coincidence that the day he started supplying out, that was also the same day that he increased the price? Is it a coincidence or it was a plan? Because what I noticed is that prior to yesterday, in the last few weeks, there has been gradual decrease in supply, which has led to some scarcity in some places. Do you understand? Exactly. I was in Abuja and I discovered that the average price of petrol in Abuja was between 600 and 700 naira. But if you go to some neighboring states and some other states, they are selling to almost 1,000 already. You understand? But in Abuja, it ranges between 600 and 700. That I was talking about last week, just last week.
I think, Dr. Zimba, I think what we need to do is this. We really need to know what we really wanted. Now, if we are to look at it, that Dangote refinery is not the only refinery that we have in Nigeria. So, and you see, that refinery, it will do a lot of good to us. Number one, the kind of money that we spend on dollars to buy this fuel from US, UK, and Europe, and Middle East, we are not going to be spending that kind of money again. So at least we can then say, okay, this naira that we have, let's use it to do our little subsidy that this little subsidy that we can do, that will be okay, that will be well managed. And probably the government can take the price for around 700 or so, 700, and if it's stable there, the economy will find its footing. So at least the fact is also that pumping enough oil into the crude oil to this guy will also help us to be able to export, because don't forget that it's not only petrol alone that you'll be making money from. You'll be making money in different areas, propylene, you're making money from so many, it's a value-added product, petrochemicals also. So he's already have what do you call it, a byproduct, a raw material for his petrochemical complex. He has a $3 billion petrochemical complex where he makes manufacture fertilizer, propylene, and some other things. So let him just find a way to regularize that price to around that 700 or so. Then probably the government can come in to make sure that they subsidize to make it stay around that area. At least we are not going to be spending excess dollar. That excess dollar, let's go into a kind of overdrive in terms of industrialization. I kept on saying this. This is the time for us to make China our friend. This is the best time to make China our friend. Bring in equipment, and start producing. If you are
You know,
fulfilling our
Turasi, we're even looking at those are the immediate advantage or effect that we're expecting. We should not even focus on that. What about the employment that is provided? In fact, that one is the one that me I'm after, both direct and indirect. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That kind of employment can government produce it? We are talking about hundreds of thousands of employment.
Of course.
Hundreds of thousands of employment. And if you take one person in Nigeria that is working, you can add like 6 other people to him that is already liberated. So we are talking about millions of people that will be feeding on this factory. Forget about all those, we are talking about that. Those are the immediate this thing. You understand? Because one of the major problems that we have in that country, that is even, I used to tell them, I said, come, we are talking about insecurity in Nigeria. And you think that the only thing that we can use is to get our army or our police by buying more fighting equipment and all those things that will solve it. It will not solve it, because we have to look at what is the root cause of this insecurity. It's unemployment and poverty. You understand? There is no right-thinking person that will be living comfortably, and the next thing that you say that you want to take a risk and die. Do you understand? It's only when you have already thought that I don't even have any other option again. The kind of life I'm living now is better for me to even die than to be living. That is when you see people go to all those. So if we can stop that supply chain of people that are joining the banditry and joining the Boko Haram, and the only way we can do that, provide education for them. You understand? Let everybody be engaged in a meaningful work and be earning. That is the only way. But all these, how many people are you going to kill? How many people are you going to put into jail? Providing security equipment, providing soldiers, police, and all those things. Those are the immediate solution. But can you solve it? The answer is no. You can't. You can't. Because if people are hungry, there's no way you can stop them from doing whatever they want to do. You want to die of hunger, you have to look for something and die. And if you are successful, fine. If you don't successful, you die. Because after all, you are going to die. If you do it or not, after all, you are going to die. So I don't know. I think that is my own submission.
It's just like I used to tell people, so if you do not fix this country, nobody will come for you to come and fix the country. I was so happy today when I saw that Dangote refinery. You know what happened last week? Do you know that Dangote refinery is like probably arguably the biggest expanse of land that a chemical and petrochemical factory has ever occupied, probably in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Because the largest chemical plant in the world is BASF in Germany. So, I mean, it's an integrated system, chemical plant. But what we have on Dangote refinery there, about almost 2,000 plus hectares. So that's so massive. Because BASF is just about 10 kilometers square. And 2,000 hectares, 1,000 hectares. It's not a joke. So 10,000 hectares is 1 kilometer. So it's not a joke what we have there. So if we look at it, you see that I think that's also the biggest achievement that any African has ever made, any black person has ever made. Even in I don't think there's any other even black American that have ever had that kind of breakthrough, in terms of quality of what was done there. And it's very funny that it was built by Africans, majorly Africans, just few expatriates. I think they only spent about 2 to 3% of expatriates. 97% of what was done there was done by Nigerians. So I was also elated. I was happy that we were able to do some certain things because African Development Bank chairman, president came there some times ago, 2021, and said, was looking at the people that were working, said, these are Africans now, these are African engineers. They went to send about 900 engineers from Nigeria, Nigerian graduates. And these are the guys that are likely, definitely going to probably make their way to the top. You see them at the top later in the future. So if we are not going to fix that country by ourselves, the people out in the outside world, they are showing that one man played a clip for us. One man played a clip before the start of the session. So that was when, for that time, I think I moved out. For that said they showed a clip where Tafawa Balewa was, I think just Tafawa Balewa or Shehu Shagari was there, and he said that some people within the Western landscape, as they believe that Nigeria must not work. That is, if Nigeria works, their influence will be tampered with in Africa. And they know that they are going to need a lot of resources in Africa, that Nigeria will tamper with their interest, going by the kind of way we fought them for the independence of other African states. So you now look at it, that thing really rattled. As in, I was very furious, like, damn. So people, and it's a funny thing that you see our people on social media, educated, illiterate, and knows nothing. The only thing they know is just food. They just enjoy water, but just enjoy better life. They still do not know their enemies. I mean, when I say the enemy, that doesn't mean that you should go fighting wherever you are. I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about being emotionally intelligent. So you know that this place is still not my own, whether we like it or not. I should still, even as I'm doing something there, I'm assimilating, I'm deepening myself there. Then I should still find a way to liberate my fellow compatriots. I mean, in terms of the knowledge, returning back your expertise that you have acquired over time. In terms of, and I know Nigerians that are doing it. I know Nigerians that are doing it. Me, not on the personal level, that I know. Normally, I engage with some of them online. I know some people that I know that they have the opportunity. I was even speaking to one yesterday on Sunday that, sir, he said, come through the thick and thin. He said, I had the opportunity of living in Canada. I have an opportunity of living in the UK. I know the kind of money they'll be paying me. He's a medical doctor. He said as a consultant, that I'll be paid not less than £8,000, British pounds. He said, but I chose, and I've been running a business in Nigeria for quite a long time, about 14, 15 years. And even though through the difficulty, I'm able to still stay afloat. We went through some challenges because the business environment, the way the business environment is. You see people, I've met people that are actually patriotic about the country. These are guys that are gone far and wide, that are hardcore professionals and entrepreneurs. So I was like, these are the kind of people that are not this generation of I just want to jump up with no clear cut opportunities. I mean, no clear cut plan. Only for you to be in Europe or whatever. They are not thinking. If the money America spends today is not only coming from America, it comes from everywhere in the world. You get it? It comes from everywhere in the world, and they don't joke. No matter what happens, they don't joke with their country. Why people don't joke with their country? They say find a way to return some things back to their country. Even America has some act whereby you are living outside America, you are still going to be paying some taxes. They are tax back, even when you are living outside of the country. are tax banned. So imagine, but we see now people. So we know that we have some external forces working against us, but we ourselves we are not conscious of those things. Okay. Even though we have this, look at Dangote, he was able to pull that thing through. It's a beauty to believe that we have that kind of thing. And let's see
Gratitude. You know this popular Yoruba adage. Because when we start talking, hey, there are so many external forces working against us. The Yoruba adage said, to give you balance. It's because those people will not come and be doing and be sabotaging our effort. They will use our people. It's we that we are using against ourselves.
No, so when they use us against ourselves, you still not be blaming. You still not be blaming ourselves. I don't blame any. I don't really blame them actually.
You see somebody that is claiming that is fighting for the common man. Is the Messiah, is one that can liberate the country. And then when the country was in crisis, the next thing you see him, he flew to New York or whatever, and he's living in another man's land now. Is that patriotism?
Imagine that.
You understand what I'm saying? You cannot stay in the country.
I think
your family cannot stay in the country that you claim that is already in. It is already in.
Okay, it's already okay.
It's already on the show.
Thank you, Derek Dorothy. Don't mind sing but go take It's very okay, go ahead.
So it's to me our problem. We are not ready to solve the problem of our country, and we are not being sincere to ourselves. No.
I know. Those at home are not sincere. Those in the diaspora are not sincere. Everybody is just trying to scam themselves.
Dorothy, the question is, you said we lack sincerity of purpose, but why are we not a sincere group of people? Is it like where did that come from for us to be that way?
It's a lot of factors. It's a lot of factors. Don't forget that the intimidation, like I used to say, I had an encounter with some group of young teenagers. Yes, I say teenagers, youth. They are young youth. Let's say between the ages of 14 15. One was she's a girl that I mentored, and she's now a university undergraduate right now, and then in a year one in nursing. So I was engaging her. I told her something. I said, "Do you know that an average African, when they see a white man, their heartbeat will increase. Their heartbeat says, and they are likely to ponder whatever it is." She told me emphatically. I'm talking about just last week Friday. He told me emphatically that I'm technically correct. That there's this that low self. When you look at ourselves, that we cannot do it. If you know what Dangote did, that thing that Dangote did will go a long way to liberate the minds of many Africans. And I saw it on even Arise TV when other members of the Black race, living in the Pacific and Caribbean, they were so happy that so that is the solve our problem. Then that's what they also explore using greed. We also have greed. Every human being is greedy actually, but probably our greed is untamed. The kind of greed we have. So that low self-esteem coupled with greed, and probably we can't say we are ignorant because we have our own local technology those days when they came. So, and that was what is bring your local technology. Let me collect this. Let me give you this. Let me collect this. Let me give you this. And from there, we create a dependency mindset. And if you have watched this movie, there's a particular movie. There's this movie, Woman Warrior or something. It was shot. I think it was an Hollywood movie, but shot. Probably shot in Africa. It was talking about the Oyo Empire, Dahomey, straight. You understand that. So you know when they were talking to that king, they said, "You can, you don't worry, you can get money through this way." He said, "No, they don't want. He doesn't want the slave trade today. Let me just collect, making, continue making my own money." So that greed has always been there, but we have a way of covering it. But probably when the white man came, they were able to use gun to suppress some of our, and people have, that thing has gone from what, from generation to generation, and that is where our problem starts from. You discover that anytime a black man take up himself and say, "I want to succeed," and against all, especially Nigerians, we see ourselves doing the unthinkable. So if we are not able to guide our heart, the language, the religion, and so many other things, we don't understand how we can balance these things and to still foster national development. Generally, we will all see our problems as, I mean, that our problem can only be solved by external people. Whereas we can solve it. We are the ones that can solve our problem. Look at what is happening now. 28 years ago, they have not been able to solve anything. Osadela was saying that the days of buying, that was a statement, if I'm correct. He spoke about it. He said the days of bowing down to Western powers for fuel is long gone. But we should still look at ourselves. Hope the saboteurs are still not looking around. We need to keep checking on ourselves. And I want the government to actually do that. So if we are not able to check on those things, there's nothing. See, let me tell you, in some African countries, you know that they believe that if I don't get to Europe, I cannot make it. And that's one of the things that I look at. I say, I normally say, I tell somebody, I said, Africa must get to a level whereby my children must be able to make it here in Africa. I mean, this is not, they can go anywhere to go and study, they can go anywhere to go and do anything. I mean, they can live and they should be able to live in Africa. They should be able to say good things about Africa, that I made some good money here in Africa. I have moved with people. I know people that were made in Africa. So I mean that we know them. We know them. Even some our mates. Then I know some that even in that Nigeria that we're saying, oh, it's difficult. They are still doing some good things. They are still doing good things. So that is what we need to do. Reorientation of our people. So if we are not able to reorient them, then there's nothing that will come out of that on the continent. But I think things are beginning to change. And if you look at it, that greed is the reason why in the days, look at it in the 70s, 80s, people don't really do partnerships. But today, if you look at it, the new generation that are coming up, we are having guys that are into tech. You see tech startups. You see them. I have a lot. I'm a very good enthusiast of tech startups and stuff like that. Because I'm also working towards getting. I mean, I want to. I'm looking towards getting the career shift towards that area, and to balance some things out for myself. So I look at them. You see three people come together. One is a tech guy. The other one, it might be a medical expert. Okay. The other third one might be a finance expert. It's okay. Let's come together, put resources together, draw a plan, push the plan together. So push the plan out there, probably to a venture capital or an angel investor or somebody, or the government to get a grant or something, or international grant, and let's start something. And these guys are actually trying to push something together. They are the one, and that's the reason why today in Africa, Nigeria are already in about 50 to 60% of every money that comes in terms of foreign direct investment into the tech ecosystem. So you can see that we are beginning to break the cycle of, oh, I must go it alone. No, you cannot just be you alone. Look at even the government. The government say, oh, I must do it alone. We don't want the private sector to come. Let the private sector do their thing, regulate, manage things together, and let's put the country on the right path of progress. So all this message of maybe we should just oh, I must do it alone. The youth are already telling you that oh, we can do it separately. We saw this guy that was space park. This guy did not school outside of the country. He schooled in Babcock University in Elisha in Ogun State. He worked with some banks. PayPal came to come and buy $200 million stake in his company. That guy is already made for life. He wants to close right now. He has investments all over Nigeria and outside of the country.
Dorothy.
Okay, we need more of those guys.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You see, so what I've noticed is that maybe it's a lack of understanding, a limited view of business. When a foreign company offers you $200 million, that means they're valuing the company at about $2 billion. It's about that 10% to 11% mark. Now, for somebody coming from Nigeria, Africa, 200 is a lot of money.
Yeah,
right? So people should invest, but getting the actual value. I mean, they're the ones valuing the company, but that's what they will do. You know, somebody throws it's daunting. You come up with an app or system now in Nigeria, and somebody throws 4 million at you. Even if your company is actually valued at 40 million, you're like, man, maybe I take this money at 4 million. No. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you take the money. So ideally, I would want a situation where diasporas invest in ourselves.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, you know, we are even more scared of investing than the Oyinbos in Nigeria.
God bless you. God bless
they will
you.
take the risk than we diasporans will. You see my point? Like they are willing to. They understand there's a problem. They know that we want everything to be ideal.
Like deal before we invest.
Make the road for me. Idea. In fact, put the shoe, put the leg, and everything. There's no ideal situation. There's none.
So let me just put it. Let me can I quickly put in this? You know, today I saw that this guy Elon Musk, no, not Elon Musk, is it Jeff Bezos? He bought a plane of about $85 million. I saw it on is it on Arise? $85 million US. And they said this guy he was with his company for 20 years. He did not get any profits for almost 20 years when he started that company. But today he's paying himself very well. Now the question is, an average person in the West, we still find they also do this also, but we are taking it to another level. I know somebody here that told me that Nigeria that we all eat, that Americans are bringing, and most of the money that comes into venture capital and Indian investors are coming from America actually. The man said, he knows somebody right now that invested about $200,000 US. He said he divided that money into three. Now said he had 3 businesses that is invested in right now in America. He said he said he was expecting 2 of those businesses probably not to do well or cough out the money, gain back the money. He said, but there was one of those businesses. He said, oh my God, that the kind of money that business is already bringing right now, we outshine and pay for the other businesses, even if the 2 other businesses he invested in got lost, he didn't make any money, that he will recoup the money back and still get more money, more than 300%. I mean, the kind of money that he's already getting. So that's the one we are talking about.
Dorothy.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, because I have also noticed this with Nigerians that even have the resources to invest, not the one that have the resources. You know, somebody has to spearhead that innovation, or in like example now, a Dangote. Somebody has to be the first to do it. I would not be surprised in the next 10 years if that whole block of Ibejuleki is filled up with different refineries. But somebody is always first. Eh?
I said one is already in Lagos now. MBI. There's another
That's
one in
my
Lagos
point.
already.
But why did they
They
do it?
already.
Because they can see what Dangote is doing. Like, okay, somebody can, it's possible. But why is that Nigerians have this? My worry is that in other sectors, the same way Dangote, the route it took, where he spearheaded that, it took the chance. People that are taking the chance that I'm seeing are not Nigerians. You said 20K. Somebody, a company in Dallas is investing over $100 million in Nigeria's power generation. 100 million. So what will now happen is when that person now becomes successful, we now say, they have given our top foreigner. So why you are there, you're not doing anything.
Exactly.
But we will not do anything. But somebody will do something, and we will say, why are they giving Dangote something? Why is it monopoly? But why didn't you do it? So our inability to take risk is the problem. We want everything to
don't
be
take risk.
Yeah, you must take risk now.
Look at the as Dangote is already starting this now. Mid oil is already kickstarting. They already done their, I think their what they call it, laying of the foundation or something. I think they started mid oil refinery. So what it means is that in the next 4 years before the expiration of this government, in fact even before the expiration of this government, Bua will be ready. Bua will be ready by 2026, 2025, 2026 or so. Maximum 2026, so going to 2027. So the fact is just that we'll be swimming in money. And you know, what about the steel sector? What about the other sectors? Look at Ale Onyema is doing well
Dorothy,
in
Dorothy, in
the
fact, that is what I want to say. That steel sector, let's give Dangote 1 or 2 years. If you see his performance in this refinery, I see no reason why that capacity should not be sold to him.
But Simba, didn't he say he was no longer interested in the steel company?
Yeah, he said something like that. That he was planning before.
I think it was out of frustration of the refinery thing. I think he will come back around. I believe so.
He needs to. He needs to. We already have some actually, but he needs to. There are so many other areas. Three things that we need to really get right. I kept on saying this.
Dorothy, why only him? Like the guy even said on live TV, he said that there are people that have more money than me in this country. Dangote said it in his own mouth, that they put all their money in Dubai. That they have. Why are you not investing?
They are thieves now. They are thieves. That's what we are talking about. If you watch that movie, Woman Warrior, you will see. The greed has always been in us. Those guys just amplified it. And you see, that's the reason why I normally tell people. And if you see the way our people normally amplify, me I normally tell people actually that it's not about all the countries that we normally talk about, all these countries that we are living in or we are normally talk about, they sacrifice something for something. Some of them even kill. They kill to be where they were. Is it Canada? We know what they did to the Aborigines. Australia, we know what they did to the Aborigines. Just 2 years ago, we saw New Zealand, their prime minister going to ask for forgiveness from the Aborigine tribe in New Zealand of the atrocities that they did against them. So these guys, they were living on the blood of everyone. But look at this. So if we are not, we are coming in a better platform, like everything is almost said. Okay, let's bring in these things, bring in the machines, bring in the innovate, and make sure that we get these things done. Nobody is going to help us. Everybody's going to look at his own house first. The Americans will definitely look at their own house first. It's normal for them. It's normal for them to do that. And you cannot blame them for that. So, but you cannot continue to complain about the fact that Nigeria is not working. What are you even doing? How many people have you spoken to? You can even speak. You know that, like for myself, there was a particular time I was speaking to someone. The person was talking to me like, oh, can he go and invest in Nigeria? I encourage the person to invest. Today, the person has a very good investment. I mean, he's doing some projects right now in real estate and stuff like that back in Nigeria. That is almost 100 million there. So at least, and I was saying, come, you can't say, oh, I'm not going to come blacklist that country. Immediately you blacklist it. They are coming for you. I normally tell them, you are living in the US, you are living in the UK. That of the UK. What happened to them in the UK? Is it not the last government? Are they not almost coming for our people? They already got our people, even on the truth. Look at it now. So there's no way at the point when we get to a particular percentage in terms of population, there will be resentment. Resentment will come in. That, oh, these guys are trying to take over our country, and so on and so forth. So if all you want to brand is negativity, what you are saying is that you are telling people that they can never and never and ever make it in the country. That the whole of the 100 million Nigerians have to move out of that place to go and displace the 450 million people in Europe. Even Europe did not even have up to probably 200. The whole of Europe, I don't think they have up to 200 million youth right now. Because there are a lot of other people in Europe. As well, you are saying that, and they are still, some of them are still like in the next few years. And that's why they are also changing the dynamics of bringing in some people. But for how long? If you develop their countries, the fact is that they can push you at any time. That's just it. Just like the man say, even in the Bible, they say there is a king that will at a point not know Joseph. Overcome but anymore Joseph no. Yeah. There was a time when there was a king that did not reckon with Joseph. Even though Joseph was was the prime minister at a point, helped them to survive the economic hardship in Egypt at a point, according to the Bible. So you have to be looking at for your people back home also, one way or the other. It might not even be money. It's not even money. Ideas. Some people are already fixated with a whole lot of domestic issues, but you can blow up their mind with ideas. Blow up their mind. I think you see, you can do this, and you know there's some people that are actually making cool money from that Nigeria. Some people comfortably they selling things abroad. They make like $2K dollars every month. So they're even making some more good money than people living in Europe. I'm telling you, back there in the country. So these are the kind of things that we want people to do. Our billionaires bring in your money, create jobs. When you create jobs, I have a job to do. I will not have the time to be running after you to come and kill you or come and kidnap you for one ransom that I will not be able to spend freely. If it's just the little 100,000 or whatever I'm able to get, and life is okay for me, I get light, I have water running, I have security, and my kids can go to school. I think they will be happy. They'll be happy and they'll be able to. After all, none of these countries that we all say they are doing fine. How many we were so talking about? Mike was telling us sometimes ago, and I also did research on that. Almost half of the people in America do not have $500 in their account. How many of them have $500 in their account? So, but they are able to get some few good things of life, we get them going, and they are okay with that. So, well, I don't understand us. We need to just
yeah.
And having Nigeria to make big money. They believe that when they make big money, I mean, millionaire overnight.
Sorry, Dorothy. It's Midwest there, or is it? It's Midwest there.
I'm here. Now, good morning.
How far, my brother?
Good morning, sir.
I don't know.
Don't say don't they get good don't they work now, have you?
I'm so happy, but I did optimistic, but I never happy well because
the Nigerian side of you cannot let go of that doubt, Abi. The Nigerian
because our leader for many years.
What if something happens, Abi? What if something happens? The pessimist.
You say?
Go ahead. I said that Nigerian part of you just
Now I lead that one. So, but like me, like Tinubu now, he try. But what I'm afraid of is that it's like the external forces behind our oil sector, the cartel, is very strong. And because of the economic hardship, I think Tinubu now decide to have that power to say, look, set this thing in Naira. If not, I'll be waiting with the talk here. So, but I believe those people will still come back and fight. Oh. So, but by the grace of God, yeah, I am strongly believe they will. They'll be making money. These are big countries, big men across the globe, influential people. They are inside the shadow there operating. So you can't even see them.
Involved with them. Like they are Nigerian partners, right?
See, I don't know whether I talked that thing here that time where I said I met one Norwegian man like that. Where the Nigerian man tell me, say, you give like 100,000 euro to one person. He ready to eliminate many persons for you. And in present, you go to take the billions out. He go to work for you just like that. It is a so it said that what is leaving Nigeria, I just accidentally meant, it said what is leaving Nigeria, if you leave European Union, they will never survive 2 months. He said in America, as powerful as America, they control the whole globe. Which they leave Nigeria, common for America. He said 3 months, everything collapse. You understand? So now only that worry, now me I get. They don't to enter us. We don't open door out of ignorance for these people. So even the office of the presidency, they can blackmail it, they can attack it, particularly now when things are very difficult. You know, when economy is bad, it is easy for you to turn the people against the government. You know, you hardly see what is good in that government. So
exactly.
Now let that one I did worry about, but I pray may God help me from here see start at least because the suffering is too much. You know, this one will go a long way if they feel break this circle. That is my conviction. I just pray. Yeah.
At least those that want to do, you know, you know that what that something brings to us. There was a breakdown. There was a breakdown of those guys that were exporting in Nigeria. Dangote brought from his 3 billion petrochemical plant. Apart from the fact that it supplies Nigeria fertilizer and other things, propylene for plastics, which helps the automotive industry also and some other industry that's aligned to that. He brought in some very good money. I think almost $179 million or something in returns. I mean, in foreign exchange. So now,
I need to go. Hold on, Dorothy. Thomas, are you gaining weight?
I'm here.
Are you gaining weight? Orange your neck don't disappear. I be Dorothy. No see the guy neck don't disappear. What's in the chop?
Thomas now. Wow.
Do I gain weight? Do I?
Yeah, you look big out. Maybe just me. Maybe I know they wear my glasses.
You are right. You are right. Baba T.
You're over 40 now. You know they stop eating the
Baba
meat.
T.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to me?
What?
I changed from large to extra large.
I
changed my wardrobe.
40.
I gave out 40 shirts.
Okay, bow in the waist there. Is it over 40?
My waist, no. Waist, wasting. No, I'm not that big. But I just gained some.
If you're close to 40 as a man, nah, that's not Thomas. Avoid the amala, all this. Let's cut that down, please. If you go from one to another, that is significant to weight now. 20 pounds in the year.
No. My solid is wheat. I think wheat is all right. Yeah, solid meaning.
No, okay.
No.
Sorry.
Me never drink beer before. Me taste
Wow.
But anyways, to what Dorothy was saying, like this collaborative thing, Thomas, to you, because you keep mentioning your sister in my hometown, Abeokuta, that she needs to pay me, by the way, for living there.
No problem.
Sorry, collaborative. Sorry, Elomi, Dorothy and Thomas. This is my thing to you guys. Some of they want to invest, but they don't want to. They don't care about the daily day-to-day operations. Just put my money. You go and do the work. Just you want money, I will give you money. But they need that someone that they can trust. You don't want to, okay, we hire somebody today, we don't hire somebody tomorrow, price is up. They don't want to know about that, just as an investor only. But we don't have they call them, I forgot it, where you can just like if farm where you can say, I want to invest my money into something. Okay, Thomas and you and Dorothy can come together and just put 100K in something. Where we can
and what is our return?
Exactly. Nobody, that's what the issue is. Money day. I'm telling you, people get cash where we want to invest. Why nobody wants to be calling every day. Thomas, so somebody had accident. Can you contact ball? I don't want to hear that.
Babati, I have. It's not that the money is not. I don't know what to do with the money, but just want make business, turn around. Just turn around. One of my brother is selling car in Lagos. I said, if you get any car, he just started like 6 months ago. So he's still under all those guys teaching him what to do, blah, blah, blah. But they'll say, if you have any car that you want to sell, because they said if they are selling car now, they are gaining like 1.5 million gain. And they will say you don't have money. I said, if I can give you the money and the profit, maybe 1.5 million, and we share it, 750 just like that.
For one car?
The one car, 1.5 million gain. Wow, that's a good deal.
I was even meaning
to
talk to you, Thomas. There's this property that they are selling in Ibadan now. You know, people that they chase from Lagos now, they're now bringing their assets up to Ibadan.
To Ibadan, yes.
Yeah, so they have seen, but there was this one, but the price is very cheap. You can buy for 25,000. You can buy like a bungalow. The way they are, those assets kind of 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom for 20K.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a very good deal now. But I mean,
I'm just scared of because my junior sister, she bought 2 plots of land. It was like a war. They went to court. They did this. He just got the land back.
Where?
In same Ibadan, yes.
Ah, man. But this one is I don't know.
Thank God that she bought it with all these agents, so she's not the one going to court to fight. It's those agents that went to court. But thank God that she got his land back. But if Babati,
that's the best thing.
I don't like problem in my life.
You are allowed.
No.
That's why I'm like, let me talk to Thomas first, because I've not been to Ibadan since somebody got married over there a long time ago. It's been a while. So
Ibadan is a good place.
Yeah, I know. But in regards to land issues, not like I don't know what if they have like the Lagos.
You must not buy from the company. You must buy from the company. That's advisable. Don't buy from individuals.
Yeah.
I changed my mind totally when the last time I went to Lagos. I'm not having any property in Lagos.
Thomas.
No.
Do you know why I'm telling you this?
If I have property, there will be investment, commercial use. People will rent it out. People pay. That will fine. But
no,
I can't live in Lagos. Nah.
If the future of the Southwest, Lagos, then I think Oyo will be the next, based on what I am seeing. So
yes, the next.
Like Oyo, because of Ogun, I don't know. Forget Ogun.
I don't think Ogun is closer to Lagos more than
but no, in terms of where people want that their desired next destination to invest in property.
Yes.
Because the land is just. So I'm like, okay, let me just, not because I want to live there, but 20K is okay. You can just, it's not like it's big money. You can just buy it. But it's estate. It's an estate though. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's, if you can get estate one, is good.
Okay.
Because the CFO will be there. Everything will be there. If they are fighting, you are not the one fighting. Is the estates, the management will be fighting on your behalf. So you don't really need to go to court, or somebody is now putting a charm on your land, or no, that will not happen. You understand what I mean? So I prefer that I'm looking already. I've got the land in Lagos. We wanted to build, but last time I went to Lagos, I can't live in Lagos. So maybe we just build the house, like a commercial, rent it out. But if I really want to build a house, I would rather choose Abeokuta or Ibadan.
Oh, okay. So that's the link. That's the link for the Ibadan one. There's one coming up. There's one coming up in Abeokuta. It's close to where the train station is. Okay, Monson.
Of course.
By the governor's the back
office,
there's the back of it. My grandfather play golf. There's a golf course in the back of that governor's office.
Abeokuta like anything, my brother.
That area they'll be developing something there because they call me to come and buy something. It's very close to that train.
It's close to the train station, so it will be very good.
So that kind of location, yes, you can get it early. But I don't want a situation where I am buying the land. They want us to buy land first. I'm like, there's the land part, there's the already built part. So I'm trying to weigh the up. I don't want to do in the main town. You know how that is. Something secluded.
Yeah.
So
no.
For somebody like if you don't have enough persons on ground, if they have
to be honest with you, if it is me, I will not even have any private property in Nigeria, because my thinking is where I live is where I stay for now. At least God has blessed me with something here, so I'm not one.
Yes. The reason why is that in the next few years I'm going to be going to Nigeria a lot.
A lot. Oh yeah.
A lot. No, I have some things already down there. I do, but just like what is coming next, because I'm telling you, just pay attention to Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo. They're going to be the. So I'm already seeing some things that we want to do. So it's just like just to get my feet wet again, and it's been a while. It took me a lot to just.
I still have the qualms with you. I've been asking for your number for months. Maybe you don't want to give me.
Thomas, I sent you an email. I mailed you. I got your email. When I replied with my number, your email said does not exist anymore.
No. I'll put my email at the private section now.
Maybe you change your email. When I sent you
no, I did it.
The email does not. I said, this person just sent me email now. Like, did he block me?
No, you can grab my email then in the private section. Okay. That's my email. Send me your contact. I will send my contact to you as well. So I think Abeokuta and Ibadan will be. Ibadan now is fast growing. Why do I say that? People living in Lagos now, people living in Ibadan now, working in Lagos because of the train.
Exactly.
Yes, people working in Lagos, living in Ibadan now because of the train. Because the train is very effective in the morning and it will take you back in the evening. Very effective.
And that's a feature of Lagos. And do you know Lagos go on say Lagos just signed, they approved the green line again. They are beginning that by I think in
exactly.
Yeah. Nah.
I mean,
Babati, there is no even land in Lagos anymore. All land they are selling now is outskirts, Lagos, and Ogun State. Gbogbo Letontansin is outside Lagos, but closer to Lagos, but Ogun State. But people it's very close to Lagos, Gbogbo àwọn bí on kí nothing pé Yanobaja, so Mowe, Mowe, very close to Lagos. There's no. Where do you want to get land in Lagos?
I was even thinking. I was saying, if they say no, people have bought land to go into what's Abeokuta, Papalantoro.
Yes.
Like 1 hour away from Sango now. I said, really? They've already bought land all those. I say, wow.
Mowe or Fada and Kong. People are getting land there now because how many minutes drive to Lagos? And and the express has been done. The road is motorable, very comfortable now.
You can just take the train now and go walk and live.
Can take train. No, in December I can't miss that train. I must enter that train. The Lagos one and the one going from. No, I have to experience that because my sister has been telling me.
I thought you were.
Good experience. Yeah.
I thought you were in Nigeria last time. You didn't get on the train the last time you went to Nigeria.
The last time I went, I got there, but I couldn't catch the train because I'm a little bit skeptical about the train. But now my sister really is everything. Even my sister told me commissioners, they will see their convoy, they will be dropped at the train station in Abeokuta. Commissioners, government officials, not Peru people. They have any assignment in Lagos, they catch train to Lagos. Another vehicle will be waiting for them at the train station in Idumota. Idimu, what they call it? Yaba, yes, close to the National Theatre. Yes, that's the last train stop. And you will see convoy again picking them up. It's very safe, my brother. Driving stress from Abeokuta to Lagos, you can imagine the stress you pass through.
Remember that Friday night on Redeem, internet they're having that Friday night division.
Oh my God!
Now, if you pass at that 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're not to 11, no, not to 11 p.m.
See, I work in Lagos. Then I also like to go and see my mom in Ibadan. So immediately I finish on Friday. Anytime there is Redeem camp, you know where I pass through to Ibadan? I'll pass through Abeokuta. I'll just couple of minutes see my sister, then straight to Ibadan. Old road, Old Road.
Yeah,
Ibadan. That's why, because if you are there in Redeem Road, you can spend 5 hours, 6 hours on that road. By that time, I could have reached Abeokuta, greet my sister, say hi to my niece and nephew, and just go to Ibadan Old Road. To Abeokuta Ibadan Old Road is like 45. It's very peaceful road. Just drive. Yeah. No, I don't pass through that Lagos. Anytime there's Redeem camp, no, I don't. I never pass through that place. It's just stressful.
So that even makes Abeokuta. Yes, you are right. And the cost of living for now, I mean, it's not like it's crazy. There's no traffic as much in Abeokuta.
No traffic. No much now.
Yeah,
no much traffic. And they really try, what they call it, Mortuary. There's a overhead bridge now.
Yeah.
There are a couple of traffic there. Now there's overhead bridge. Mortuary. Babati, and Abeokuta is my second home after Ibadan.
My
first one married in Abeokuta. She lives there, so I always go to Abeokuta every time.
The roads in Abeokuta, they are perfect roads. Just there's no
very motorable. Very motorable. I pass through headlights. I go to what they call it, Kuto. I go to everywhere. I drove everywhere. Everywhere. Even the road going from Lafenwa going to Ibadan, it's been dualized now into two lanes. Yeah, from Lafenwa to straight down to Ibadan.
But here's the thing: once they fix that Lagos song go to Abeokuta that they are doing now, you will see more.
They doing it now?
Yeah, they have finally approved it after all the.
Thank God. My sister always plow that road because nature of job, for job assignments, there's no other way. Babati, there is no other route for them. She complained bitterly, even though it's the government car, official car, but the road is terrible. Terrible. She work in governor's office. So it's
that's let me shock you. You know, apart from Lagos Ibadan, you know that's second busiest road in Nigeria. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Second in Nigeria, and that's the way they left it.
Industry down there, industries down there. So I pray they should finish that road, because sometimes people even they don't pass through Ifo anymore to Lagos. They will go and pass through Shagam, interstate, then
come down, come down to Lagos
You can, Babati. I'm in Lafenwa. I'm in Haro. How long is Lafenwa and Haro to Lagos? How many minutes?
About an hour or so.
If it is motorable, but some people will leave Haro, still drive to governor's office, still face Shagam interstate, then go and link Lagos Ibadan Express Road, going to Lagos. You can imagine you are going to Yanopaja. If it is motorable, Babati, how long is it Yanopaja? How long is Songo to Abeokuta? It don't cost you more than 5 minutes drive. Let me just exaggerate. 45 minutes if it is motorable. That for all, they should do it though. No, I'm happy you said they have approved it now. Yeah. That road suffer me. Yeah, before I just decide, no, I'm not going to pass there again. I'd rather go and pass through Shagam.
Yes, so that is where I was, you know, it's a thing where I can just go to Nigeria now, pick a car up in a garage in a family, something, give you a car, drive around, do your business, you have bank. You know, my last time in Nigeria, I spent a whole day in a bank just to open accounts. You know that there's this and my dude, and they said, sorry, you can't open an account in Nigeria with a foreign passport. We don't leave Nigeria for 20 plus years. They say go and get the ID card, national ID card, or go and bring the Nigerian passport.
That's very ridiculous.
The ID card office, there was no light. I said, don't worry, we will buy you the petrol, we will buy you the diesel or whatever. We bought diesel for them. That big 25 whatever. They feel I said, okay, yeah, put on this. They say, oh God, server is down.
Server is down.
I said, what's he come do for office? There's no light, server is down. So what are you guys doing? What do you do? What
no, they don't do anything. They just sign in the morning. I had to go to
call somebody. They say if you want passport, you must pay 40K within 2 days. I should pay 40K to get Nigerian passport, to get that one.
I'm still using my account when I left Nigeria, so I'm really active using it. So I don't need to open.
I have one. I have one in the Echo Bank, but when I opened it, there was no BVN. All
yes, there was no all these BVN.
I don't know if I have to if I go back to Nigeria, how will I access that one now? I don't know. It's just there.
No, you will. Even mine. When I left Nigeria, I abandoned my account in Nigeria. It was dormant. Then I called them. I'm using GTB, so GTB is I think their service is a little bit good, and they activated it from here for me. They asked for all my documents, everything. I send everything I emailed them. They assigned one.
Your BVN in Australia or Nigeria.
Everything, and they reactivate my account, and I've been using it for years now.
I'm saying your BVN NIN. Did you get it in Australia or did you get it in Nigeria?
Yeah, I had my BVN before. When I came to Nigeria, I had my BVN and NIN. The embassy in Canberra, they came to Melbourne to do our NIN for us, and we have our NIN number. So we are really enjoying it. Even our passport, they came from Canberra to Melbourne for the capturing for
Why don't
the
you
current
embassy in Melbourne? Is it not Nigeria in Melbourne?
No, no, Canberra. You know, they always put the embassy at the capital of the country, so that's why there is no embassy in Melbourne, but everything is in Canberra, the capital of the country. So everything always come from Canberra, but which is still better. They did our capturing for passport, and 3 weeks later they send our passport to our house. But even is very not stressless, no trouble at all. So that's why I always bothered when you in US people complaining the stress they pass through to renew passports.
It's ridiculous. They try to make
my brother, very easy.
Let me buy you. They're not really people that came from Nigeria that much. It's people that were born in America that to Nigerian parents. Not very loyal.
Nigerian parents.
They don't know any better. But how much done they will put it down. That's the problem.
I know. Even sometime, maybe 2 years ago, when there was problem of passport renewal, Nigerian government said you can come into the country with expired passports, but it doesn't work like that. You may have a stopover somewhere in Qatar or Dubai, and they said you have a expired license, passport, and they detain you. So to be on the safer side, your passport has to be valid. I know you are going to Nigeria. Nobody will say you should not enter Nigeria, even if you have a expired passport, because that's your country. But if you are going to Nigeria, you're not going. Sorry?
What of traveling certificate?
Traveling certificate. What do you mean by that?
I don't forget the renewal they call that. I don't use that before. We be like say one paper where embassy go give you, not traveling certificate.
Oh yes. Yeah, no, I heard of. I've never used that before. And also
you want to risk your life on that one in this world. That some countries get crazy for it though. If you go live for Turkey now,
you just enter one country, they said your passport is expired, and they detain you, and you miss your flight.
But for me, my own passport not even dey safe. Although I get police reports for Europe where I take declarance say missing, they had that one Jordan. So I don't get problem anyway, since that my country they go. But the way they talk now true. It gets some country, all those places where they measure, if they track person
they will never hear that you are going to your country and your country has give the verdict because they have problem for renewing passport. You can come into the country with expired passport. They will detain you, and if they detain you, your flights leave. You are doomed. Later on, they will let you go, but you have to buy another ticket.
Yeah, they will not. I was in Turkey. I was in Turkey for 2 days over this. Turkey. That country. The woman, I say my flight is in. You know how sometimes where they have connecting flight, but the person will book the flight for you for the airline. They will now put maybe 45 minutes between the landing and the next flight. I know those Turkey airport be like it's like a border,
like a country.
That place, that Turkey airport is the biggest I've ever seen, man. I say, boy, I took bus.
No, if you reach Qatar airport, my brother, you can't walk there. If plane drop you here, you will catch a bus. So big. And maybe there could be another airport that is bigger, but I've never seen airport bigger like that. Now, so big. Inside the airport, you will still catch bus inside the airport.
I say I was running. The woman, I say hello, help me. The woman just didn't say a word to me. Just looking at me like, maybe it's a cultural thing. I say hello, how you doing? The woman just came in. She spoke to the woman, but she ignored me. I say, is it racism or is it a culture or something? Until a man came.
But see, I always check my flight ticket before booking. I love like 2 hours stopover.
You have
3 hours? No. Labati, last time we went to Nigeria, the connecting flight was 45 minutes. Babati, they are already boarding our plane.
Is that right?
They were already they are already boarding. If we miss like 15-20 minutes, done.
What country is that? Where was the connecting flight?
Qatar. Oh my goodness. And their terminals, like 1 to 100. The one we are going is 95. If you see how we are running like a madman. No. I always check my ticket. Maybe if it is 3 hours, even if it is 1 day, I don't care. If they can give me visa to enter that country, I will love it just to look around. But that's running. No. I said I would never book flight like that anymore. 45 minutes for you to drop from the plane, for you to catch, and even if you are not conversant with that country, you have not been there before, you don't even know where to go. Maybe you catch bus, maybe you walk, maybe nah. I always put 3 hours, 4 hours in between the flights. At least you rest a bit, shop in the airport, look around. No. It's only when we are coming back, we have a couple of hours stopover in Qatar. That's when we enjoy the airport, walk around, buy a couple of things. But then, no. The last time, 45 minutes, never book that kind of flight. If it is 45 minutes, 1 hour, no.
You'll be running up and down. Man, God bless you. If you go with your children, now voila.
No, forget that. It's stopover. Even people don't really like long hours stopover, but it really pays.
I'm even trying to limit all this Nigeria in December itself. I want to go when those crowds are so December ain't gone. I don't know. I don't want to.
Even our plane Melbourne. So we are already late from Melbourne to Qatar. So even that, if we don't even use that 45 minutes, just like 30 minutes. If we no. I don't pray for my enemy to miss the flight. If you miss your flight, my brother. Oh my God. No. After experience Korea, I would never love it again anymore.
Hopefully, why can't they maybe they can fix that airport in Ibadan or something? That will help a lot.
I think they spoke about it.
Is it fun? Is it working? There's a airline that is doing local from that place, Green Airline.
Local, yes. I think Tinubu just approved the upgrade of the one in what do you call it in Ibadan?
Is it international or local? Is it?
It's a local one in Adegba Baggy side or something. Yeah, it's a local airport, but I think they just want to upgrade it to not international airport. I don't think so, but much efficient because I don't think the airport is really efficient. People are not really using it.
If Ibadan gay airport, they go to that country, that place will be crazy. Where you can fly from anywhere in to Ibadan directly.
Yeah, Lagos has override everywhere in Southwest. Everywhere is Lagos. There's nothing bad having maybe not international airport, but domestic, but still effective.
Regional airport. For the region, might not be international, but where let's say you're flying from Melbourne now, you can fly to like a Kenya, and from Kenya to Ibadan, it will just be there. You don't have to go to Lagos.
Yes, you can imagine you are going to Abuja, you still need to fly to Lagos,
then
to Abuja
again
in your country. Why can't you fly from Ibadan to Abuja?
Then fly to wherever you want.
Yes, fly wherever you, at least inside the country. We don't need for now. Maybe the Ibadan is not viable for international flight, which is fine. But domestic flights, people going to Abuja, they first of all flew to Lagos before catching flights to Abuja. Why do you need to, even when as you are driving from Ibadan to Lagos, the flight that took off from Ibadan is already in Abuja. So how many hours is Lagos to Abuja? It's very crazy. So they should make it viable, that Ibadan airport, because people are flying to in Ibadan. People are traveling to domestic, international, but they have to still fly to Lagos first before they catch their flights to wherever they are going.
Let me, if I was Southwest, even at my own place, they should have a airport now. Even if it's small, something should be there.
Even if it's small, yeah. So, even if it is small for a small plane, yeah, everywhere. This Melbourne, every state has their airport. Yeah, even they are proposing one airport close to my house here. We are very happy because anywhere there is airport, the money for the houses we go up. Very close to my house there, they are proposing another airport, domestic airport here. Airport should be everywhere. People fly every time.
So you
there are many business.
you don't need all those big planes, just those small ones that you can fly.
Small plane, yeah. It's domestic, not international. It's domestic, yeah. All those small plane is okay for domestic use. Why do I need to go to Lagos to catch flights to Abuja? Even before you reach Lagos, if any flights flew from Ibadan, it's already in Abuja before you even get to Lagos. The express is good, but even in the inner Lagos to get to airport is even issue before you board in, before you sign your bag, it's very stressful. The flight from Ibadan is already in Abuja. So I hope they will do. I think they said Tinubu has signed that for that Ibadan airport. Yeah, hopefully they will make it viable and very effective, because if they make it viable, people will use it. People will be flying there. There's no point going to Lagos
Yeah, it's
to
time
fly
to.
to
It's just at this point gone. It's time to people just to start moving over. I mean, it's just too congested now. It's
no. Hey, Babati, no. My sister, the last time I went to Nigeria, my sister lived their house in Haja. I even told them, why do you go and buy a house in Naja? But Olowo, Shore, Olowo, they live in Naja. Babati, from Naja to my hotel in Ikeja, we spend 6.5 hours.
Oh, that express that express road.
Yeah. Babati, 6.5 hours from Naja to Ikeja. How
I don't
many
know
kilometers?
that place. They have all these shopping malls there. The traffic is just in the evening.
My God. Oh, my wife everyone was so tired. I said, no. It's Lagos. I mean, maybe now that the subsidy.
that's where the the green line is gonna go past Aja. The one that they want to build.
That's good.
If they have the green line now,
No. I would rather catch train.
So
because I'm used to train already here. So even though I don't really enter train here to my drive most of the time, but if I need to go to the city, because city here too is crazy with traffic, the best thing is to leave your car at the train station and catch train to the city. That's much better, because if you drive to city, there's no parking. If you park, they charge you for parking space. Driving there is so crazy. So it's better you just drop your car at your suburb here and then straight to the city. You do whatever you want to do. You catch train back, your car is secured at the train station. Then you just drive maybe 5-20 minutes to your house. Done. For you to be facing the traffic. Even traffic here too in the evening is crazy. That's why I went to go. That's why I get my bike. No, I hate traffic, my brother. And there's no traffic call for bike. You can just ride anyhow you want. Abati, let's close for tonight.
Okay, now.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yeah,
my send any. I will.
Like you got my mail. Yeah, you got my mail. Just send me. I'll send my.
Okay, bye.
Malo email me because I don't know what happened to that one. I will use a different email.
No. That's all right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, Midwest. Yeah, I hear you now.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Yeah, God bless you all. Yeah.
And
we come to the
by the way, Midwest, good luck to your Edo election. So, may not kill each other. May not kill each other. So.
Then go slice themselves with cutlass.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car, so I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, you just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course, of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzụnụ ịmana Chukwu akọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, he give you me, give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so, ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzikin fen la chasha so, Obuzikin fen mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo.